Chapter 750. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Gu Jiao's question was not without reason. She had thought it through on the way here. Before Gu Yan was injured by Nan Gongli, the admission papers had been sent to little Jing Kong. In other words, Liao Qin did not know that Gu Yan would be in trouble. He only hoped that they could come to the Yan kingdom to study. Or more precisely, they accompanied little Jing Kong to study in Chengdu. Little Jing Kong was the most clingy to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was arranged to study in the Kanglin Women's Academy. This way, they would not have to be separated. Although Tianqiong Academy was in the outer city, it was the academy with the simplest background. Except for Mu Qingchen and Mu Chuan, no one from the 11 aristocratic families came to study. And Mu Qingchen had not come for a long time. Their classes were separated from Mu Chuan's. This greatly reduced their chances of meeting the aristocratic families. It could be said that all the arrangements were meticulous and perfect. Was he sending little Jing Kong to study or bringing little Jing Kong home? Liao Qin retracted his gaze and turned around. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao's childish but heroic face. Before I answer your question, I also have a question to ask. Gu Jiao said, I asked first. Liao Qin said, I know, so you don't have to answer me. Gu Jiao looked at him. He said solemnly, can the current you really bear the whole truth? If you can't, then it's better for you not to know. In the latter half of the night, it was drizzling in Chengdu when Gu Jiao returned to the state preceptor hall. There was a thin layer of water on her clothes. Xiao Heng was waiting for her in the room. When he saw her come in, he quickly took a towel to wipe the water on her face and head. Gu Jiao said, it's fine, just a light drizzle. It stopped before it started raining. Is Jing Kong asleep? Xiao Heng looked at the little fellow behind the curtain. She fell asleep before we reached the state preceptor hall. How's your situation? Gu Jiao came to the bedside and looked at the little fellow. She said, he went to the Xianyuan family and is very familiar with that place. Xiao Heng said thoughtfully, is he related to the Xianyuan family? I'm pretty sure. Gu Jiao told Xiao Heng about her 2 encounters with Liao Qin. Xiao Heng fell silent. When Liao Qin was eating dumplings, he already felt that Liao Qin was very strange. He didn't expect Liao Qin's martial arts to be so strong. He didn't show any mercy when he killed people. This didn't seem like something a merciful monk would do. On top of that, he also knew the Xianyuan family's spear techniques. What about Jing Kong? Xiao Heng asked. Gu Jiao said, I also asked Jing Kong. He said that if I can't bear the truth, it's better not to know. Of course, she didn't mean that she could bear the shock psychologically. If little Jing Kong was really related to the Xianyuan family, with their current strength, it was very likely that they couldn't protect little Jing Kong. So it was better not to know and not to worry about it. On the long street, 2 figures were moving forward quickly. Master! Master, please slow down. Where's that stinky monk? How did we lose him in the blink of an eye? Master Mingyu stopped and looked at the empty street in front of him. He said unhappily, where did you see him go just now? The guard in gray scratched his head. I think, he went in this direction. We didn't go in the wrong direction. Master Mingyu said angrily, if we didn't go in the wrong direction, how could he disappear? Did he disappear into thin air? Is he a ghost? The guard in gray shrunk his neck and whispered, Master, don't talk about people in the day and ghosts at night. You'll run into ghosts, Master Mingyu said coldly, don't talk about strange things. Meow, a wild cat's meow came from the roof beside them. The 2 of them shuddered at the same time. The guard grabbed Master Mingyu's arm in fear and said in a trembling voice, Master, this place is too eerie. It's obvious that no one has lived here for many years. It's a haunted house, and it's the kind where vengeful spirits linger. Let's go. Master Mingyu said sternly, what vengeful spirits linger? Do you think I'm afraid of that? The guard in gray lowered his voice as if he was afraid that a ghost would hear him. He said fearfully, "This is the old site of the Xianyuan family. The whole street used to belong to them. I heard that on the day they were executed, this street was covered in blood. The resentment was so strong that even the crows didn't dare to come close. I also heard that those who came to this street in recent years were all possessed. Even the night watchman took a detour." Master Mingyu felt a chill down his spine. Why you? Don't listen to hearsay." He subconsciously took a step back. The gray-robed guard curled his lips and said, "If young master insists on looking, then I can only sacrifice my life to accompany you. Tell me, where should we start looking? The Xianyuan family's mansion is right in front of us. If not, we'll go there. Do you think we should climb over the wall or break in?" Master Mingyu's throat moved. He said seriously, "The dead. The dead are the most important. What do you mean by climbing over the wall or breaking in? Let's go." After saying that, young Master Mingyu turned around and walked back with quick steps. His pace was so fast that it was as if there was a ghost chasing after him. In the rearguard commandery, Wang Su hadn't been home for a few days. The main reason was that he had to deal with one thing after another. He had just finished dealing with the dethroned princess and the young princess. Now, he had to deal with a tough nut to crack, Old Master Mu. Although Old Master Mu was a civil official, his stubbornness was even worse than a general. Wang Su couldn't really torture him. After all, he was old, and he was afraid that he would die if he was beaten. Old Master Mu couldn't deal with the state preceptor, but couldn't he deal with Wang Su? No matter how Wang Su interrogated him, he wouldn't say anything. It wasn't the Mu family. I don't know who bribed the Mu family to frame us. No matter how he asked, it was the same question. It was already dawn. Wang Su felt a headache coming on. "Commandant Guan, His Highness Zhang Sun is here." Outside the watch room, a guard reported. Wang Su hurriedly stood up, tidied up his clothes, and went to the commandant of the left's mansion to greet Xiaoheng. "Greetings to His Highness Zhang Sun." Xiaoheng politely raised his hand. "You don't have to be so polite, Lord Wang. Didn't you rest last night?" "Ah, yes, I'm investigating a case." Wang Su said, "His Highness Zhang Sun, please come inside." He knew how to behave. Xiaoheng followed him to his watch room and sat on the main seat. A servant served tea. Wang Su asked, "May I know why His Highness Zhang Sun suddenly visited the commandant of the left's mansion?" Xiaoheng looked at Wang Su and said, "I'm here for you. Lord Xiao is busy taking care of my mother, so I have to ask you how your injury is." Wang Su, who was suddenly cared for, was moved. He cupped his hands and saluted. "I'm fine. Come to the state preceptor's palace in 3 days to remove the stitches." Xiaoheng said. "Yes." Wang Su responded respectfully. Xiaoheng asked curiously, "Lord Wang's brows are furrowed. Is the progress of the case not going well?" "Well." Wang Su couldn't casually mention the details of the case to outsiders. Xiaoheng smiled. "Lord Wang has taught me martial arts for several years. Although I haven't learned a single move, this is my personal problem. It has nothing to do with Lord Wang. For the sake of our friendship, I'll give Lord Wang some advice." Wang Su pricked up his ears. Xiaoheng said faintly, "His Majesty already knows the result. He only wants the details of the process. Lord Wang can fill it in. There's no need to be too serious." Wang Su frowned suspiciously. "Does His Highness Zhang Sun mean?" Xiaoheng picked up his teacup. "Does your Wang family have spies in the Mu family? Can't you just find one to testify against the Mu family?" Wang Su's expression changed. "Isn't this making a false testimony?" "So there really were spies." Xiaoheng said calmly, "This isn't a false testimony. This is a reasonable exercise of power. I take the emperor's salary and bear the emperor's worries. I will follow His Majesty's wishes. In June, there was no shortage of conversations before and after tea in Chengdu. First, the deposed crown princess and the emperor's grandson returned to the capital one after another. Then, the Mu and Han families met with trouble one after another. Consort Wan being banished to the cold palace was a small matter. The Mu family's commander's seal was gone. It was said that the Mu family took the initiative to hand it over. No one knew what was wrong with the Mu family. They had worked so hard to get the commander's seal, so why did they hand it over just like that? The second master of the Mu family, Mu Hong, was involved in a bribery case. The amount of money involved was huge, causing the national treasury to suffer heavy losses. He was removed from his position and exiled. The Han family wasn't any better. Zhang Feng and the others, who were promoted by heir Han, failed to protect the young princess and caused her to be kidnapped. Zhang Feng and the others were severely punished. Heir Han was also removed from his position as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. What was worse was that it was unknown who had informed the monarch that Han Shizi's legs were crippled. The emperor sent Zhang Dequan and the imperial physician to check on him. They found that Han Ye's hamstrings had been cut off and there was no possibility of recovery. In the throne room, the emperor said sternly, since heir Han can no longer command the Black Wind Cavalry, the Black Wind Cavalry should choose a new leader. Elder Yang held the ceremonial tablet and asked, still choose from the Han family? Wasn't this nonsense? Since the Black Wind Cavalry was given to the Han family, it should be inherited by the Han family. However, the Han family had been in trouble one after another. The emperor was already disappointed in the Han family. The emperor thought for a moment and said seriously, the Han family's disciples are the first choice. However, if there is someone who wins, he can also become the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. When this news came out, the aristocratic families were excited. The Black Wind Cavalry was the strongest cavalry in the 6 countries. They were definitely going to be the new commander. Chapter 751. At night, the state preceptor's hall gradually lit up. Little Jing Kong went to play cards with Shengguan Yan. He was bored, and so was Shengguan Yan. So, he taught Shengguan Yan and 2 other disciples of the state preceptor's hall the card skills he learned from his grandaunt. The 4 of them sat at the table. In Xiao Heng's room, 4 people and a bird gathered. The bird was little Nine, who was responsible for keeping watch. Although no one in the state preceptor's hall was watching them, they still had to be vigilant. Gu Jiao, Xiao Heng, Gu Changqing, and Gu Qingfeng sat around the table. Gu Changqing said, have you heard about the Mu and Han families? The 3 of them nodded together. It was hard not to hear about it with such a big movement. What's more, Xiao Heng was now the eldest grandson of the emperor. It was easy for him to inquire about this kind of news. The Mu family handed over the commander's seal to protect old Master Mu. Xiao Heng said. The consequences of kidnapping a commandery princess are so serious. Gu Qingfeng was a little speechless. Even when the emperor of Zhao country was hunted down, they didn't make such a big fuss. Gu Changqing said, it's not the same. The emperor of Zhao country was a benevolent ruler, while the emperor of Yan kingdom was a tyrant. The 2 men's styles were completely different. Moreover, the emperor of Yan kingdom did this to make an example of them. The 10 great families had been pretending to be peaceful for many years, but a small commandery princess had exposed all kinds of bad characters. If the emperor didn't suppress them with a ruthless move, these people would probably take advantage of him. Anyway, the price of making a demon was not high, so they could take turns to make a demon. Xiao Heng said neither too fast nor too slow, the Mu family's commander's seal is in the hands of the emperor of Yan kingdom. He won't give it to any family in the short term. He may assign a competent commander other than the 10 great families and the Nangong family. Gu Changqing nodded in agreement and said, let's put the Mu family's military power aside first. The only hope to fight for it is the Black Wind Cavalry of the Han family. As soon as he finished speaking, the three people all looked at him. He was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Gu Qingfeng asked, Big brother, did we say that we were going to fight for the Han clan's Black Wind Cavalry? Gu Changqing asked, shouldn't we fight for it? Fight for it. Gu Jiao said, her eyes filled with determination. Why? Gu Qingfeng looked at her in confusion. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and said, no reason. I just feel that we should fight for it. Otherwise, we might regret it. This was a very strange intuition. Ever since he suspected that Jing Kong was related to the Xianyuan family, his intuition had become stronger. Fighting for it might be dangerous, but not fighting for it would only be more dangerous. Xiao Heng analyzed, other than Han Yi, the Han family also has many outstanding disciples. There are many talented people in the family, so their chances of winning are still very high. Moreover, the rules this time are clearly in favor of the Han family. To become a Black Wind Cavalry, one had to go through 3 competitions. 2 of them were related to horsemanship and warhorses were the Han family's strengths. Even if the advantage was in the Han family's favor, His Majesty still wanted to win against many of the Han family's disciples. What did many mean? It meant that a narrow victory was not enough, it had to be a complete victory. A victory that everyone was convinced of. A victory that no one could say anything about. He paused and looked at Gu Changqing. What's the Han family's plan? Gu Changqing answered, the Han family has chosen 10 disciples. Some are from the main family, and some are from the collateral family. Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened. So many. Isn't it said that each family can only have 2 spots? Xiao Heng said, it should have been inherited by the Han family in the first place. It's already unreasonable to have everyone compete. No matter what, we have to take care of the Han family. Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips. He's a tyrant. Why would he be afraid of others talking about him? He's tyrannizing while setting himself up as a benevolent ruler. Everyone was puzzled by the ruler's actions. Gu Changqing said, the crown prince gave me a spot to participate as a collateral descendant of the Han family. My mission is to exhaust the opponent and ensure that the Han family advances. Gu Qingfeng snorted. Dream on. Gu Jiao thought for a while and nodded. Yes, this is possible. Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao. You're going to participate? Gu Jiao, yes. Gu Qingfeng said seriously, then I'll go too. Gu Jiao said lightly, you'd better not. With your mediocre skills, you'll be knocked off the stage in 2 moves. Gu Qingfeng was furious. Who are you looking down on? I'll go, Gu Jiao said. Gu Changqing glanced at his sister and wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Jiao asked strangely, what's wrong? Gu Changqing said, have you been in the Yan kingdom for too long and forgotten that you're actually from the Shao kingdom? The Yan kingdom only allowed its own people to participate in the cavalry selection. Gu Jiao, oh, I really forgot. Purple bamboo forest. A disciple was sweeping the fallen leaves in the front yard of the small bamboo house. Gu Jiao walked over. She looked around the yard for a while and didn't see anything special. She called the disciple, Little Master. The disciple stopped his work and turned around. Seeing that it was Gu Jiao, he greeted politely, Young Master Shao. You still remember me? Gu Jiao smiled. Is the state preceptor here? The disciple smiled shyly. He just went out. It was strange. It was a man smiling at him. Why was he shy? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Oh, when will he be back? The disciple said, it won't be long. The state preceptor didn't let us take away his chessboard. He should come back later. Gu Jiao said, thank you. Then she didn't say anything and waited silently. The disciple swept the fallen leaves and said again, Young Master Shao, are you waiting here for the state preceptor? Gu Jiao said, yes, I have something to ask him. The disciple said, then please come in and wait. Wait in the room. Gu Jiao walked into the yard and left her shoes on the steps. Wearing white footwear, she stepped on the spotless floor and entered the central room. The disciple invited her to sit on the guest cushion and poured her a cup of herbal tea. Young Master Xiao, please have some tea. Gu Jiao took the cup. Thank you. You don't have to serve me. I'll wait by myself. You can go. Young Master Xiao, please. After that, the disciple opened the curtain and walked out. Gu Jiao touched her chin. He didn't even say anything. Why did he trust her so much? It would be strange if Gu Jiao sat here obediently. It wasn't easy to come to the state preceptor's nest. How could she not pay a deep visit? At present, there was only one disciple in the yard. He was carefully sweeping the yard. He had only swept a small part of the yard and couldn't finish it in a short time. Gu Jiao stood up quietly and walked around the central room. The central room was empty. There was nothing to provide any information. However, there was a small study on the east side. Gu Jiao quietly pushed open the door of the study, and the smell of books assailed her nostrils. The window was open and the light was good. The furnishings were simple. There was only a row of bookshelves, a bookcase, a desk, and a cabinet. Gu Jiao learned the language of the Yan kingdom well. She could read it without any difficulties. However, these were all the analects of Confucius and the Book of Songs, which gave her a headache. Soon, she was attracted by the toys on the cabinet. Yes, they were toys. There were many wooden knives, wooden swords, small bows and arrows, small meteor hammers, small 9-section whips, and small red tasseled spears. No way. Even the exclusive small weapons she made for little Jing Kong didn't have such a complete set. Was the state preceptor so childlike? Who did he make them for? Not long after, Gu Jiao found a picture album nailed up beside the small weapons. She thought that the state preceptor collected famous paintings and calligraphy. However, when she opened it, she found that it was all children's doodles. What's this? Gu Jiao put down the small book and picked up a picture scroll in another cabinet. She took off the ribbon and spread it out. It was a picture of a baby girl. She was fair and clean. Her facial features were delicate and cute. Gu Jiao admired it for a moment. Oh, it's quite pretty. There were more than 10 picture scrolls in the cabinet. Gu Jiao looked at them all and found that they were the same person. From the baby girl to the girl, Gu Jiao seemed to see this person grow up in front of her. Why do I feel that this little girl is a little familiar? Have I seen her before? The picture ended when she was about 7 or 8 years old. Did the state preceptor have a female disciple? Gu Jiao was very confused. If she was not the state preceptor's disciple, then who was this little girl to the state preceptor? Could it be that the state preceptor secretly had a daughter with her? Otherwise, it was hard to explain why there were so many things here. In addition to the little girl's picture, Gu Jiao also found a picture in the biggest cabinet of the cabinet. It was a picture of a soldier in black armor. He was tall and valiant. He was holding a red tasseled spear in his hand. The facial features of the person in the picture were not filled in. However, Gu Jiao recognized the red tasseled spear. It was Xian Yuanli's heavenly weapon. So, this person was Xian Yuanli. There was a line of words below the picture, remembering an old friend, February 19th of the Bingtian year. The state preceptor and Xian Yuanli were old friends. In addition, Gu Jiao found another interesting thing, a courtyard made of clay. There were 3 clay figures sitting under the peach tree in the courtyard. They were drinking and drinking. The 3 of them did not make their faces. Their clothes were men's robes that could be seen everywhere on the street. Gu Jiao touched her chin. She thought, one is the state preceptor, one is Xian Yuanli, and the last one, can't be the monarch, right? These three people were sworn brothers in the past. State Preceptor. A disciple's voice suddenly came from the door. Chapter 752. Gu Jiao quickly put down the things. When the state preceptor entered the room, she had already calmly sat back on the cushion. She calmly glanced at the state preceptor while tasting the tea. "You're back." Why did he say it as if this was his own home? Gu Jiao smiled. She was not embarrassed, but the others were. The state preceptor sat down opposite Gu Jiao. It was hot outside, and he was sweating. Without waiting for the disciples to pour tea, he poured a cup for himself. "What's the matter?" he asked. "I'm here to talk to you about a cooperation," Gu Jiao said. He took a sip of tea. "What cooperation?" Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile. "Does the state preceptor hall want the Black Wind Cavalry?" "No," he answered without hesitation. Gu Jiao blinked. "Don't be so impulsive." The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao. "Give me a reason not to refuse." The state preceptor hall did not need the Black Wind Cavalry. Its unique way of survival was destined to be an irreplaceable existence. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. "Black Wind Cavalry, is it cooler to ride it?" The state preceptor was speechless. The state preceptor took a big sip of herbal tea. The anger in his heart was a little strong. The state preceptor hall does not participate in the imperial court's political affairs. "You're guilty and don't dare to do it, right?" The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao with a puzzled face. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and hinted at the small study in the east. "I saw it all. You, the Emperor of Yen, and Xian Yuanli were close friends. You were like brothers, and you colluded with one brother to kill the other." The state preceptor stopped drinking tea. "Are you very angry?" Was he admitting it in a disguised way? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "The North Star has appeared, and the Emperor has come out of Xianyuan. You and the Emperor are really daring. One dares to speak, while the other dares to believe." Xian Yuanli definitely didn't expect that he would die in the hands of his two most trusted brothers. The state preceptor was silent. Gu Jiao rested her chin on one hand and rested her elbow on the table. She looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "State preceptor, if it wasn't for your face, I would have already made a move on you." Both Shengguan Yan and Xiao Heng had the blood of the Xianyuan family flowing in their veins. Little Jing Kong might also have a relationship with the Xianyuan family. The enemy of the Xianyuan family was her enemy. Most people would ask Gu Jiao, "What happened to my face?" But the imperial tutor didn't ask. After a moment of silence, he looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Why do you want to compete for the Black Wind Cavalry?" The topic changed so quickly that Gu Jiao almost couldn't connect her emotions. Who doesn't want good things? Gu Jiao was wary of the state preceptor, especially after discovering the 3 clay figurines. She didn't intend to confide in the state preceptor. The state preceptor stared at her and said, "Do you know that once you take this step, there is no turning back?" "I don't have a turning back." The state preceptor saw that Gu Jiao didn't speak, but her attitude was very firm. He sighed and put down the cup in his hand. "I'll take you to a place." Gu Jiao thought that the state preceptor was going to take her to visit somewhere in the state preceptor hall. Who would have thought that they would come to a military camp? Gu Jiao got off the carriage and stood at the entrance guarded by soldiers. The military camp was located at the foot of the mountain. The summer wind blew gently from the valley, bringing a little bit of coolness, but it couldn't get rid of the hot summer heat. From time to time, the sound of horse hooves could be heard on the training ground in the military camp. Gu Jiao suddenly had an illusion that she had been here before. Yi Qing said a few words to the soldiers guarding the gate, and the soldiers respectfully let them go. The state preceptor took Gu Jiao inside. Yi Qing followed behind the two. What caught her eyes was a huge training ground, and the cavalry on the field was in formation. There should be a martial arts platform in the east, and the horse camp in the west. Gu Jiao thought. There was a martial arts platform there, but it was demolished. The state preceptor said. What about the horse camp? Gu Jiao asked subconsciously. The horse camp is still there. The state preceptor pointed to the west of the training ground. It was blocked by the cavalry. I can't see it now. I'll take you there. Gu Jiao looked around as if she was in another world. This is the cavalry camp of the Han family? The state preceptor said, yes. Gu Jiao said, it used to be the Xianyuan family. The state preceptor paused. You can say that. Gu Jiao was still immersed in the sudden strange feeling, so she didn't care about the words, you can say that. The two arrived at the horse camp. The horse camp was the place where the Black Wind Cavalry was trained. Every Black Wind Cavalry had to go through a strict physical selection and physical training. Only then could they be assigned to the cavalry and undergo further training. The Black Wind Cavalry was very hard. Do you see it? The state preceptor pointed. Gu Jiao looked over and saw a horse trainer instructing two ponies to cross the fire bridge. They were going to cross the fire that was burning on both sides. The bridge was also the unstable type. One of the ponies was scared. It stood in the fire and didn't dare to move, letting out a pitiful cry. The state preceptor said, what you see is only the tip of the iceberg. The intensity of the pony's training is very low, so it's relatively safe. Gu Jiao muttered, you call this safe? The state preceptor didn't say anything, but signaled for Gu Jiao to look to the other side. There was an adult Black Wind Cavalry that was also crossing the fire bridge. The fire was bigger and fiercer. Not only were the two sides burning, but the two ends of the bridge were also burning. The Black Wind Cavalry had to rush into the fire without hesitation. Not only did the Black Wind Cavalry have to overcome their fear of the fire and endure the high temperature, but they also had to hold their breath to prevent themselves from breathing in the poisonous gas. The Black Wind Cavalry had protective measures. As long as they were fast enough, they wouldn't get burned. But this was only in principle. In fact, there were often unexpected situations. The state preceptor said again, the first test is to cross the fire bridge. Gu Jiao took a while to realize that the test he was talking about was the test to become the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. Are you telling me the test in advance? The state preceptor led Gu Jiao forward. No horse can cross the fire bridge in the state preceptor hall. Fear of fire was an animal's instinct. Only specially trained horses could overcome the fear in their hearts temporarily. The horses in the state preceptor hall obviously didn't have such training requirements. There was a loud bang, as if something had exploded. Gu Jiao looked in the direction of the sound. It was another batch of Black Wind Cavalry that was undergoing explosive training. They had to maintain a calm formation under the threat of the explosion. Some of the new horses were so scared that they ran in all directions. The scene was chaotic. The state preceptor pointed and said, they have been trained since 3 months ago. But look, even they are so scared. Gu Jiao asked strangely. Don't tell me the second test is about explosives. The state preceptor didn't admit or deny it. It seemed to be the case. If the fearless horse king could come for the first 2 tests, then the third one was definitely not. Ride for 300 miles. The state preceptor said. The horse king was still a baby. Riding for 300 miles would kill it. The state preceptor stopped and looked at Gu Jiao. He said seriously, we don't have a single horse that can reach this standard. So do you know how difficult it is for the Black Wind Cavalry? Also, let me tell you a secret. The Han family has a new Black Wind King. He is 5 years old and a male horse. He is the strongest Black Wind King I have ever seen. You have no chance of winning. Including the Nangong family, none of the 11 families have one. Do you have the ability to accept the truth now? If you don't, then it's better not to know. Gu Jiao's mind flashed with Liu Chen's words. Explosions sounded in her ears, as well as the startled cries of the horses and the angry roars of the cavalry. The flashing of swords and shining of spears made her feel like she was in a real battlefield. Liu Chen's voice and the sounds of the battlefield intertwined endlessly in her mind. Her chest swelled as if there was some strong emotion that wanted to rush out. She clenched her fingers and said, "I want to go." The state preceptor's eyes flashed with complex emotions. "Tomorrow, I will let Yi Qing choose the best horse for you." No need. Although the state preceptor's horse was good, it was not a war horse that could fight side by side with her. Willow Lane. Madame Nan was drying poison. She was sleepy. While drying, she was like a chicken pecking at rice. Suddenly, she pecked her head into the sieve. Madame Nan, damn, she was poisoned again. Madame Nan looked up with blood flowing out of her 7 orifices and looked at the door. "No way, my poison can cause hallucinations." Madame Nan. Gu Jiao walked over. Madame Nan raised her hand and pinched her face. There was warmth. It was hot. It was not a hallucination. Jiao Jiao really had returned. Madame Nan immediately forgot that she had been poisoned and said with a smile, "Why have you returned so quickly? Wasn't it said that Aheng's mother's injuries had not yet healed and that she would need to stay in the state preceptor's hall for a few more days?" What had happened in the state preceptor's hall, Gu Qingfeng had already come to tell them about it. The things that needed to be shocked had already been shocked. They were more concerned about the future situation of the 2 children. Gu Jiao said, "I came back for a few matters." "Are Ah Yen and the others not here?" Madame Nan said, "Elder Meng went to walk his horse. Ah Yen and Xiao Shun went with their master to cut wood. I am the only one at home. They just left and will not be back so quickly. Are you hungry? I will go make something for you to eat." Madame Nan, you, Gu Jiao pointed at the poisonous blood on her face. Madame Nan was bleeding from all 7 orifices and smiled. "Do you want to eat noodles or dumplings? My cooking skills have improved greatly recently. How about I bake a cake for you?" Just as she said this, Madame Nan fell to the ground with a thump. Gu Jiao facepalmed. "You've been poisoned, Madame Nan." Gu Jiao helplessly shook her head and carried Madame Nan back into the room. She picked up the antidote on the table and gave it to her. She pulled out a bottle and placed it on the bedside table. Inside was Gu Changqing's blood. She had left a note. She opened the drawer and counted the nutrients that she had left for the Black Wind King. There were less than 2 left. The Black Wind King still refused to eat. Was it only relying on nutrients to maintain its body? Gu Jiao arrived in the backyard. The red tasseled spear stood under the scorching sun. The Black Wind King at the side had become much thinner. It lay on the ground and had completely lost its will to fight. It was like an old horse waiting for death. It saw Gu Jiao arrive, but it was indifferent. It had lost its passion and interest in everything. Gu Jiao knelt down in front of it like a knight and patted its head. "I need you. I need you to stand up. I need you to return to the battlefield. I need you to fight by my side. Not master and mount, but comrades and companions." The Black Wind King did not respond. It wanted to die for its master. It could no longer hear anything from the outside world. Gu Jiao felt sorrow from the bottom of her heart. How strange. She actually had the emotions of a normal person. She gently patted the Black Wind King's head and no longer forced it. Everyone could make their own choices. Horses were the same. Gu Jiao thought that she should send the Black Wind King away. She patted the Black Wind King's head comfortingly and unconsciously began to sing a war song. Chiyue Wui. Together with you. Wang Yu, fix my spear. Together with you. Chiyue Wui. Together with you. Wang Yu, fix my spear. Together with you. On the roof of the Xian Yuan family. Liao Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the boundless sky. He muttered, Chiue Wui, together with you. Wang Yu, fix my armor and soldiers. Together with you. In the military camp. The soldiers sat on the ground eating cold steamed buns. Someone spoke first, Chiue Wui. Together with you. The hoarse voice was like a broken bellows. It was not pleasant to hear. But soon, someone else started to sing with him. In the tent, General Han frowned. What's going on? The deputy general said in shock, it's the Xian Yuan family's war song. The Xian Yuan family always sang the war song before going to war. They also sang the war song when sending off their comrades. But ever since the four great families took over the Xian Yuan family's forces, they never allowed the soldiers to sing the Xian Yuan family's war song. Chiue Wui. Together with you. Wang Yu, fix my spear. Together with you. The entire military camp was filled with the Xian Yuan family's war song. The hoarse voice was choked with emotions. It soared into the sky and shook the vast ocean. Gu Jiao said goodbye to the Black Wind King and pulled out the red-tasseled spear. Regardless of whether the Black Wind King was there or not, she had to return to her battlefield. When she walked to the door, she suddenly heard some movement behind her. Gu Jiao was stunned. She turned around and saw the Black Wind King, who had lost her will to fight, slowly stand up. Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. She was the only female horse in the Great Yen, the Black Wind King. She had a legendary life. Her achievements were far beyond the reach of thousands of horses. At 16 years old, she was old and should retire from the stage of history. Her time was over. But no one knew that her legend had officially begun at this moment. Chapter 753. The Han Family. Old Master Han went to the family to discuss the selection of competitors with the elders. Han Yi was left in the room to recuperate. Han Yi sat in a chair with a terrible look on his face. Qi Xian pushed the door open and said to the servants, "You can leave now." The servants felt as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Qi Xian sat down beside him and said, "I heard that it will start tomorrow." The two of them knew what it was going to start. Han Ye's hands, which were placed on the armrest, were tightly clenched into fists. His eyes, which had not closed for the entire night, were bloodshot. Qi Xian sighed and said, "You're upset. I understand." Han Yi was furious and his eyes were like torches. "No, master, you don't understand. You don't know how it feels to be called a good-for-nothing. You don't know how painful it is to fall from the clouds. You don't know how humiliating it is to let the Black Wind Cavalry be taken away from me." Qi Xian opened his mouth but didn't refute him. Han Yi said coldly, "Who leaked the news?" Qi Xian said, "The Han family has kept your injury a secret. It can't be from the Han family. It should be from Xiao Lulang and the emperor's grandson." Han Yi frowned. "It's so annoying. The emperor's grandson is real. Wang Su had confirmed it himself. It couldn't be fake. The question was, how did he get involved with Xiao Lulang? Qi Xian didn't have an answer to this. But he was sure that the emperor's grandson had caused them a lot of trouble and would continue to do so in the future. Han Yi gritted his teeth. "If I lose the Black Wind Cavalry, I'll be the sinner of the Han family." Qi Xian said, "It won't happen." Han Yi frowned and looked at Qi Xian. "Why not?" Qi Xian smiled and said, "The Black Wind Cavalry won't be taken away by other families." Han Yi snorted. "Master, are you so confident in the Han family?" Qi Xian said, "Your fifth uncle is back." Han Yi was shocked. "Fifth uncle?" Qi Xian nodded. "He's back with a new Black Wind King. It's stronger, younger, and more agile than your previous mount." Han Yi could hardly believe it. "More powerful than my Black Wind King. How is that possible?" He found it hard to accept this fact. Qi Xian was much older than Han Yi, so how could he not know what Han Yi was thinking? On one hand, he sincerely hoped that the Han family could win, but on the other hand, he didn't want to see the Han family having a disciple who was more outstanding than him. In short, it was very contradictory. Qi Xian didn't expose his thoughts, and simply said, "You should know that the Han family has been trying to use a new method to train the Black Wind Cavalry since a long time ago." Han Yi asked suspiciously, "That method worked?" Qi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, it was a success. So you can rest assured that no one can take away the position of commander. The Black Wind Cavalry belongs to the Han clan. Madam Nan, Master Lu, old Mr. Meng, I'm leaving." In the house, Gu Jiao said goodbye to the three of them. Master Lu looked at the dark sky and said, "It's so late, why don't you leave tomorrow morning?" Gu Jiao said, "Tomorrow is the day of the primary selection. If I go today, I can let the Black Wind King rest more and wait for him to be exhausted." Madam Nan glared at her husband and said, "Who can bear to run all the way from here tomorrow morning and then start the competition right after?" Moreover, the Black Wind King hadn't eaten well recently and had lost a lot of weight. He wasn't at his peak condition. Master Lu smiled and said, "That's true. Jiao Jiao, be careful on the road." "I'll send you off," Gu Yan said. "Sister, I'll send you off too," Gu Shaoshun said. "All right." Gu Jiao curled her lips. Old Mr. Meng calmly stopped her and said, "Wait. What's wrong?" Gu Jiao looked at old Mr. Meng as she fixed the saddle for the Black Wind King. Old Mr. Meng took the token of the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms from his waist and handed it to her. "Take it." After knowing that he was the real chess sage, Gu Jiao returned the token to him. Gu Jiao said, "I don't need the token to enter the inner city now." The State Master Hall gave her a token of the inner city. Old Mr. Meng said with a sour face, "Take it. If there's anything you can't handle, just tell him. I, old Mr. Meng, owe him a favor." Gu Jiao didn't refuse and took it. "Okay, thank you, old man." Old Mr. Meng coughed and said, "Call me master." Gu Jiao left. Old Mr. Meng thought, rebellious disciple. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun walked Gu Jiao all the way to the entrance of the alley. Gu Yan hooked Gu Jiao's finger and said, "You have to win." If it were others, they might say that winning or losing was not important and that one should act according to one's ability. But Gu Yan could feel that in the depths of her soul, there was something more important than her life. "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Shaoshun secretly gave his sister a mechanical box. This time it's been modified, so it won't attack indiscriminately. You can use it without worry. Last time, even Gu Jiao herself was hit by it. Gu Jiao tested it once in the State Master Hall and almost turned herself and Yi Qing into sieves. Gu Jiao took the mechanical box and said, "You guys go back, I'll be back as soon as I'm done with this." Gu Shaoshun pulled Gu Yan away. Even when they were far away, he still turned around and waved at Gu Jiao, "Sis, be careful on the road." Gu Jiao also waved back, "I will." Only when the two entered the courtyard, did Gu Jiao get on the horse. This was her first time riding the Black Wind King, and it was indeed different from other horses. She raised her eyebrows. "Am I riding a horse? It's a Lamborghini. Too flashy." Considering the Black Wind King's condition and stamina, Gu Jiao didn't ride too fast. Halfway through, she faintly felt that she was being followed. She looked at the shadow on the ground and slightly rubbed her chin. She told the Black Wind King to stop. That shadow also stopped. She left. That shadow also followed. Her fingertips tapped on the saddle a few times, then she suddenly got off the horse and walked towards that shadow. The horse panicked and buried its head into the grass on the side of the road. "Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me, Gu Jiao." Little Jing Kong refused to sleep. He wanted to wait for Jiao Jiao to come back. He wasn't satisfied with waiting in the Qilin Hall, so he directly ran to the State Master Hall's entrance. Xiaoheng helplessly followed. One big and one small waited in front of the State Master Hall's entrance like a rock. Finally, Gu Jiao came. With 2 horses. The Black Wind King and the Horse King. The moment little Jing Kong saw the Horse King, his eyes lit up. Wow! Little Shi. Jiao Jiao, you brought little Shi here. The Horse King's body trembled. It was so frightened that its legs almost fell off. Ah, why is this little brat here? Is it too late to escape now? Little Jing Kong's gaze was attracted by the Black Wind King. He realized that this was not the horse from his family. The horse at home was not so tall and majestic. Little Jing Kong was like a small spore in front of the Black Wind King. He looked at a towering tree and exclaimed, "Wow!" He looked at the Black Wind King in amazement. The Black Wind King also looked at him curiously. After a while, it took 2 steps towards him and sniffed his scent. It was just like how it sniffed the red-tasseled spear in the backyard. "It likes you very much," Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong. "It doesn't have a name yet. Do you want to give it a name?" The Horse King's morale was immediately boosted. "I have a little brother now." Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "Boss." The Horse King's face immediately fell. Xiaoheng reached out to Gu Jiao, and Gu Jiao jumped off the horse. Xiaoheng looked deeply at the Black Wind King. "It is," Gu Jiao nodded. "It is." Little Jing Kong led the 2 horses happily into the State Preceptor Palace. Xiaoheng looked at the back of the Black Wind King and said, "It has been starving for too long. It seems to be a bit weak. Is it really okay?" Gu Jiao looked at the Black Wind King walking silently in the dark and said with certainty, "I believe in it." Early the next morning, Gu Jiao saw Yi Qing in the Qilin Palace. Yi Qing first greeted Xiaoheng, who sent Gu Jiao here, "Your Highness Shangsun." Then he said to Gu Jiao, "Master asked me to send Mr. Xiao to the primary election. I have already signed you up. This is the token." "Oh," Gu Jiao replied, took it, and put it into her pocket. Yi Qing was stunned. Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King out of the State Preceptor Palace. The location of the primary election was the Han family's Black Wind camp that the State Preceptor took Gu Jiao to yesterday. There were many people who came to participate. In addition to the children of the aristocratic families, there were also many children of poor families who had letters of recommendation. Most of the letters were from the academies or the government offices in Chengdu. Most people would be eliminated in the primary election, but most of them were not the children of the top 10 aristocratic families or the Nangong family. First, the background of the aristocratic families was a consideration. Second, the children selected by the aristocratic families were indeed not ordinary people. They were all the pillars of the family that spent a lot of money and resources to cultivate. In the case of talent and diligence, how could they lose to 10 years of hard work after 100 years of foundation and several generations of accumulation? If the children of poor families wanted to stand out, ordinary talent was not enough. They had to be talented, 1 in 10,000, and they had to put in unimaginable effort. Gu Jiao saw Gu Changqing from afar. Gu Changqing was with the crown prince, so it was not convenient for him to come over. He only exchanged glances with Gu Jiao for a moment, then followed the crown prince into the camp. The children of the Han family had privileges. Therefore, while others were waiting in line, Gu Changqing went to familiarize himself with the venue first. Yi Qing said to Gu Jiao, "I won't go in. I will wait for Mr. Xiao outside." The people of the State Preceptor Palace did not participate in the military power. Sending Gu Jiao to the door was already the limit. If he went in to accompany Gu Jiao, he was afraid that he would be criticized. Gu Jiao nodded. After Yi Qing left, Gu Jiao rubbed the head of the Black Wind King and said, "Are you ready?" The Black Wind King impatiently took a few steps forward and let out 2 heavy breaths, as if responding to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's lips curled up. She tightened the reins and looked forward. "Let's go." The preliminary selection was on a training ground in the west of the Black Wind camp. The selection process was not complicated. In the center of the ground, there were 6 man-made iron bridges, 5 feet wide and 2 feet long. The iron chains on both sides of the bridges were burning. At first glance, they were 6 blazing bridges of fire. The candidates needed to ride a horse across the fire bridges, walk on a small path buried with black gunpowder, and make a sharp turn onto a wooden platform about the height of a person. The last person to stay on the platform would advance. It was worth mentioning that during the whole process, the cavalry could not dismount in any way, otherwise they would be disqualified. Gu Jiao went to draw lots. 6 people in a group. She was number 36, the group in the morning. Gu Changqing was number 6. When Gu Jiao entered, he had just finished his competition. He rode a Black Wind mount, and his riding and martial arts skills were excellent, so he advanced without any suspense. Gu Jiao was not so lucky. She met both the Han family and Feng family in the first round. The Han family sent Han Che, who rode a fierce and vigorous Black Wind mount. The Feng family sent a branch family member, who was also a rare expert. Although his horse was not a Black Wind mount, it was still very fierce and fierce. Adding on his strong internal energy, he could use his own internal energy to stabilize his mount when necessary. The other 3 were also top experts. 2 of them even spent a lot of money to borrow the Han family's Black Wind mounts. Everyone else's preliminaries were normal, but Gu Jiao's first round was hell. Gu Jiao had a toothache. Han Che stood on the first track and arrogantly said, "Is there one more person who's not coming? How long do we have to wait? I don't think he's scared and wants to forfeit. I advise you guys to forfeit as well. How confident are you to compete with the Han family for the Black Wind mount? No, how big of a misunderstanding is there?" The Feng family expert coldly said, "Stop talking nonsense. We'll see later." Han Che snorted, "You overestimate yourself." The Black Wind mount he chose was the fiercest horse other than the new Black Wind King. This challenge was not as difficult as the usual training. He was definitely going to win. As soon as he thought about it, he felt his mount move a few times without him giving any orders. The Feng family expert's horse also moved a few steps. The other 2 Black Wind mounts also moved uneasily. "Don't scare my horse," the Feng family expert said to Han Che. Han Che unhappily said, "If you're afraid of being scared, then stay away from me. I even suspected that you used your internal energy to scare my horse." The restlessness of the horses began to increase. Not only were the horses like this, but Han Che also noticed that the horses waiting or resting were also restless, as if they felt some kind of suppression from their bloodline. Han Che frowned. In the next second, a strong murderous aura enveloped him from behind. Almost at the same time, he heard someone exclaim, "Black Wind King? The Han family's Black Wind King is here. Black Wind King. His 5th uncle was here." Han Che quickly turned around. However, he did not see his 5th uncle, but a young man that he would recognize even if he turned into ashes. The young man was riding the Han family's previous Black Wind King. Like a returning king, his eyes were piercingly cold as he walked towards them step by step. Chapter 754. The rest of the people present didn't know that Black Wind King had retired, but Han Yi knew very well. This horse was old and couldn't fight anymore. Plus, it went crazy looking for its previous owner and was judged to have no military value by the Han family. The Han family announced that it was retired. In reality, they didn't want it anymore and left it to fend for itself. According to Chu Nan, when it found out that its previous owner was never coming back, it wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice itself. After so many days, it was starving to death. Why was it standing in front of him all of a sudden? No, it wasn't all of a sudden. It had lost a lot of weight. Han Che had always envied his elder brother's mount and dreamed of riding it himself. He went to see it every few days, so he was very familiar with its appearance. He suddenly understood that Xiao Lulang must have picked up the horse. Xiao Lulang was a doctor, who knew what method he used to prolong Black Wind King's life. Unfortunately, Black Wind King had lost its will to fight. So what if its life was prolonged? He was nothing more than a walking corpse. Han Che, who figured it all out, didn't have a trace of fear in his heart. Instead, it was replaced by endless ridicule and disdain. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Xiao Lulang. He rode on his black wind mount and looked at Gu Jiao's handsome face with the red birthmark. He said sarcastically, "You don't have money to buy a horse, so you stole our Han family's old Black Wind King?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What? Stole? His Black Wind King was stolen. I was wondering, it's obviously Heir Han's mount. How did it end up in this kid's hands? The cavalry contestants began to whisper among themselves. A horse to a cavalry was like a weapon to an expert. Everyone wanted to have the best. However, they often couldn't obtain the best things, and they definitely didn't want their opponents to obtain them. If it belonged to someone that everyone could only look up to, then everyone's hearts would still be balanced. However, once it was snatched away by an ordinary person, this balance would be instantly broken. So it was stolen. The realization made them feel a little better. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao's existence was not to satisfy some people's self-consolation. She was here to shatter their fantasies. Gu Jiao said calmly, "The Black Wind King of your Han family. Why don't you try calling it and see if it responds?" Han Che choked. He stared at the horse on Gu Jiao's back and said seriously, "Black Wind King. Come here." The Black Wind King didn't move. "Black Wind King." Han Che ordered again. The Black Wind King remained as still as a mountain. Han Che frowned. Strangely, this horse was not usually so indifferent to him. It did not allow him to ride it, but at least it gave him some response. Han Che racked his brain and suddenly had an idea. Horseshoe. The horseshoe on its feet belongs to our Han family. Gu Jiao patted the Black Wind King and said, "Come on, boss. Raise your horseshoe and let this blind man see it." Han Che was furious. "Who are you calling blind?" The Black Wind King raised its own hoof. It no longer had the horseshoe on its feet. It was a new one from the State Preceptor Hall. If he had the guts, he would go and argue with the State Preceptor Hall and see if it was the State Preceptor Hall that stole their horse. Han Che gritted his teeth and changed the direction of his attack. "Xiao Lulang, you don't have the right to participate." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "I'm qualified to be here. Speaking of which, didn't your Han family also hire someone to pretend to be a collateral descendant?" "You." Han Che choked with guilt. On the other side, his father's lieutenant shook his head slightly, indicating that he should not be led by the nose by Xiao Lulang. The more he said, the more it would prove that the Black Wind King belonged to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Liulang's every move seemed to be an answer to Han Che's doubts, but in reality, Han Che had fallen into his trap. Han Che took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He snorted disdainfully. "What are you so proud of? It's just an old horse abandoned by our Han family. We already have a new Black Wind King. You can have this old piece of trash if you want to." "So it's an old horse. I heard that the Black Wind King was retired. Isn't it a little too cruel to throw it away after it's retired? I heard that it ran away on its own. It was obviously stolen by this brat." "That's enough. That's not important. Is this brat crazy to bring an old horse to participate in the competition?" A 16-year-old horse was already useless. If it was in the Han family, an excellent trainer might have been able to prolong its service life. However, in the hands of an ordinary brat, it was no different from a piece of trash. Perhaps the horse sensed the crowd's emotions, or perhaps it had sensed the Black Wind King's age. So what if it was a king? It was old after all. Young and strong horses were the true victors of the battlefield. The battlefield belonged to them. Get ready. Following the examiner's shout, everyone stood in front of their own fire bridge. In a sense, the cavalry on both sides had a slight advantage. They were only affected by one side. The cavalry in the middle was like a pincer attack, which affected the horses the most. Gu Jiao was on the third fire bridge. On her left was an expert from the Feng family, and on her right was another expert riding a black wind rider. The fire bridges were the same length as the explosion zone, but they were not necessarily in the same position. For example, some people's fire bridges started at 30 steps and ended at 70 steps. Others' fire bridges started at 10 steps and ended at 50 steps. The explosion zone was the same. This would cause a lot of disturbance to the horses. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and gently stroked the Black Wind King's neck. The Black Wind King was very calm. In comparison, the other horses were eager to try. They were more eager to charge than the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King looked really old. It was indifferent to the dangers around it. Will it be burned to death because it can't cross it later? It won't be burned to death, but it might be burned. It seems to be very tired. Is it so old that it can't move? The crowd was criticizing. No one was optimistic about the 16-year-old Black Wind King. The expert from the Feng family said to Han Che, "It seems that the winner of this round will be between you and me." Han Che said arrogantly, "You're wrong. There's no chance for you." The expert from the Feng family said coldly, "Let's wait and see." The gong sounded, and the competition began. The horses tensed up their muscles and leaped forward, galloping forward. This was the round with the highest overall quality of the horses. 4 of the 6 horses were Black Wind riders, and the other 2 were also strong war horses. They were fast and vigorous. They were invincible. However, Gu Jiao's horse did not move. Everyone was speechless. Was it scared? Or did it really have dementia? Look! Han Che's horse rushed out of the fire bridge. Han Che took the lead and crossed the burning bridge of fire. His bridge was the closest, so it was not strange for him to be the first to cross. However, his vigorous posture and skillful equestrian skills were still a feast for the eyes. Someone praised, as expected of the younger brother of Crown Prince Han. This is the ability of the Black Wind King. The other 4 horses also stepped onto their respective fire bridges one after another. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King became the laughingstock of the crowd. Were these 2 guys here to be funny? The competition was over. Halfway through their laughter, a black shadow flashed in front of them. It was so fast that it was hard to see. Everyone was stunned. What just passed? No, I didn't see. That kid is gone. The man and the horse that were originally standing there disappeared. Look! Go, go, go. Before he could finish his sentence, the Black Wind King had already rushed down the fire bridge with Gu Jiao. The Black Wind King caught up with the first opponent and left him far behind. The Black Wind King caught up with the second opponent. The third, the fourth. All the horses suddenly seemed to be moving in slow motion. In fact, it was not that they were slow, but the Black Wind King was too fast. Saying that it was old? Saying that it could not run anymore? Then I'll let you bastards have half the time. The Black Wind King's terrifying explosive power stunned everyone. Its muscles were taut, and they could clearly see the movement of its muscles as it ran. That was a sign of full strength. Han Che took the lead and was about to reach the explosion zone. He had already glanced at the second place. He had left the second place far behind. He would definitely be the first. Bang! Han Che's heart skipped a beat when he heard a loud noise. The Black Wind King was not startled. After all, they were trained. However, Han Che was not mentally prepared and almost fell off his horse. Who the hell? Han Che turned his head to look. Whoosh! Before Han Che could see it clearly, the Black Wind King had already rushed into the explosion zone of the third track. The sound of explosions intertwined, smoke billowed, and dust flew. The Black Wind King was too fast, so the frequency of the explosions was also high. It was as if a whip had been lit, and a series of crackling sounds were heard. The rhythm of the entire arena was messed up. The two horses were in a mess. One ran off the track, and the other caused the rider to fall off. Both of them were eliminated. The Feng family's expert used his internal energy to stabilize the frightened horses, but it did not take long before they entered the explosion zone. Han Che also entered the explosion zone at the same time. There was another round of crackling sounds. Another horse scampered out of the race in fright. The Black Wind King was not affected in the slightest. It ran as fast as lightning, leaving Han Che and the Feng experts far behind. Even if they were injected with chicken blood, they would not be able to catch up. Gu Jiao's legs tightened around the horse's abdomen. Her strength and the Black Wind King's strength seemed to have merged into one. It was their first battle, but they seemed to have cooperated thousands of times. It was as if they were born with a tacit understanding. They were about to reach the platform. From afar, Gu Jiao felt that the platform was about the same height as her. When she got closer, she realized that the platform was even taller than Gu Changqing. It was at least 2-3 meters tall. Prepare to accelerate. Gu Jiao stood up from the saddle with the stirrups. She leaned over and grabbed the reins. Charge! The Black Wind King's speed was already unbelievably fast, but no one expected it to be able to accelerate. The platform was 7 feet high. It rose from the ground and jumped. The surroundings seemed to be quiet all of a sudden. Everyone held their breaths, and the sound of explosions could not be heard. Everyone could not help but feel nervous for the Black Wind King. The platform was too high. Could it even reach it? The Black Wind Rider stepped up easily and landed firmly on the high platform. It used its strength to prove that it could handle the situation with ease. What useless old horse! The Han family is blind. Sir, the height of the platform is wrong. It's 1 foot too high. Then hurry up and lower it. The cavalry has already gone up. Where are the Han family and the Feng family? They haven't gone up yet. Then lower it. There was a mechanism under the platform. It could be raised and lowered freely. Gu Jiao felt the platform slowly move down. Oh, they wanted to lower the height. How could they cheat in public like this? In the crowd, some of the nobles were dissatisfied. Isn't this too much? Why didn't they lower it earlier or later? It's not fair. Gu Jiao rode on the Black Wind King and faced the direction where Han Che and the Feng family came from. She licked her lips and said amusedly, "It's useless." Han Che was happy to see the platform lower. He knew it. The platform was not that high during yesterday's training. Now it was foolproof. The corners of his lips curled up as he spurred his horse forward. The Black Wind King suddenly rushed over, raised its hooves, and kicked him and his horse down. Han Che was caught off guard. This action was very dangerous because the platform was too high. If he was not careful, he could fall down due to inertia. Ordinary cavalry would not let their mounts do this. However, Gu Jiao was not an ordinary person, and the Black Wind King was not an ordinary horse. If you dare to come, I will dare to kick you. The Black Wind King showed everyone its severely underestimated combat power. It was as if it had returned from nirvana. Even its strength was reborn. Han Che was directly kicked out of the competition. The Feng family's master was cunning. He took advantage of the time when Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King were dealing with Han Che to jump up from the other side of the platform. Unexpectedly, the Black Wind King rushed over and knocked the Feng family's master's mount down. The Feng family's master, "I'll go." A man and a horse fell from the high platform. The Feng family's master had to abandon his horse in order to not be crushed into meat paste. The Feng family's master was eliminated. Advance to the next round, Xiao Lulang. Chapter 755. Gu Jiao's victory was beyond everyone's expectations. Before the results were announced, Xiao Lulang didn't know about this person at all. Although Xiao Lulang was already famous in the archer circle, the distance between them was like a mountain. The military circle had never heard of this person. There were more than 200 people participating in the preliminaries. 6 people in a round, 44 rounds in total. Not every cavalryman who advanced would receive attention. Obviously, Han Che, who was Han Ye's younger brother, contributed a lot of attention to Gu Jiao. Coupled with the Black Wind King and the Feng family's experts, Gu Jiao suddenly became the hottest topic. Many people wanted to talk to her, but they were too scared by the Black Wind King beside her to go forward. The Black Wind King's aura was too strong, automatically creating a spacious space around Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao enjoyed the feeling of not being squeezed around by others. She stood at the side of the training ground, quietly watching the other people's selections. Gu Changqing walked towards Gu Jiao. The Black Wind King moved. Gu Jiao gently touched its neck. The Black Wind King was no longer wary of Gu Changqing. Outsiders naturally couldn't understand the communication between the man and the horse. They only thought that the young man was too bold, daring to approach the Black Wind King. Wasn't he afraid that the Black Wind King would kick him away? One had to know that Han Che and the Feng family's experts were kicked away like this. Not far away, there were several Han family's disciples standing. Gu Changqing turned around and exchanged glances with them. They made a gesture, and Gu Changqing nodded knowingly. Then he came in front of Gu Jiao. There were explosions and all kinds of screams, so no one could hear what they were talking about. But looking at Gu Changqing's expression, it seemed like he was denouncing Gu Jiao. Frown a little. Yeah, that's it, Gu Changqing said. Gu Jiao frowned exaggeratedly. Gu Changqing, I want you to frown, not punch your face. Gu Changqing said, you did well just now. The horse has lost some weight. Gu Jiao nodded. She stroked the Black Wind King's mane and said, I haven't eaten properly for a few days. I've lost weight from hunger. But I'll try to eat more in the future. Gu Changqing had already heard about the Black Wind King's departure from the Han family. Han Yi could have gotten the horse back, but he didn't. He had no faith in the Black Wind King. He had never truly regarded the Black Wind King as his mount. He only saw it as a valuable item. Once the value of the item was gone, there was no need to keep it. Fortunately, I ran into you, Gu Changqing said sincerely. If it was someone else, the Black Wind King might not be able to recover. I didn't run into it, Gu Jiao said. It was the Horse King that brought the Black Wind King back. It was also on the way to find the Horse King that it brought the Black Wind King back. Gu Changqing didn't know what to say. His sister liked to pick people, and the horse she raised also liked to pick other horses. You're being targeted. Gu Changqing didn't forget about the important matter. If it wasn't to remind her, he wouldn't have told the Han family's disciples that he was coming over to beat this kid up. Oh. Gu Jiao wasn't surprised, someone from the Feng family. The Feng family's third brother was killed by her in the forest. Not only that, but also the Dong family, Du family, Chen family, and Yang family. Oh. Gu Jiao was even more surprised. These 4 people were all injured by her in the forest. Among them, Master Du and Master Chen were the most seriously injured, while Master Yang and Master Dong were slightly better. After coming out of the forest, she wondered if these people would report her to the emperor, but they didn't. She and Xiao Heng carefully analyzed this problem and came to the conclusion that they didn't dare to. They rudely snatched the young princess, causing her to fall and injure her. The young princess still remembered it. The emperor was worried about who those people were. How could they have the courage to mention what happened in the forest? However, because it couldn't be made public, they all hated Gu Jiao. Gu Changqing said softly, "Be careful. I will tell the Han family that I'm trying to win you over." "Okay." Gu Jiao responded. In order to not arouse suspicion, Gu Changqing couldn't stay for too long. "The Han family has been watching this place. I'm going over." Gu Changqing said, "I won't go to the State Preceptor Hall for the next few days. If there's anything, I'll contact you." Gu Jiao nodded. Thinking of something, Gu Changqing asked again, "By the way, what identity are you using? I haven't seen it yet." Gu Jiao said and opened the pouch. Just as she was about to take out the token, she heard a shout in front of her. "Xiao Lulang. Come and get your number." Gu Changqing looked at the deputy examiner and said to Gu Jiao, "It's the drawing of lots to determine the order of the next round. I've already drawn the lot. It's Heavenly Stems 1. Go quickly." The order of appearance was according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The first of the heavenly stems was the number 1, so it was also called Heavenly Stems 1. After drawing the number, it wouldn't be announced to the public. Thus, Gu Changqing didn't know who would draw the other Heavenly Stems 1. Gu Changqing said, "As long as you don't draw the Heavenly Stems 1, it's fine." It wasn't worth it for them to fight so early. He still wanted to exhaust a few more opponents for her. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "You can't raise a flag. You'll fall." "Huh?" Gu Changqing was confused. Gu Jiao said, "Nothing. I'll tell you in detail next time. I'm going." "Go." Gu Changqing said. Gu Jiao led Black Wind King to the east side of the camp. Another round of selection was going on. One of the participants was Priest Qing Feng. Gu Jiao was surprised. He was here too. Yes, he was the elder brother of the Feng family. The Feng family had 2 spots. The one just now was obviously not enough. If he didn't go up personally, the Feng family had no chance of winning. Priest Qing Feng was riding a beautiful white horse. He looked like a celestial being. Even when he was riding, he looked like a celestial being. He rushed out of the fire. His eyes were cold and determined. His face was stained with ashes, which made him look beautiful. He rode his horse up the platform ahead of the other 5 people. Gu Jiao could see that he was deliberately going easy on them. It was the first round. They just needed to advance. They didn't need to fight too hard. Who didn't go easy on them? "Right, boss." Gu Jiao patted Black Wind King and no longer paid attention to the situation on the platform. Priest Qing Feng didn't lose in riding, so he wouldn't lose in martial arts. When she came to the gate of the camp, she met another acquaintance. Compared to Priest Qing Feng, the person in front of her didn't seem so surprised. Mu Qingchen. She greeted him. Mu Qingchen looked a little tired. She didn't know if he was affected by what happened in the Mu family. Mu Qingchen didn't look too surprised. He didn't expect Gu Jiao to come. It was just that he saw Gu Jiao during the selection. He didn't ask why Gu Jiao was here. His intuition told him that Gu Jiao wouldn't answer. He looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression and said, "I'll do my best." Gu Jiao said, "Me too." At this moment, a soldier came over and took Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen's horses to the stable to feed them. Mu Qingchen gave the horse to the soldier. Gu Jiao said, "My horse doesn't need to be fed." The soldier said, "It's hot. The horse has consumed a lot of energy. If you don't replenish it with water and food, it will be dehydrated." Gu Jiao still said, "I know. It's not necessary." The soldier opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but Mu Qingchen said, "Take the horse away." "Ah, yes." The soldier took Mu Qingchen's horse away. When the soldier took the horse to the stable, 2 men in brocade clothes came over. One of them had a white face and no beard, and the other had a goatee. The white man said, "Why didn't you bring it here?" The soldier reported, "Master Dong, the boy said his horse didn't need to be fed." "Oh, what did I say?" Master Dong sneered and looked at the man with a goatee. "Old Yang, do you believe me now? That boy is not a reckless man. He is scheming and vigilant. It's not easy to deal with him." Master Yang frowned and said, "Who on earth is that boy?" Master Dong said with a smile, "He is a student of the Tianqiong Academy from the Zhao Kingdom. He is Mu Qingqian's classmate. I suspect the masked man in white we took away that day is Mu Qingqian." Master Yang said suspiciously, "Why did Mu Qingqian do that? Isn't he the grandson of Master Mu? Why didn't he help the Mu family?" Master Dong said with a faint smile, "Maybe the Su family has their own ideas. Who knows?" Master Yang said thoughtfully, "Since he is not from the Yan Kingdom, he must be a collateral disciple to participate in the selection. Is his purpose to help Mu Qingqian exhaust his opponent?" Master Dong agreed, "It's very possible." On the other side, Gu Jiao and Mu Qingqian had finished drawing lots. They didn't exchange any information in the tent. After coming out, Mu Qingqian hesitated for a moment and called out to her, "I'm from the Earth Branch." Gu Jiao said, "What a coincidence. I'm also from the Earth Branch." Mu Qingqian held his breath slightly, "Shinjiu." Gu Jiao said, "8 limbs. I'm 1 round ahead of you." Mu Qingqian breathed a sigh of relief secretly. Somehow, he didn't want to fight with Gu Jiao. Even if it was only a matter of time, he still hoped that the battle between them could be delayed a little bit. While they were drawing lots, the cavalries of the 10 great families came out one after another. 9 of them from the Han family, except for Han Che, who was eliminated by Gu Jiao, all the other 8 advanced. Everyone was amazed by the strength of the Black Wind cavalries of the Han family. However, Gu Jiao didn't think that the Han family was that powerful. The Black Wind cavalries were taken from the Xianyuan family, and the method of taming them was also passed down by the Xianyuan family. The Han family was just eating the blood of the Xianyuan family. Gu Jiao was not interested in watching anymore. She planned to go back and feed the Black Wind King. "I'm leaving now. See you in the next round." Just as she bid farewell to Mu Qingqian, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if a terrifying murderous aura had swept over from the other side of the battlefield. It was unstoppable and instantly filled the entire battlefield. The horses on the field began to become restless. Even the horses who were concentrating on the game shook their bodies. What a powerful aura! The only horse that wasn't affected was the Black Wind King. Ah! A horse that was trying to get onto the stage paused in midair. It didn't manage to get onto the stage and fell down with the cavalryman. The cavalryman let out a cry of surprise. Gu Jiao and Mu Qingqian looked at the powerful aura at the same time. They saw a silver-haired man riding a chestnut-colored horse over. He was walking elegantly and calmly, but he had the domineering aura of a king. The silver-haired man was very young. He looked to be in his late 20s. As for the horse, Gu Jiao couldn't tell its exact age, but she could tell that it was a young and vigorous horse. Mu Qingqian's expression became serious. "It's the Han family's new Black Wind King. He's 6 years old this year. The one riding on the horse is 5th Master Han, the son of old Master Han. He has been studying how to tame the Han family's Black Wind cavalries." Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingqian. "Your Black Wind cavalries?" Mu Qingqian looked at her and said, 5th Master Han once said that the Black Wind cavalries tamed by the Xianyuan family weren't the most powerful horses in the world. He would use his own methods to tame even more powerful Black Wind cavalries. His new Black Wind King is the result of his taming. Oh. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin and carefully observed the man and horse not far away. Mu Qingqian said earnestly, "I know that your Black Wind King is very powerful, but I'm afraid it's no match for that horse." 5th Master Han's new Black Wind King was not only younger, but also more agile. Its explosive power, endurance, speed, and strength were all impeccable. Mu Qingchen paused and said, also, it has a name. Gu Jiao asked, what's its name? Mu Qingchen opened his mouth and said, Black Demon Horse. The Black Demon Horse entered the field. It was in the middle of the track, but the horses on both sides of the track were already too scared to move before the gongs and drums had even sounded. Although the other two horses could force themselves to charge forward, they frequently made mistakes and were eliminated before they could even cross the flaming bridge. Fifth Master Han advanced without any suspense. Mu Qingchen looked at the invincible black demon horse on the high platform and frowned slightly. Your Black Wind King took a total of 17 breaths to reach the high platform, but Fifth Han's black demon horse only took 12 breaths. At such a short distance, the Black Demon Horse was 5 breaths faster than the Black Wind King. This was like a 110m hurdle where the first runner was 5 seconds ahead of the second runner. Mu Qingchen said, I know your Black Wind King isn't using its full strength, and neither is Fifth Master Han's Black Demon Horse. Fifth Master Han's martial arts are very powerful. You have no chance of winning. If you meet them next time, I hope you can choose, fight, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen frowned. Didn't she say the opposite? Gu Jiao mounted her horse and gripped the reins tightly. She looked at Fifth Master Han, who was riding his black demon horse, from afar. Fifth Master Han's eyes were full of contempt. Gu Jiao felt the provocation from the black demon horse, and she also felt the powerful battle intent from the Black Wind King. She straightened her back, and her eyes were resolute. I want to fight. Black Wind King, I also want to fight. For more exciting content. Chapter 756. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. There can't be 2 kings in a country. There can only be 1 Black Wind King. The same goes for the commander. This is their joint battle. There is no way out. Gu Jiao refreshed Mu Qingchen's understanding again and again, making him feel as if he saw a new life. There were many brave people in the world, but there had never been such a person who was fearless enough to fight against the heavens, against fate, and against all the impossibilities in the world. He had never thought of running away. He always faced the difficulties head-on, even if he had to die. Mu Qingchen looked at the young man beside him. His chest was filled with a long-lost emotion. It was as if he was suddenly pulled back to his young and frivolous age. His blood was boiling rapidly. Everything around him didn't change. But when Mu Qingchen looked at the fierce competition on the battlefield again, he suddenly felt that everything was different. The confrontation between Gu Jiao and Fifth Master Han ended with Fifth Master Han being announced as the winner. Gu Jiao could stay here until the sky turned dark. If he had the ability, he could always occupy the high platform and not let anyone else choose. The young man looked at him frivolously. Fifth Master Han looked away disdainfully and jumped off the high platform on his new Black Wind King. The Su family came to call Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen and Gu Jiao said goodbye. Mu Qingchen still had something to deal with, so he went to another part of the camp. Gu Jiao rode Black Wind King out slowly. Wherever she went, the horses retreated. No one dared to approach. But when she passed by the training ground of the cavalry matrix, Gu Jiao was stopped by several people. They were also riding their own horses. Gu Jiao glanced at them. The goateed Master Yang, the white-faced Master Dong, and the other 3 young people she had only seen in pictures. They were the children of the Feng family, the Du family, and the Qin family. You are the one who killed my father. A bad-tempered young man looked at Gu Jiao coldly. He was about to explode. Gu Jiao rubbed his chin. This was the Feng family's brat. He was ranked 4th in the Feng family and was known as 4th Young Master Feng. He looked quite similar to Feng Laosan. Even his violent temper was exactly the same. His stupidity when being used by others was also exactly the same. Did they tell you? Gu Jiao pointed at Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang. It was obvious that these two old things were not easy to deal with. Back in the forest, one of them had only made a feint, while the other had waited until his companion was about to die before making a move. Fourth young Master Feng gritted his teeth. You don't need to know who said it. Let me ask you. Did you kill my father? No. Gu Jiao denied it without hesitation and pointed at Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang. They were the ones who killed him. Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang were stunned. There was actually such a shameless person in this world. Could this brat's ability to invert right and wrong be any stronger? The Dong family's patriarch was furious. Don't slander me. It was obviously you who killed him. Lord Chen, Lord Du, and Shi Yi were present. Little nephew Feng, if you don't believe me, you can ask them. Gu Jiao spread her hands. I was just defending myself, but the people who really killed him were you. You urged him to make a move, but you didn't help him. He and I are enemies, so it's understandable for us to fight. You are friends, but one of you hid and didn't make a move, while the other only made a feint. Didn't you want to borrow my hand to get rid of Feng Laosan? Patriarch Dong and Patriarch Yang choked at the same time. You. Fourth young Master Feng's expression changed. He tightened the reins in his hand and looked at the two patriarchs beside him. He gritted his teeth and said, Is that so? Uncle Dong, Uncle Yang. Of course not. Who does your father think he is that we need to scheme against him? We didn't make a move because we wanted to let your father consume this brat's strength first. What's going on? Gu Jiao looked at them calmly. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Patriarch Yang clenched his fists. You brat. Fourth young Master Feng said coldly, Uncle Yang, let's talk about this clearly. Patriarch Yang and Patriarch Dong were furious. They came here to incite fourth young Master Feng to deal with Xiao Lulang. Why was fourth young Master Feng being incited by Xiao Lulang? He was really brainless, just like his father. Young Master Chen urged his horse to stop Gu Jiao. Did we say that we'll let you go? You still haven't settled the score with our Chen and Du families. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Wind King raised his front hooves and stomped on their horses. The two horses were scared out of their wits, and Patriarch Chen and Patriarch Du both fell from their horses. They stabilized themselves with their lightness skills, but their horses were nowhere to be seen. Black Wind King took a step forward, and the two of them stepped aside. Gu Jiao looked down at the two of them. Thanks for letting me win. With that, one person and one horse valiantly left. Only the five of them were left behind. Gu Jiao left the barracks, and Yi Qing was not there. Where is he? Over here. In a carriage not far away, someone waved at her. Second Master Jing. Gu Jiao tilted her head strangely and urged her horse over. Why are you here? The House of Duke didn't participate in the selection this time. Second Master Jing said, I'm here to pick you up. Are you looking for Yi Qing? I told him to go back first, and I'll send you back to the Master's Hall later. Gu Jiao said, I don't need you to send me back, I can go back myself. But, why are you here to pick me up? Second Master Jing snorted, isn't it because of my eldest brother? He wanted to come himself, but it'll be bad if he gets hurt here, so I said I'll come for him. Gu Jiao asked, is there something you need from me, Duke? You. Second Master Jing was confused by Gu Jiao's reaction. He crossed his arms and looked at her from the window. Shouldn't you go and see my eldest brother? Huh? This time it was Gu Jiao's turn to be confused. Second Master Jing said, you used my eldest brother's identity to participate in the selection, what do you think? The House of Duke. Young Master. Gu Jiao opened her pouch and took out the token. She flipped it over to take a look, and there really was a Jing character engraved on it. Second Master Jing took in Gu Jiao's confused face, and he asked, don't tell me you only found out now. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded in a daze. Second Master Jing, Gu Jiao kept the token and asked Second Master Jing, why did the state preceptor look for the house of Duke Ongwa? Isn't your relationship not good? Second Master Jing sighed, it's not good, so my eldest brother wanted to reject him at first, but when he heard that it was you, he agreed. I don't know what's so good about you that my eldest brother likes you so much. Gu Jiao said seriously, I'm very good. Second Master Jing, Gu Jiao used the identity of the House of Duke, so it was natural for her to meet the state preceptor. However, she really didn't expect that the state preceptor would choose the House of Duke. Second Master Jing looked at the majestic Black Wind King and asked doubtfully, Isn't this the horse that was badly injured in the Xian Yuan family? It's quite energetic. Gu Jiao said, it'll be more energetic in the future. Second Master Jing brought Gu Jiao to the courtyard where they were last time. Duke Ongwa sat in a wheelchair under the corridor, quietly looking at the direction of the main door, as if he had been waiting for Gu Jiao to appear. His complexion was more rosy than last time, and he no longer looked sickly. He heard Second Master Jing say that his eldest brother's limbs were more agile, and he could write more words. Seeing Gu Jiao enter the courtyard, Duke Ongwa's eyes brightened, and the hand on the wheelchair's armrest started to tremble slightly. Eldest brother, I've brought her. Second Master Jing walked in from Gu Jiao's side, blocking in front of Gu Jiao. Duke Ongwa's face darkened. Get out of the way. Gu Jiao also brought Black Wind King in. Black Wind King stopped being aggressive outside, and let the servants lead him to the stable to rest. Second Master Jing went to feed the horse. Gu Jiao came to the corridor, and there was already a chair in front of Duke Ongwa. He used his eyes to signal Gu Jiao to sit down. Duke Ongwa, your complexion is good recently. Gu Jiao sat down and looked at him. Every time Duke Ongwa saw Gu Jiao, he would be able to recover better. This was really a miraculous thing. Duke Ongwa dipped his fingertips in water, and wrote on the wheelchair's armrest, how did choose. Gu Jiao curved her lips, I was promoted. Dukan wrote proudly, just like. What? I think. Gu Jiao observed the strength of his fingers, and he did recover well. Gu Jiao looked at this very amiable face, and asked, why did you promise state preceptor? I have a lot of enemies. Duke Ongwa wrote, I will protect you. A vegetable in a wheelchair actually threatened to protect a killer. A strange emotion flashed through Gu Jiao's heart. She didn't know what it was. It seemed to be a little hot, a little bitter, and a little painful. This kind of pain was not the same as the pain of being injured, so Gu Jiao didn't quite understand it. Duke Ongwa continued to write, I have something to give you. Push me in. Gu Jiao pushed him into the study. In fact, he didn't say the study. But Gu Jiao's intuition told her that he was referring there. After entering the study, Duke Ongwa stared straight at a blue and white porcelain vase on the bookshelf. Gu Jiao walked over, raised her hand, and put it on the vase. She turned it gently, and a secret door opened. Gu Jiao pushed Duke Ongwa to the door. Dukan wrote on the armrest, East, West, just inside, you go get it. Oh. Gu Jiao agreed, and stepped into the secret room. What greeted her eyes was a set of red battle clothes and black armor. The materials of the battle clothes and armor were special, invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. Gu Jiao stared blankly at the red battle clothes and black armor in front of her, and didn't speak for a long time. Duke Ongwa raised his slightly trembling finger, and wrote with difficulty, this is the battle armor that Yinin's grandfather prepared for Yinin. Unfortunately, Yinin didn't have a chance to wear it, so I'm giving it to you now. The battle clothes and armor didn't discriminate between men and women, and could be worn as long as the size was suitable. Gu Jiao's fingertips lightly touched the ice-cold armor. Duke Ongwa's strength was almost used up, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He continued to write, do you like it? I like it. Gu Jiao said. When second Master Jing finished feeding the horses and came over, Gu Jiao had already changed into the battle clothes and armor, and was hugging a cold and austere helmet in her hands. Second Master Jing immediately stopped in his tracks. Of course, he knew that his eldest brother wanted to give her the armor, and he was against it at first. After all, it belonged to Yi, and he didn't approve of giving it away. If his eldest brother really wanted to give it away, he could just go out and buy a set of armor. But when he really saw Gu Jiao in the red battle clothes and armor, standing valiantly in front of him, second Master Jing suddenly had an illusion. It was as if these things originally belonged to her. After being covered in dust for so many years, they finally had their owner, and she had also taken back her battle clothes and armor. Chapter 757. Gu Jiao stayed for lunch with Duke and had a good appetite. Other than eating a little porridge like he usually did, he also ate a few mouthfuls of the food that Gu Jiao gave him. Gu Jiao gave him food to test his ability to chew. He had a hard time chewing. If it wasn't for Gu Jiao, he wouldn't have eaten it. You have to eat like this for every meal in the future, Gu Jiao said. He couldn't just eat porridge. He had to train his mouth muscles. My older brother won't. Before second Master Jing could finish, he saw Duken's fingertip write a good on the armrest. Second Master Jing, after lunch, Duken took Gu Jiao to visit the armory in the small courtyard. There were all kinds of weapons. Some of them belonged to his wife, Xianyuan Zi, and some were given to Jing Yining by Xianyuan Li. Every time Duken received a weapon from his father-in-law, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yining was a girl. Why did he give her these knives and guns? You don't understand. If this child follows me, she will definitely be a great general in the future. But Yining is only 1 year old. Father-in-law, even if you want to train her, shouldn't you wait until she's older? Even Zi started practicing martial arts when she was 4. Xianyuan Zi, Duken's wife, was Xianyuan Li's daughter. Every time this happened, Xianyuan Li would hold the confused Yining in his arms, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch her away. He snorted, how can Zi compare to Yining? Yining is most like grandfather. Yining wants to practice martial arts. Xianyuan Li would come to steal the child every few days. Only when Duken woke up would Yining not be in bed. Xianyuan Li must have sneaked in and taken her away in the middle of the night. Older brother, older brother. Second Master Jing waved his finger in front of Duken's eyes. Duken came back to his senses and glanced at Gu Jiao in embarrassment. Gu Jiao happened to be looking at him with a puzzled expression. A trace of apology flashed through his eyes. He dipped his finger in the water and wrote on the armrest, I thought of something from the past. Second Master Jing said, Xiao Lulang wants to ask you, can he choose any weapon here? Duken wrote boldly, I'll give it all to you. Second Master Jing felt wronged. He had coveted his sister-in-law's bow for many years, but his eldest brother had never said anything about giving it to him. Gu Jiao took the weapons to the yard and tested them one by one. Duken sat in a wheelchair in the corridor and looked at her without blinking, like a parent watching his child play with toys. His eyes were full of smiles. Second Master Jing came over and glanced at Gu Jiao who was drawing her bow in the courtyard. He whispered, eldest brother, it's dangerous for her to go for the selection. Do you want to persuade her? It's not easy for you to find someone you like. If something goes wrong, you won't have anyone to accompany you in the future. Second Master Jing was not stupid. His eldest brother looked at Xiao Lulang as if he was looking at his own child. His eldest brother really wanted to be a father to this child. It was enough for him to experience the pain of losing a child once. Duken knew what he was going to face and what he would have to bear in the future from the moment the imperial tutor came to find him. He liked this child very much. Of course, he hoped that she could always be by his side. But he couldn't cut off her wings just for his own peace of mind. If she wanted to fly, he would hold her and lift her above his head. He would let her fly further and wider into the sky. He would be frightened, but he would never stop her. Gu Jiao stayed in the yard until evening before she went home. She picked a bough, which was the one that Second Master Jing had coveted for many years. On the way back to the Imperial Tutor Hall, Second Master Jing looked at her like a resentful wife. Gu Jiao could enter the Imperial Tutor Hall just by showing her face. She led Black Wind King to the Qilin Hall. Halfway there, Yuhi seemed to be looking for her. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. Young Master Shao. He strode towards Gu Jiao. When he reached her, he suddenly remembered the indescribable scene that he saw in the Qilin Hall. He felt awkward and said with a fake smile, "Young Master Shao, you're back." Gu Jiao was very magnanimous. Instead, it made Yuhi look like the one who was caught doing something bad. "You're looking for me?" Gu Jiao asked. Yuhi braced himself to talk about business. "Ah, it's my master. He said that your horse is in the recovery stage and you need to pay more attention to feeding it. He asked people to get some fine feed and asked if you want to take a look." Gu Jiao didn't have much experience in raising horses. She should ask the imperial tutor for advice. Yuhi took Gu Jiao to the purple bamboo forest. Yuhi couldn't face Gu Jiao. He couldn't help but think of the appearance of Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng in the room. How could the imperial grandson like a fairy, like a jade, like a man? Cough, cough. He couldn't think about it anymore. Perhaps to resolve the awkwardness, Yuhi tried to find something to talk about. "I think you're very good at raising horses. Little Shi is very good." The Horse King had only been here for a day, but Yuhi already knew that it was called Little Shi. Yuhi asked, "How do you usually feed it?" Gu Jiao said, Just feed it casually." Yuhi smiled. "What do you feed it?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Grass. Sometimes I give it some carrots." Yuhi's mouth twitched. "Are you sure you're raising a horse and not a donkey?" Yuhi continued to find something to talk about. "By the way, I heard from Big Brother that you advanced. I haven't congratulated you yet." Gu Jiao said, "Yes." The conversation died. Yuhi couldn't find anything to talk about. He endured the great awkwardness alone and took Gu Jiao to the state preceptor's small courtyard. The state preceptor went to pick some purple bamboo. Yuhi let Gu Jiao sit in the central room for a while. The Black Wind King strolled in the forest. Yuhi took out the special wine of the state preceptor's palace to entertain Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took a sip. "It's so sweet." Yuhi smiled. "This is osmanthus wine made by master himself. There's only 1 jar a year. Ordinary people can't drink it." At this time, Gu Jiao had finished her cup. She was slightly startled. "It's wine." Yuhi nodded. "Yes, but it's not bitter at all, right? The wine made by my master is," bang. Gu Jiao's head hit the table. She was drunk. "Yuhi, young Master Shao, young Master Shao, young Master Shao." Yuhi called for a long time, but Gu Jiao still didn't respond. Yuhi was confused. "How can you be so good at drinking? Your martial arts are so good. Shouldn't you not be drunk after 1,000 cups and 10,000 cups? How can you be drunk after just 1 cup? It's over. How am I going to explain to master when he comes back?" The state preceptor chopped 2 bamboo sticks and came back. He saw Gu Jiao lying on the table, drunk and unconscious. Yuhi was like a child who had made a mistake. He stood up, lowered his head, and said in a panic, "I'm sorry, master. I gave young Master Shao some osmanthus wine." The state preceptor frowned. "You gave her wine?" Yuhi opened his mouth. The state preceptor had always been expressionless when talking to people, but now he was a little unhappy. "She can't drink." Yuhi lowered his head even more. "Yes, I know I was wrong. The osmanthus wine was placed on the table. He thought that his master was going to use it to entertain Xiao Lulang. The state preceptor gently put the bamboo sticks on the ground and came behind Gu Jiao. He bent down and picked up Gu Jiao and carried her to the inner room. Yuhi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His master didn't even carry his eldest senior brother, but he actually carried Xiao Lulang. And even brought her into the inner room? The state preceptor put her on the bamboo bed and let the disciples of the purple bamboo forest boil some hangover soup. Yuhi had never seen the state preceptor like this before. At his master's level, he didn't show his emotions and wasn't disturbed by the mortal world. But just now, he saw emotions in his master's eyes. "You can leave," the state preceptor said to Yuhi. "Yes." Yuhi cupped his hands and left without looking sideways. Even after he left the courtyard, he was still puzzled. What was the relationship between this Xiao Lulang and his master? Why did his master repeatedly make exceptions for him? Gu Jiao's after-effects were too strong. At first, Gu Jiao was just drunk and sleeping, but later on, she began to have wild dreams. She first dreamed that when she was 8 years old, she was brought back to the organization by a youth wearing military boots. The youth was 16 years old and was the organization's youngest godfather, as well as the most cold-blooded assassin. She was the first child he brought back, but he was the coldest and most unreasonable to her. He would always punish her. In the middle of the night, she would often be the only one running laps on the training field. He was like a cheetah hiding in the darkness, making her not dare to be lazy. She would always be exhausted and then be carried back by him like a sack. For the most dangerous mission, he would never call anyone else. "Shadow, you come with me." She once suspected that he wanted to use the mission to kill her. She and her companions were taken hostage, but he didn't even look at her as he saved her companions and left. However, it was also at that time that the companions he cared about were killed and she, who didn't even get a glance from him, survived. At that moment, she seemed to understand something. "Wake up. Drink some hangover soup before you sleep." The voice seemed to come from the water and entered Gu Jiao's mind. The scene in the dream was shattered. She opened her eyes in a daze and looked around. Before she could react, she closed her eyes and fell asleep again. She continued to dream. But it wasn't the dream just now. The weather was good and she came to a small courtyard full of lilies. There was a cluster of green bamboo in the corner of the courtyard. A gentle breeze blew and the bamboo leaves and lilies danced together. She recognized that this was the courtyard she had been to in the afternoon. Why did she come back? Where was the Duke? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she saw the door to the upper room open and someone walk out. But it wasn't the Duke, but a pregnant woman. She was wearing a purple battle suit and silver armor. She held a longbow in her hand as if she was about to go to war. The young Dukan walked out and looked at her deeply. His eyes were slightly red. She smiled and said, "Take care of Enin. I'll be back soon." "But you didn't come back." This sentence suddenly flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. She looked at the woman's back as she walked out of the courtyard. "Don't go. You will die on the battlefield." Gu Jiao wanted to stop her. But she couldn't make a sound from her throat. She tried a few times. Suddenly, the little girl in the room stumbled out. Her tender voice cut through the air, "Mother." Gu Jiao's body shook and she opened her eyes. There was some sound in her ears. She didn't know if it came from herself or from the dream. "You're awake." The state preceptor sat on the chair in front of the bed and looked at her indifferently. "Do you want some hangover soup? Or not?" Gu Jiao looked around and found that this was an unfamiliar room. But when she looked out the door and saw the familiar central room, she knew that she was still in the small bamboo house in the purple bamboo forest. "No need, I'm awake." Gu Jiao sat up. Her head still hurt a bit. "What kind of wine did you make? It has such a strong aftertaste." It's because your alcohol tolerance is too low. The state preceptor said, Yi Qing can drink a jar and still be fine. Gu Jiao was clear about her alcohol tolerance. It was rare that she was silent and didn't refute. Did you just have a dream? The state preceptor asked. Mentioning this, Gu Jiao slightly frowned. These days, she had a lot of dreams and forgot when she woke up. But this time, she didn't know if it was because of the alcohol, but she remembered the second half. And she didn't deny it. The state preceptor put the hangover soup on the bedside table. What did you dream of that made you have such a big reaction? Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. My reaction, big? The state preceptor looked at her. If you don't remember, then forget it. Gu Jiao suddenly said, I dreamed of the young Anghua Duke, as well as his wife and child. She had seen Xian Yuanzi's portrait in the library, so it wasn't surprising that she would dream of her. As for the content of the dream, maybe she had heard too much about the Xianyuan family and imagined a separation. But that child, wait, there was no portrait of the Jing family's child in the library. That was the child in the portrait she saw in the state preceptor's study. Was that child really Jing Yinin, or did she just put the appearance of a random child on the Jing Yinin in the dream? The state preceptor felt Gu Jiao looking at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Jiao asked, Is the girl in the portrait in your study Jing Yinin? The state preceptor didn't seem too surprised. You saw it all? Did he admit it? The state preceptor nodded and sighed. Yes, she is Jing Yinin. Gu Jiao asked seriously, What's your relationship with Jing Yinin? The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao, and his expression suddenly became serious. Do you really want to know? Gu Jiao, yes. The state preceptor paused, and then said to Gu Jiao, Well, when you win the selection and become the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, I will tell you everything. Chapter 758. Gu Jiao slept for 4 hours after getting drunk, and the sky was already dark. The Qilin Hall was brightly lit. Xiao Heng had been reading books in the library for the whole day. He was so engrossed that he forgot to eat and sleep. Only now did he feel hungry. He didn't have a good appetite, so the kitchen made him delicious egg soup, a few special snacks from the state preceptor hall, and a plate of fresh fruits to appease his appetite. Xiao Heng sat down and was ready to eat. Little Jing Kong was taking a bath in the house. Because he was too active in the past 2 days, it was determined that he didn't have any PTSD, so he had to bathe himself again. Although Xiao Heng would still bathe him again, the strength was different. It was impossible to let little Jing Kong take a bath quietly. He used to be the little monk who was the best at chanting scriptures in the temple. Although he didn't chant scriptures anymore, he had an interest that made him more intoxicated. He tied strange strips of cloth around his body, struck strange poses, and began to sing. Hawthorn a pear, a cherry o pear, bring them all to wash, bring them all to wash, if you don't wash them all I'll have diarrhea. Xiao Heng, who had just picked up a hawthorn, was speechless. Xiao Heng put down the hawthorn decisively and didn't touch the rest of the fruits. He looked at the snacks on the plate. The snacks were fried, and he didn't know what the ingredients were. In short, they looked crispy and golden, and there was even sauce. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks and took a small bite. Caw! Just the sound alone was enough to whet one's appetite. Xiao Heng thought, Oh, what is this made of? It's so crispy. Little Jing Kong finished singing Hawthorn and Pear and started to sing the next song affectionately. Dreams are so precious, chicken dung is crispy. Xiao Heng was speechless. Little Jing Kong changed his tune in a second. Hot pot and barbecue in the toilet, once I wake up I'll lick it, fuck heartless. Xiao Heng, who had just licked a mouthful of sauce. A quarter of an hour later, the Qilin Hall was filled with the angry voices of little Jing Kong. Ah! Bad brother-in-law is here. He's coming with a feather duster. Run quickly. It was another chaotic night. The solemn Grand Preceptor Hall seemed to have become a scene of fireworks in the mortal world because of the quarrel between the adult and the child. 3 days later, on the first day of the 7th lunar month, today's competition was the true first round of the selection. The location was still the Han family's Black Wind camp. A total of 44 cavalrymen had advanced to the next round. In the preliminary round, 6 would advance to the next round, and 2 would advance to the next round. Outsiders were not allowed to watch this kind of selection in the military camp. Only the soldiers of the military camp or those who were related to the selection could appear at the scene. Xiaoheng took the carriage and sent Gu Jiao to the entrance of the barracks. He watched as Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King into the barracks before letting the carriage leave. However, he didn't go far. He found an inconspicuous shade and waited. Not far away, another carriage was parked. Dukan and Second Master Jing sat in the carriage. The weather is so hot. I told you not to come, but you just had to come. Second Master Jing muttered. Dukan didn't say anything. The main thing was that he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. He quietly waited here, waiting for Gu Jiao to come out, regardless of whether she succeeded or not. Gu Jiao didn't come early. Everyone else had arrived. A soldier came to her to take the number plate and hang it on the bulletin board. Can I go and take a look? Gu Jiao asked a soldier passing by. The soldier said, yes. Gu Jiao walked over. The number plates were almost full. It seemed that everyone had arrived. The first number plate belonged to Gu Changqing. He used the name of Han Ziyu, a collateral descendant of the Han family. The other number plate belonged to Yang Wu, the younger brother of Yang family head. Yang family head was a true master. She just didn't know how strong his younger brother was. Daoist Qingfeng was Heavenly Stem third brother. His opponent was the son of the Dong family. Gu Jiao looked at her and Mu Qingqian's numbers. The two of them were really lucky. Her opponent was from the Han family. What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? And Mu Qingqian was going to fight someone from the Wang family. They were fighting their own people. They had really exhausted their strength too early. There were still 7 or 8 number plates that hadn't been hung up. Gu Jiao didn't see 5th Master Han's name. He probably hadn't come yet. He's Heavenly Stem's 7th brother. Gu Changqing walked over. There was some distance between the two. At first glance, it seemed that they didn't have any interactions. Earth Stem's 6th brother. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the Earth Stem's 6th brother's position. There was already a number plate there. Su Chen. Gu Changqing pretended to look at the number plate and said in a low voice, Su Yuan's younger brother, Mu Qingqian's uncle. Is he powerful? Gu Jiao asked. It said that he's a master. 5th Master Han was originally planning on swapping numbers with someone else, Gu Changqing said. Gu Jiao murmured, was he afraid that he couldn't beat Su Chen? Gu Changqing said, no, he wanted to beat you and eliminate you. Strictly speaking, it wasn't possible to casually swap numbers in this kind of selection. However, this was the Han clan's home ground, and Gu Jiao had coincidentally drawn a member of the Han clan. Gu Jiao had the same idea. She wanted to eliminate 5th Master Han. She asked regretfully, then why didn't he swap numbers? Someone walked over. Gu Changqing waited for that person to pass before saying, because he discovered that your opponent was Han Xiaoyu. This person is a member of the Han clan's side branch. He didn't come from a good background, so he didn't join the main clan. However, he is extremely powerful. He fought his way out of the underground arena and is ranked in the top 20. So that's how it was. 5th Master Han was planning on taking care of Su Chen himself and having Han Xiaoyu take care of Gu Jiao. That's pretty good, Gu Jiao said. That's pretty good, Gu Changqing said as well. The two of them exchanged knowing glances. Your new armor is pretty good, Gu Changqing said. Emicham, Gu Jiao nodded. On the battlefield, the sound of a gong rang out. Gu Changqing wielded a long sword and urged his horse to charge at his opponent, Yang Wu. No one expected that the first group of opponents would be so powerful. Gu Changqing's swordsmanship had reached perfection, and Yang Wu's large blade was not to be outdone. Blade light and sword shadows flashed as killing intent filled the air. In an instant, they had exchanged tens of blows. Yang Wu's martial arts were slightly inferior to his older brother, the Yang clan head. However, in front of the younger generation, he still had an advantage. His inner strength was abundant, and his blade techniques were exquisite. The only thing that he was inferior to Gu Changqing in was his mount. However, he used his boundless inner strength to make up for this shortcoming. Yang Wu arrogantly said, "Brat, you are not my opponent. Just admit defeat. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will die without a complete corpse." Today's fight had a life and death agreement. In other words, they could kill. The Yang clan had coveted the Han clan's military power for a long time. They had always killed the Han clan's disciples. He chopped down with his blade, and Gu Changqing blocked it with his sword. What a powerful inner strength! Sand and stones flew all around, and dust rose. Gu Changqing's mount could not withstand Yang Wu's inner strength. Once the mount was injured, the rest of the fight would be dangerous. Gu Changqing suddenly leaned back, grabbed Yang Wu's large blade, and stabbed at Yang Wu's waist. Yang Wu could not pull out his large blade, so he could only use his other hand to deflect Gu Changqing's blade. Now was the time. Gu Changqing swept his long leg and kicked Yang Wu's head. The huge force kicked him down from the horse's back. Yang Wu fell to the ground and was eliminated. The first fight had been so exciting that the second fight seemed ordinary. The third fight was between Taoist Qing Feng and the son of the Dong clan. Seeing Taoist Qing Feng fight, the audience was interested again. However, Taoist Qing Feng was not interested in being watched. He knocked the son of the Dong clan off his horse with one move. Everyone was speechless. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. No wonder he was able to tie with Liaochen. He is really strong. Luck played a part in this fight. If they had been matched with an opponent like Taoist Qing Feng, they would have been defeated. The son of the Dong clan was not very good at martial arts, but he was not the weakest either. At least in the next 3 fights, no one was better than him. When it was close to noon, it was Gu Jiao and Black Wind King's turn to fight. Yesterday, this man and his horse had left a very deep impression on everyone. Therefore, everyone had high hopes for them from the beginning. That was until they saw Han Xiaoyu riding his Black Wind cavalry. It's Han Xiaoyu. It's really him. Who is Han Xiaoyu? You don't even know Han Xiaoyu? He's the only collateral descendant who lives in the Han clan's main house. He's a lieutenant in the Black Wind camp and is in charge of the cavalry's training. He looks very young. He's not even 24 years old. He's the youngest and most promising person after the son of the Han clan. He doesn't come from a high family, so he must be very talented to have achieved what he has today. Then Xiao Lulang is done for. Yeah, he was unlucky. Of all the people he could have met, he just had to meet Han Xiaoyu. Everyone felt sorry for Gu Jiao. Even with the Black Wind King, the gap between this young man and the genius Han Xiaoyu was not something a horse could make up for. Moreover, Han Xiaoyu had participated in the Black Wind King's training, so he knew the Black Wind King very well. Han Xiaoyu rode his horse toward Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King. Although the Black Wind King had a powerful aura, Han Xiaoyu knew how to suppress the Black Wind King's aura because he had trained him before. His Black Wind horse did not show any fear or retreat. He stopped 10 meters away, holding his silver spear, and coldly looked at the young man in red. You're Xiao Lulang. I've heard of you. There are many rumors about you. Gu Jiao said, Oh, I've never heard of you. I'm sorry. Han Xiaoyu said coldly, the son of the Han clan is injured because of you. I'll settle this with you today. It's not too late for you to beg for mercy. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. I'll kill you. Gu Jiao had a red tasseled spear wrapped in cloth on her back. She was not in a hurry to take out her weapon. Instead, she looked at Han Xiaoyu and said, "Then let's kill. Take out your weapon. You're not worthy." The gong sounded. Han Xiaoyu spurred his horse and thrust out his spear. A normal horse would have turned around and dodged when faced with such a strong killing intent. However, the Black Wind King did not dodge. Gu Jiao pulled the reins and clamped her legs on the horse's belly, urging the Black Wind King to accelerate at full speed. The surrounding cavalrymen were in an uproar. Is he crazy? Is he sending the Black Wind King to its death? Han Xiaoyu is most proficient with the spear. With this spear, the Black Wind King's head will be pierced. Does he even know how to fight? This is a taboo. The Black Wind King had also been trained to evade in the past, but this time, it tried its best to restrain its muscle memory. It trusted Gu Jiao wholeheartedly. Gu Jiao told it to charge, so it charged forward bravely. It raised its speed to the extreme, so fast that it could only be seen as a blur. Han Xiaoyu frowned. Xiao Lulang purposely let the Black Wind King die in exchange for a chance to attack me at close range to win this round. Xiao Lulang wants to kill me. Han Xiaoyu's eyebrows twitched. He immediately switched from offense to defense. Gu Jiao's lips curled up. Boss, jump. She pulled the reins and the Black Wind King jumped high into the air. What kind of move was this? Han Xiaoyu was already prepared to defend, but the Black Wind King jumped over his head. Han Xiaoyu immediately changed his move. He raised his spear and thrust it at the Black Wind King's exposed belly. This spear had to pierce the Black Wind King's intestines. But to Han Xiaoyu's surprise, the young man on the horse suddenly fell down. His soft waist bent at an incredible angle, and he hung upside down from the saddle, using his chest to block the spear for the Black Wind King. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Han Xiaoyu also sucked in a breath of cold air. It was not because of Gu Jiao's difficult move, but because his spear did not pierce the opponent's armor. How could this be? Gu Jiao had already tested it in the State Teacher Palace. Jing Yimin's armor could not even be pierced by Yi Qing's sword and qi. Gu Jiao enjoyed the shock in his eyes. In terms of martial arts, she, who had only recovered 40% of her strength, was not as good as Han Xiaoyu. But her equipment was strong. Come on, let's compete. Han Xiaoyu knew something was wrong and hurriedly pulled back, but it was already too late. Gu Jiao grabbed his spear, lowered her body, and pressed down on Han Xiaoyu's saddle to pry up the spear. I don't need to pry up the earth, but prying you is enough. Han Xiaoyu was directly sent flying. He simply did not understand how he flew out. He whistled in the air, and his mount dashed over to catch him, only to be kicked away by the Black Wind King in a domineering manner. Han Xiaoyu finally landed on the ground in a sorry state. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao let out a long sigh of relief and sat back down on the broad back of the Black Wind King's horse. Advance to the next round, Xiao Lulang. Chapter 759. Gu Jiao's match was after Taoist Qingfeng's. It was another match that left everyone dumbfounded. What was going on? How did Han Xiaoyu fly out? Did you see it clearly? Cavalry A asked Cavalry B. I didn't. Did you see it clearly? Cavalry B asked Cavalry C. Cavalry C. I didn't see it either. On a high platform behind the crowd, Han Lei and fifth grandfather Han silently looked at Xiao Lulang, who rode his horse to the edge of the battlefield. Fifth grandfather Han said, "Big brother, no wonder Ye was defeated by this kid so many times. He does have some tricks up his sleeve." Han Lei's expression was serious. What happened to Han Xiaoyu just now? I didn't feel any fluctuation of internal energy from that kid. How did he send Han Xiaoyu flying? Which sex martial art did he use that move from? Fifth grandfather Han's silver hair shone under the hot sun. His expression was as cold as his hair color. His gaze fell on the youth who was riding his horse. There were many disciples of aristocratic families on the battlefield. He looked ordinary, but he could be easily spotted in the crowd. "It's not martial arts. It's just a small trick," he said. Han Lei frowned. He didn't understand. "A small trick?" Fifth grandfather Han said, "Big brother, do you still remember the catapult?" Han Lei put his hands behind his back and nodded. "I remember. It's one of the war chariots used to attack cities. It's very destructive and can be used to attack city gates and walls. It can also be used to attack the soldiers guarding the city." "Could it be that he just..." Fifth grandfather Han nodded. "That's right. He used Han Xiaoyu as a rock and pried him out. He understands the logic, but very few people can create such an environment and opportunity in close combat. From the moment he entered the battlefield, he started calculating the attack distance, the height of his jump, the angle of his waist, and even the speed of Han Xiaoyu's spear. He has a clear picture in his mind." Han Lei said, "I still don't understand." Fifth grandfather Han said, "Big brother, you don't need to understand. Big brother, you just need to know that this kid is a genius." Han Lei turned to look at fifth grandfather Han and smiled ambiguously. "You even know how to praise people?" Fifth grandfather Han continued, "But geniuses also need a bit of luck. If it wasn't for the armor he was wearing, he would have died under Han Xiaoyu's spear." Han Lei's gaze once again fell on the young man. The young man was dressed in red and was clad in bright clothes. His aura was as high as the heavens, and even the children of aristocratic families could not compare to him. Han Lei frowned. "I noticed it too." "What kind of armor is that? How can it be so hard?" Fifth Master Han asked, "Big brother, do you still remember Xianyuan Li's armor?" "I'm talking about his best suit." Han Lei was reminded of a certain memory and frowned slightly before saying, "I remember. Back then, he relied on that armor to infiltrate the Jin nation's enemy camp alone and rescued the captured monarch. But after he was defeated and died, we didn't find that armor. He was wearing ordinary armor. You can't be thinking that Xiao Liulang's armor is the same as Xianyuan Li's, right? It doesn't look like it." Fifth Master Han said, "Maybe it was made of the same material, or maybe it was made by melting down Xianyuan Li's armor." Han Lei sighed. 15 years ago, if Xianyuan Li didn't change out of that armor, he might not have died so quickly. Fifth Master Han said calmly, "His life and death alone can't change the overall situation. The Xianyuan family's defeat is destined." Han Lei did not refute this point. "That's true. With the appearance of the Emperor's star, how could the monarch keep the Xianyuan family alive? It's a pity that the armor didn't fall into the hands of our Han family. Let's talk about the selection this time. Xiao Lulang is a tough one. You didn't meet him in the first round, but it might not be the case in the next round." Gu Jiao had already ridden to the spectator area. The Black Wind King's aura prevented people from entering, leaving him a comfortable space. Fifth Master Han looked at Gu Jiao and said, "He's not my match." Han Lei turned around and patted Fifth Master Han's shoulder with a smile. "Don't underestimate him, fifth brother." Han Lei looked at Gu Jiao and said seriously, "Don't worry, big brother. I won't underestimate him. If I meet Xiao Lulang, even if I know he's not my match, I'll still do my best." Gu Jiao's next match was Mu Qingchen. His opponent was Wang Su's younger brother, Wang Yi. According to seniority, he had to call him uncle. Wang Yi smiled. "Don't be afraid of me just because I'm your elder." Mu Qingchen held his sword and cupped his hands. "I'll do my best. Please advise me, Uncle Wang." Wang Yi retracted his smile and pulled out his scimitar. He said majestically, "Then let me see if your martial arts have improved in the past few years." With the sound of the gong, the two of them charged at each other on their horses. Mu Qingqian's weapon was a sword, while Wang Yi's was a scimitar. It was said that the sword countered the scimitar and the scimitar countered the spear, but that was not the case. Every weapon in a fight had its own advantages and disadvantages. It all depended on how the weapon was used. Wang Yi used a domineering scimitar, which could suppress his opponent in an instant. Mu Qingqian's swordsmanship focused on swiftness and lightness. Mu Qingqian's sword could be easily blocked by Wang Yi's scimitar. However, if Wang Yi's scimitar came down, Mu Qingqian might not be able to block it. In order to avoid being hit by Wang Yi's attacks, Mu Qingqian attacked Wang Yi as soon as he entered the arena. He didn't use any of his power-type moves, such as slashing, and stabbing. All of his moves were quick and tricky moves that were impossible to guard against. Wang Yi was dazzled. He couldn't use his strength. In the end, Mu Qingqian stepped on the pedal and jumped up. He flipped in the air and cut the leather of Wang Yi's saddle. Mu Qingqian then slashed the back of the horse with his sword. The horse was startled. It raised its front hooves and rushed forward. Wang Yi's body tilted and he slid down from the horse's back along with the saddle. In the next second, Mu Qingqian landed on his horse and grabbed his arm. "Uncle Wang Si." Wang Yi steadied himself and looked at Mu Qingqian with amusement. He patted Mu Qingqian's horse and said while panting, "I lost. I admit defeat." Mu Qingqian got off the horse and put away his sword. He cupped his hands and bowed like a junior. "Uncle Wang Si, you let me win." Wang Yi waved his hand. Okay. I didn't want to come. But since you defeated me, you can't lose to anyone else. You have to prove to me that I didn't lose to you." Mu Qingqian narrowed his eyes with a complicated expression. Yes. There were 3 more groups. However, one of the cavalrymen of Heavenly Stem Gung 7 was in trouble and couldn't come to the arena in time. Generally speaking, this kind of situation could be dealt with as forfeit. However, 5th Master Han was generous and said that he was willing to wait for his opponent. And now, he was waiting. He's coming. Who's coming? 5th Master Han's opponent. Ah, it's him. Gu Jiao rode on Black Wind King's back and listened to their conversation. Who is it? Why are you reacting so strongly? It's Nangong Jing, the first daughter of the Nangong family. Hearing this, Gu Jiao grunted and looked over with interest. Sure enough, she saw a woman in armor riding a horse towards the battlefield. Nangong Jing, the first daughter of the 3rd branch of the Nangong family. She was 17 this year and had good martial arts skills. Wait, I don't remember her being in the cavalrymen yesterday. Nangong Jing rode his horse to the platform where 5th Grandfather Han and Han Lei were. He looked up at the two and said, "My father has something to do and can't come. Can I fight in his place?" She couldn't fight according to the rules. Otherwise, what if everyone asked for help? 5th Grandfather Han looked at her condescendingly and said, "Okay." Nangong Jing said, "Please." 5th Master Han walked down the stage at a moderate pace. Gu Jiao touched her chin. She had always wondered why 5th Master Han's hair turned white at such a young age. 5th Master Han didn't ride his own black demon horse. Instead, he rode an ordinary black wind rider. Nangong Jing frowned and asked, "5th Master Han, why didn't you use your own horse? Are you looking down on me?" 5th Master Han said, "Miss Nangong, you're overthinking. I thought that no one from the Nangong family would come today, so I asked someone to bring my horse back to my residence. If I went back to get it, I'm afraid I'll have to make you wait." The content of his words was polite, but his expression and tone were completely different. Nangong Jing was furious. She said coldly, "Why aren't you hitting the gong?" The examiner coughed and hit the gong. Nangong Jing's weapons were dual swords, while 5th Master Han was barehanded. When Nangong Jing galloped toward 5th Master Han, 5th Master Han didn't move at all. Nangong Jing's martial arts weren't on the same level as 5th Master Han's, so she couldn't hurt him. Before her swords could touch 5th Master Han's hair, 5th Master Han used his internal energy to knock her off her horse. Her horse seemed to be greatly frightened. It raised its front hooves and was about to step on her. 5th Master Han casually grabbed Nangong Jing and pulled her up from the ground. Nangong Jing's face turned pale. She hugged his arm tightly and jumped into his embrace. Everyone's expression changed. It can't be, right? In public, the Nangong family's daughter and 5th Master Han. This, in a place where no one could see, Nangong Jing's eyes turned cold. She hugged 5th Master Han and fell down. She was planning to perish together with 5th Master Han and get him out of the game. In order to eliminate 5th Master Han, she even sacrificed her reputation as a girl. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Ah, yes. A kid from the Nangong family advanced. Everyone despised this behavior. This vicious woman. She used a dirty trick. It's over, it's over. They fell down. Ouch, the two of them fell off their horses. Nangong Jing held on to 5th Master Han tightly and sneered. Let's go to hell together, Master Han. 5th Master Han's expression was calm. His thin lips moved slightly. You're happy too early. Nangong Jing's expression froze. 5th Master Han pried open one of her hands and slapped her. Under the reaction of the force, 5th Master Han successfully returned to the saddle. Nangong Jing fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at 5th Master Han fiercely. You knew that I was going to scheme against you. 5th Master Han said coldly, yes. Nangong Jing frowned. Then why did you? 5th Master Han sneered. If you want to scheme against me, you have to pay a price, right? After today, Nangong Jing's reputation would be completely ruined. If she could eliminate the biggest competitor for the Nangong family's disciples, her sacrifice would be worth it. But now, her sacrifice was in vain. Gu Jiao had a new understanding of 5th Master Han. He was truly a ruthless man. He didn't even care about a beauty like Nangong Jing. The next 3 rounds weren't that amazing, and the next round didn't have a number plate. After watching, Gu Jiao went to the stable to feed Black Wind King. There was still a one-on-one duel in the afternoon. They couldn't leave the camp until everyone finished. At this moment, everyone thought of eating by themselves. They left the horses to their servants. When Gu Jiao came with Black Wind King, there weren't many people in the stable. Gu Changqing also walked over with his Black Wind King. He pretended to feed the horse and said to Gu Jiao calmly, there's a sand table simulation in the afternoon. You can draw lots after entering the arena. Gu Jiao first checked the feed in the stable. After making sure there was nothing wrong with it, she fed Black Wind King. There are 11 people. What about the lone one? Gu Changqing said, there's a direct promotion. It depends on who gets it. Can it be decided internally? Gu Jiao asked. If it could be decided internally, it would definitely be a member of the Han family. Gu Changqing shook his head. No. It's a sand table simulation. Everyone's there. There's no chance to tamper with it. Gu Jiao nodded. Oh. Gu Changqing said, after the sand table simulation, there's only 1 round left. It's a 300-mile ride. The one in the afternoon is very important. This was the only round that didn't use mounts. There was no need to use force. It was a battle of strategy. Just because someone was good at martial arts didn't mean they were good at leading troops. Gu Jiao had fought before, but her commander was Tang Yueshan. She didn't have much of an advantage in this aspect. As far as Gu Changqing knew, all the contestants who advanced were good at military strategy. Even priest Qingfeng had read military books before becoming a monk. Why don't I try it with you? Gu Changqing said. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. Gu Changqing broke off 2 branches and gave one to Gu Jiao. He drew a sketch on the ground. This is a well-fortified city. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. It has 20,000 soldiers, but the provisions in the city can only last for 3 days. The enemy has 80,000 soldiers. The enemy's counselor suggested that the enemy's commander should attack the city's granary at night and burn their provisions. This battle will collapse. Will you be the attacker or the defender? Wasn't this the Battle of Guandu? Yuan Shao led 80,000 soldiers to attack Cao Cao, who only had 20,000 soldiers. Su Yu suggested burning Cao Cao's provisions. However, Yuan Shao didn't listen and locked Su Yu up. After that, Su Yu joined Cao Cao and helped Cao Cao defeat Yuan Shao's 80,000 soldiers with 20,000 soldiers. I'll be the defender, Gu Jiao said. She was familiar with this part. Gu Changqing nodded. Okay. My counselor suggested that I burn your provisions. I took his suggestion and led 500 soldiers to burn your granary. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, this doesn't count. Let's do it again. I'll be the attacker. I'll take the suggestion of burning your provisions. Gu Changqing said, I've already set up a trap for your 500 elite soldiers. I'll pretend to be your soldiers and head to your camp at night to burn down your supply route. Gu Jiao, somewhere in the camp. Han Lei and 5th grandfather Han sat on the ground. There were sumptuous dishes on the table in front of them. 5th grandfather Han didn't eat meat, so the table looked sumptuous but was actually full of vegetables. Han Lei said, military strategy is your strength. There shouldn't be any problems with the sand table deduction in the afternoon, right? 5th grandfather Han slowly picked up 2 grains of rice with his chopsticks. Which level is the problem? Han Lei laughed. That's right. My 5th brother is smarter than anyone else. He's good at both civil and military matters. Which one can stop him? Your Majesty wants to use this method to make us hand over the Black Wind Cavalry. You're underestimating us too much. 5th grandfather Han ate quietly without saying anything. Han Lei sighed. 5th brother, if you weren't poisoned, the family head position would have been yours. 5th grandfather Han picked up a piece of vegetable and said, Big brother is the eldest son. Han Lei looked at him and said, Father wanted you to be the family head back then. 5th grandfather Han said calmly, I'm not interested in the family head position. Han Lei smiled. That's true. You have your own interests. As he spoke, he thought of something and frowned. That Xiao Lulang is full of tricks. We can't let him enter the final round. 5th grandfather Han looked at Han Lei coldly. Big brother, are you worried that my black demon horse won't be able to outrun the old Black Wind King? Han Lei smiled. That's not what I meant. Eat. Eat. 5th grandfather Han ate half a mouthful of vegetable. If I face Xiao Lulang in the afternoon, I'll eliminate him. 2 hours passed. In the stable. Gu Jiao ate dried meat and snacks while listening to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing was forced to teach Gu Jiao a lot of military strategy. He talked until his throat was smoking. Have you memorized everything? Gu Jiao's cheeks puffed up. Yes. Gu Changqing wiped the sweat on his forehead. If you really remember, as long as you don't face Taoist priest Qing Feng and 5th grandfather Han, you should be able to handle it. Gu Jiao burped. Oh. Gu Changqing said, all right, it's time. Let's go. Gu Jiao stood up. Gu Changqing seized the time to test her learning. If there's a foggy day again, how should we fight? Gu Jiao asked, the empty fort strategy. Gu Changqing's mouth twitched. The sand table deduction was held in a spacious tent, and the drawing of lots was also held here. From 1 to 5, there were 2 numbers. Only number 6 was single. Number 6, number 6, number 6, number 6. The young master of the Nangong family said number 6 100 times in his mind and drew a number. Number 1. He sighed in disappointment. Who's number 1? Oh, it's me, Taoist priest Qingfeng said politely. The young master of the Nangong family rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Gu Changqing and the son of the Dong family drew number 3. Mu Qingchen and the cousin of the Mu family drew number 4 at the same time. Mu Qingchen was simply going against the tide when he went out. He either fought against the Wang family or the Mu family. They were all on his side. Fifth grandfather Han drew number 1. Only Gu Jiao and the son of the Feng family hadn't drawn a number yet. The remaining 2 numbers in the box were number 1 and number 6. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 of them. One of them would be extremely unlucky, and the other would be extremely lucky. The cavalrymen on the side didn't know whether to be glad that they drew the number in advance and didn't have to fight against fifth grandfather Han, or angry that they didn't wait patiently until the end. Maybe they could directly advance. The son of the Feng family suddenly became a little nervous. You first, or me first? Whatever. I'm fine with either, Gu Jiao said. The son of the Feng family gritted his teeth. Then. I'll go first. Okay. Gu Jiao raised her hand and motioned for him to go first. The son of the Feng family reached out his hand to the box, but he suddenly retracted his hand when he approached the hole. Wait. Let's wait. Huh? Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. The son of the Feng family took a deep breath. You first. Okay. Gu Jiao reached out her hand. The son of the Feng family glared. Wait. I'll go first. Gu Jiao was a little annoyed. She punched him in the head and slammed him on the table. Are you going to draw or not? The son of the Feng family, who couldn't fight back, reached out his hand in grievance. He went into the hole in the box and took out a small wooden plate with a number engraved on it. There was only 1 wooden plate left in the box. Gu Jiao didn't need to take it. She directly asked the son of the Feng family, "What's your number?" Everyone's eyes fell on the small wooden plate that the son of the Feng family was holding tightly. The son of the Feng family closed his eyes. I don't dare to look. Give it to me, Gu Jiao said. The son of the Feng family, you're not allowed to change, Gu Jiao, then you see for yourself. The son of the Feng family, you see for me. I'll see for you. Fifth grandfather Han casually walked over and pinched the son of the Feng family's wooden plate with his slender fingertips. The son of the Feng family nervously opened his eyes and looked at him. Fifth grandfather Han gave him a look that told him to let go. He was so scared that he let go. Fifth grandfather Han held the wooden plate in his hand and looked at Gu Jiao with a smile. Xiao Lulang, what do you think of your luck? Gu Changqing's eyes turned cold. Please don't be number 1, my name is poisonous. My luck has always been bad. I choke when drinking water, I can't hide from the rain, and I fall when walking on the road. There are only unlucky things that you can't think of, but there is no unlucky thing that I can't do. Gu Jiao finished honestly. She took out the small wooden plate from the box, looked at it, and sighed. Sure enough. Ha! Fifth grandfather Han couldn't help but laugh arrogantly and playfully. Gu Jiao also laughed. God can't stand it, let my luck change. Fifth grandfather Han's smile froze. Gu Jiao's fingertips moved and revealed the wooden plate. Number 6. Xiao Lulang, advance. Chapter 760. Fifth grandfather Han clenched his fists and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. He actually didn't care if Xiao Lulang advanced or not. Even if he advanced, Xiao Lulang wouldn't be able to pass the last round. However, it didn't feel good to be fooled. This kid called Xiao Lulang was a very infuriating person. Outside the tent, Han Lei shook his head slightly at fifth grandfather Han and used his eyes to tell him not to be impulsive. This wasn't a place to fight. It wouldn't be good if he was disqualified. Fifth grandfather Han closed his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He calmed himself down and said to Gu Jiao, "It's just a futile effort." Gu Jiao nodded in agreement. "You're right. It's just a futile effort. Hurry up and admit defeat. Let little brother Feng compete with me in the next round." Feng Ling was so scared that he shuddered. In addition to the 11 selected candidates, there were also examiners from the imperial court and some cavalrymen who were disqualified but allowed to watch the competition. Everyone's eyes fell on Gu Jiao. This kid's face was damaged and he wasn't old, but he dared to use such an arrogant tone in front of fifth grandfather Han. Was he not afraid of death? Compared to the showy heir Han, this low-key fifth grandfather Han was the real killing god of the Han family. Old Master Han thought highly of him. If he hadn't been poisoned, even the position of the head of the family would have been his. Fifth grandfather Han wasn't easily angered. What happened just now was an accident. There wouldn't be a second time. He looked deeply at Gu Jiao. "See you in the next round." Gu Jiao shrugged. "Who knows? After all, I've advanced and you haven't." Of all people, this was a sore spot. Fifth grandfather Han clenched his fists. Outside the tent, Han Lei gave one of the examiners a look. The examiner immediately coughed. "Ahem. All right, let's begin. Xiao Lulang, you've already advanced. You can stay and watch the battle, or you can leave first." Everyone looked at her enviously. Why couldn't this kind of luck fall on their heads? Gu Jiao said helplessly, "Since the examiner wants me to stay, then I will reluctantly take a look." The examiner was speechless. The tent was spacious, and in the middle of it was a sand table. The examiners sat on the main seats, facing the entrance of the tent. The spectators stood in designated areas on both sides, guarded by 10 guards. The tent was very quiet. The first group was between the Feng family's legitimate son, Feng Ling, and fifth Han. Those who could advance to this round were all capable. Feng Ling's strength was not weak, and he often studied the art of war at home. However, he was not on the same level as fifth Master Han. Fifth grandfather Han won effortlessly. Feng Ling walked to the spectator area dejectedly. The scion beside him comforted him, "All right, it's not like you lost to fifth Master Han. You can even brag about it later." Feng Ling sighed. That's true. However, he had let his family down. Next was Taoist Qing Feng and the legitimate son of the Nangong family, who was Nangong Jing's biological brother. How much confidence did Nangong Jing have in her brother to think that the Nangong family could advance to the next round as long as fifth Master Han was eliminated? See, the sand table deduction was hammered to death. "Thank you for letting me win." Taoist Qing Feng cupped his hands. The legitimate son of the Nangong family was ashen as he was carried away by the guards in defeat. Gu Chongqing frowned slightly. In this round, he wanted to fight fifth Master Han and Taoist Qing Feng the most. These two were too powerful. He wanted to have a chance to eliminate a strong opponent for his sister. Unfortunately, his opponent was the legitimate son of the Dong family. Third round, Han Ziyu. The examiner announced the result. Gu Chongqing cupped his hands at the legitimate son of the Dong family. "Thank you for letting me win." The legitimate son of the Dong family returned the gesture and accepted his defeat with dignity. In the fourth group, Mu Qingchen fought against his cousin. Mu Qingchen won. There was not much suspense in the first few groups, but the last group was a little surprising. One of them was a member of the Han family, and the other was a member of the humble class named Jun Xiuhan. In the first 2 rounds, most people paid attention to the members of the top 10 aristocratic families. Jun Xiuhan was so quiet that people ignored him. But in the end, he won again. At the very least, Gu Jiao was using the identity of Duke An's adopted son. Jun Shiohan, on the other hand, was a descendant of a humble family. He was one of the few students who relied on the prize money to study at Jianan Academy. It was also at this moment that people truly recognized this member of the humble class. This guy is so lucky. The aristocratic family members beside Gu Jiao whispered. Gu Jiao glanced at him. Why do you say so? The aristocratic family member said, it's not easy for him to reach this stage. He just defeated the Han family members. Just wait and see. The aristocratic families will definitely try to win him over. Gu Jiao said, oh. The next round was a 300-mile raid. It was said that the king would personally set the topic. The specific location and rules would only be announced on the day of the selection. After coming out of the tent, Gu Jiao went to the stable to find the Black Wind King. Gu Chongqing followed her. The last round is in 3 days. Let the Black Wind King recover in these 3 days. I will. Gu Jiao agreed. Gu Chongqing said, the next round won't be in the military camp. You have to be careful. If the Han family has any plans, I will find a way to inform you. Gu Jiao nodded. You have to be careful too. Qi Xian and Han Yi have seen you. Don't run into them. Gu Chongqing, who was cared for by his sister, was very happy. He nodded. Okay. As they spoke, the two arrived at the Black Wind King's stable. Gu Jiao had specially chosen the most remote stable. Normally, no one would pass by. In the end, when the two of them arrived at the scene, they found 2 unconscious guards lying in the stable. The guards were wearing the Han family's cavalry armor. One of them had a crooked nose and a slanted mouth, while the other had a swollen face. The Black Wind King stood proudly in place. Gu Jiao checked the Black Wind King's food trough. There's poison. These two are here to poison the Black Wind King. However, they didn't expect the Black Wind King to be so powerful. Not only did they fail to poison the guards, but they were also knocked out by the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao patted the Black Wind King's head with gratification. Boss is mighty. Boss is amazing. Gu Chongqing also looked at the Black Wind King with emotion. What a good horse. Gu Chongqing couldn't stay for long. After a few words, he went to meet up with the Han family members. Gu Jiao held the Black Wind King's hand and left the military camp. Xiao Heng's carriage was parked at a fork in the road not far away. Thinking that he had been cooped up in the carriage for the whole day, Gu Jiao quickened her pace. However, when Gu Jiao arrived at the fork in the road, something troublesome happened. There were 2 carriages parked on both sides. One belonged to Xiao Heng, and the other belonged to the Duke's estate. The curtains of the 2 carriages were lifted at the same time. Xiao Heng and Duke An's faces were revealed. The two of them looked at Gu Jiao expectantly. They were waiting for Gu Jiao to get on the carriage. Gu Jiao was speechless. Gu Jiao braced herself and walked over. She stood in front of the 2 carriages. Second Master Jing stuck his head out of the window. Hey, Lulang, why don't you get on the carriage? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and quickly introduced, this is Dukan. This is Second Master Jing. This is, my friend. 4 pairs of eyes looked at each other at the same time. Duke An's head couldn't turn. Second Master Jing widened his eyes with his fingers. He wanted to see his eldest brother's share as well. Gu Jiao calmly lifted her foot in the direction of Xiao Heng. A murderous aura burst out from Duke, and Gu Jiao blinked and lifted her foot in the direction of Duke, and Xiao Heng's murderous aura also spread out in an instant. Gu Jiao's little Geo. It had nowhere to put it, so it could only stand on one leg. Second Master Jing got off the carriage and came to Xiao Heng's window. He looked at him carefully for a long time. Suddenly, he slapped his head. Brat! It's really you. What are you doing? Didn't you recognize the Duke's carriage? Didn't you know to come over and say hello? I was wondering who had been standing here all day. Xiao Heng, who was stunned by the slap, was speechless. Empress Xianyuan was Xianyuan Li's younger sister, while the Crown Princess and Xianyuan Zi were cousins. According to seniority, Xianyuan Zi was the eldest grandson's aunt, while Dukan was the eldest grandson's uncle. Every time Shang Guanqing returned to the capital, he would stay in the small courtyard for a few days. After Dukan became a vegetable, he also secretly went to visit him. Outsiders didn't know that Shang Guanqing had private dealings with the Duke's mansion, but Second Master Jing knew. From the slap that Second Master Jing gave, Shang Guanqing, his uncle, and Second Master Jing were very close. Second Master Jing saw that Xiao Heng didn't make a sound and said in disbelief, "What? It's only been a year. Don't you recognize me?" He couldn't ruin his image. Xiao Heng smiled. "I recognize you." Second Master Jing said unhappily, "Then why didn't you greet me?" "How would I know what Shang Guanqing called you? Dukan is his uncle, you aren't." Second Master Jing said, "I thought you didn't even recognize your little uncle." "Wait, shouldn't I politely call you Uncle Jing? How did you become my little uncle? How could you be so close?" Second Master Jing, who could even make Xianyuan Cheng his brother-in-law, felt that making him his little uncle wasn't a problem at all. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Thinking of something, Second Master Jing looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at Xiao Heng. He asked, "Oh right, just now Lu Lang said you were his friend. Do you know Lu Lang?" "Yes, we know each other. My mother was seriously injured and it was Lu Lang who treated her. Now Lu Lang is staying in the Qilin Hall, so it's convenient for him to continue treating my mother." "I see." Second Master Jing suddenly understood and didn't question the truth of the matter. Firstly, he had heard about the Crown Princess's injury. Secondly, he had seen Xiao Youlang's medical skills with his own eyes. "How's your mother's condition?" Second Master Jing asked. "The operation was very successful. She's out of danger. She's currently recuperating in the State Preceptor Hall," Xiao Heng said. Second Master Jing secretly sighed. "That's good." Although the government announced that Shengguan Yan was out of danger, but when it was confirmed by Xiao Heng's mouth, his heart was completely at ease. "Your voice changed a little," Second Master Jing said. "It's better than before. Like I said, once a boy's voice changes, he won't have a goose voice anymore." Xiao Heng broke out in a cold sweat because of him. Xiao Heng smiled. "Little uncle is right. Let's go, let's talk in the carriage. Your uncle is also here." Second Master Jing pulled Xiao Heng into Duke Fu's carriage. Gu Jiao was also brought into the carriage. Xiao Heng secretly glanced at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao glanced at Duke Fu and winked at him. Duke Fu's gaze fell on Xiao Heng's handsome face. Xiao Heng subconsciously touched the mole under his right eye. He smiled and greeted, "Uncle." Duke Fu's eyes moved. He dipped his fingertips in water and wrote on the armrest. "I want to eat fruit. You two go and pick some." "We too." Second Master Jing counted in the carriage. His eldest brother was in a wheelchair and Xiao Lulang was sick. No matter how he looked at it, these two referred to him and Xiao Lulang. It was rare for him to have a tacit understanding with his eldest brother. He said to Gu Jiao, "Lulang, I'll go over there to pick fruit." "Oh." Gu Jiao got up and glanced at Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng nodded slightly at her. Gu Jiao and Second Master Jing got out of the carriage. The High Duke had a panoramic view of the two of them. After the footsteps went away, Duke Fu wrote on the armrest. "You are not Sheng Guanqing." Xiao Heng pinched his fingertips. Duke Fu continued to write. "Who are you to her?" It was she, not he. Xiao Heng didn't think that the #1 scholar of Xingdu, who was full of wisdom, would make a mistake. There was only one possibility. He knew that Gu Jiao was a girl. How did he know? Did he find out himself? Or did Gu Jiao tell him? Gu Jiao used the identity of Duke Fu's adopted son to participate in the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. It was the state preceptor who showed up, so Xiao Heng did not think much of it. But now it seemed that Duke Fu's understanding and concern for Gu Jiao was a little more than he had imagined. Duke Fu wrote again. Who are you to her? The second, she. Xiao Heng was completely sure that Gu Jiao's identity as a girl had been exposed to Duke Fu. After Duke Fu recognized that he was not Xiao Qing, he did not ask, who are you, or, why did you pretend to be Xiao Qing, but, who are you to her? From this, it could be seen how important Gu Jiao was in Duke Fu's mind. Why did Duke Fu care so much about Gu Jiao? Was it because Gu Jiao had treated Duke Fu's illness once or twice? Many doubts flashed through Xiao Heng's mind, but one thing he was sure of was that Duke Fu would not hurt Gu Jiao. I am her husband. Xiao Heng told him the truth. Duke Fu's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 761. Gu Jiao and Second Master Jing came back after picking the fruits. Second Master Jing lifted the curtain and walked in, but he retreated after one step. What a strong murderous aura. He hugged the fruits and said solemnly beside Gu Jiao. Whose murderous aura? Gu Jiao asked. My big brother's. Second Master Jing said, I've known my big brother for so many years, but this is the first time I've felt such a strong murderous aura. That's too exaggerated. However, Dukan clearly had something to say to Xiao Heng alone when he sent her and Second Master Jing away. Could it be that Dukan had publicly acknowledged that Xiao Heng wasn't Shengguan Qing? Gu Jiao hurriedly got into the carriage. Xiao Heng turned his head to look at her, intending to complain to Gu Jiao with his eyes. What was frustrating was that Dukan's murderous aura disappeared as soon as he put on a, your godfather bullied me, look. Dukan's gentle gaze fell on Xiao Heng's face. If it weren't for the fact that his facial muscles were still stiff, he would have started to smile. The kind that was incomparably benevolent. The disciple of the tea master, the old chancellor, met his match for the first time. Isn't this good? Gu Jiao said. Second Master Jing, who followed Gu Jiao, had a face of disbelief. Good, it seems to be good. Dukan wrote on the armrest, we had a good chat. Xiao Heng, is that so? Why did I feel that you wanted to kill me just now? Dukan continued to write, he's a good young man. I like him very much. Gu Jiao nodded. I like him too. Dukan, you have good taste. Gu Jiao's impression of Dukan increased. Xiao Heng was not to be outdone. He hurriedly said, Duke Anghua is knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. You are truly a genius. I will learn more from Duke Anghua in the future. Lu Lang, when you come to visit Dukan in the future, bring me along. Gu Jiao nodded. She was happy to see Dukan with her husband. Dukan was so angry that he couldn't see clearly. Second Master Jing, who was in a state of shock, asked, why are you calling him Dukan? Call me uncle. Xiao Heng looked at Dukan and smiled from ear to ear. Uncle. Dukan turned his face away in his heart. Humph. Last night, Gu Jiao promised little Jing Kong that she would pick him up from school today. After sitting in Dukan's carriage for a while, she left with Xiao Heng. Eldest brother, let's go back too. Second Master Jing said. Dukan suddenly wrote on the armrest, I want to train. Second Master Jing's eyes widened. He thought he had seen wrongly. Eldest brother, what's wrong with you? The doctor told you to train so many times, but you refused. Why did you change your mind? Dukan, I want to stand up and beat that guy up. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng sent Black Wind King back to the State Preceptor Hall first. Then, they took the carriage to Lingbo Academy. Xiaoheng said, Dukan knows that I'm not Shengguanqing. It's okay. He won't say it out loud. Gu Jiao said. When there were no outsiders, Gu Jiao spoke in a female voice. Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. You trust him that much? Yes. Gu Jiao admitted without hesitation. She trusted Dukan. She had this feeling from the first time she saw him. Otherwise, she wouldn't crawl into a stranger's bed. Xiaoheng opened his mouth and said, he also knows that you're a girl. Gu Jiao touched her chin. He really knows. Xiaoheng was stunned. You know that he knows? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. I just guessed. When I first came to Xingdu, I accidentally entered the Duke's mansion. At that time, Dukan was unconscious. I thought he was unconscious, so I used my original voice when I spoke. Later, he was assassinated and injured. When I treated his wounds, I found that he seemed to be conscious. Anyway, he couldn't open his eyes, so I didn't bother to disguise myself as a teenager. He treats you so well because you saved him. Xiaoheng seemed to have found a reason for Duke N's favoritism to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao shook her head. I don't know. Later, I went to the Duke's mansion openly several times. My voice was different. I thought that he didn't recognize me, but now it seems that he always knew it was me. She didn't know how he recognized her. It was like, as long as you were close to me, I would be happy and know that it was you. The carriage arrived at Lingbo Academy. The two little kids just came out of the prodigy class and stood at the door cutely. Zhang Dequan also came to take the young commandery princess back to the palace. His Majesty had been thinking about her for a whole day. He was very worried that the young commandery princess would be uncomfortable to go back to the academy so soon. His eyes lit up and he walked toward the young commandery princess. Unexpectedly, the young commandery princess and little Jing Kong directly got into the carriage of the state preceptor hall. Hello teacher, hello little nephew, goodbye eunuch Zhang. Zhang Dequan was speechless. In the small bamboo house in the purple bamboo forest, the state preceptor and the monarch sat opposite each other and drank tea. The monarch's legs were sore from sitting, so he stood up and walked around the house. The monarch was originally reading the memorials in the imperial study. He came to the state preceptor hall on the spur of the moment. The young commandery princess didn't know that he was here, and Zhang Dequan didn't know either. It didn't matter. The monarch came to the state preceptor's study. Jing Yinin's things in the study had been put away by the state preceptor. There were only some books and paintings left. The monarch wouldn't turn over the state preceptor's paintings. He just came to the treasure cabinet and looked at the 3 clay figurines sitting in the small courtyard. There was a long low table between the 3 of them. One of them sat on one side and the other 2 sat on the other side. You still keep them? The monarch said. The state preceptor stopped beside the monarch and stared at the 3 clay figurines in the clay figurines. He said, yes, I've been keeping them. I don't want to throw them away after so many years. The monarch said, you two always sit together, which makes me seem very unsociable. The state preceptor said, Your Majesty is the monarch. We don't dare to offend you. The monarch didn't continue this topic. He touched the little peach tree on the clay figurines and said, the results of the selection are out. There are 6 people in the final selection. Guess who they are? The state preceptor said, Han Xiai, Feng Wuming, Mu Qingchen, Xiao Lulang, and Jun Xiuhan. The monarch took back his hand and said, yes, these 5 are correct. There's one left. The state preceptor said, although I don't know who the last one is, he should be from the Han family. The monarch said, did you do a divination? The state preceptor said, no, I just analyzed their strength. The monarch said, then who do you think will pass the last test? The state preceptor said, it's hard to say. The monarch looked at him strangely and asked, why? The state preceptor said, they all have their own advantages. I don't know the rules of the last round, so I can't make a conclusion. The monarch came to the window and looked at the endless purple bamboo forest. He said faintly, Feng Wuming and Jun Xiuhan are from the Canaan Academy. Although Feng Wuming is a monk, he learned the art of war before he became a monk. The Canaan Academy pays a lot of attention to the art of war. The state preceptor's expression didn't change at all. He said, the Canaan Academy has produced 6 scholars and 4 scholars. The Canaan Academy has not only cultivated many excellent generals for the Yan kingdom, but also sent more scholars to the imperial court. The monarch smiled and said, I didn't say it was bad. How did Xiao Lulang become the adopted son of the Anghua family? I heard that you were the one who pulled the strings. What's the meaning of this, state preceptor? The state preceptor said, there's no meaning. I just feel that he is a promising talent. Why the Anghua family? The monarch asked suspiciously. The state preceptor met the monarch's gaze and said slowly, he cured the crown princess and took the credit of saving the young princess. He has long been a thorn in the side of the aristocratic families. Other than the Anghua family, I can't think of anyone who dares to take over this hot potato. The monarch looked away and continued to admire the purple bamboo forest. How is the Anghua family? The state preceptor said lightly, not good. He can't speak and can't move his legs. He will be like this for the rest of his life. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about him. The monarch snorted coldly. It's just the Anghua family. I don't have to worry about him. The state preceptor didn't say anything else. The room fell into silence. The monarch suddenly laughed. The state preceptor looked at him strangely. The monarch said with relief, I know how to test the last round. Bring me a pen. The young princess had a pleasant and wonderful night in the Kailan Hall. She didn't remember that she was going back to the palace at all. When the monarch passed by the Kailan Hall, he saw Zhang Dequan standing outside. He frowned. Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to pick up the young princess? Zhang Dequan pointed at the entrance of the Kailan Hall. The 2 little people were squatting on the ground and piling up sand. The monarch was speechless. The monarch grabbed the young princess and put her on the carriage. Didn't I ask you to stay in the palace? Why are you running around again? The young princess pointed. I am here to look for Uncle Your Majesty. If I don't come to catch you, you can play with that boy until dawn. Do you believe it? The young princess blinked guiltily and leaned toward the monarch. She praised him against her conscience. Uncle, you are very handsome today. The monarch snorted. The young princess continued to pester him, using her invincible cute killer move, Uncle, I like you the most. The monarch snorted. The person who liked Uncle the most was suddenly attracted by the bamboo tubes in the monarch's hand. What is this? Even the bamboo tubes are better looking than Uncle. The monarch was speechless. The little girl's eyes were wide open. Her mouth was also wide open. She was almost drooling. She remembered the bamboo tube rice that she had eaten tonight. Her teacher had personally made it with dates and red beans. It was fragrant and sticky. It was delicious and not greasy. The monarch looked at her drooling, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It's a test, not food. The little girl immediately distanced herself from the test. She straightened her body and said seriously, I don't want to take the test. The monarch was angry and amused at the same time. It is not for you. It is for your teacher and the others. 6 people, 6 test questions. Everyone's task was different. Moreover, they didn't know each other. This would lead to differences in information. They wouldn't even know how they lost. This was not a simple 300-mile ride. This was a strategic game. The one who reached the finish line first might not be the one who would advance. The key to victory was the one who grasped all the information first. Unfortunately, no one would think of this. They would only continue to rush and reach the finish line at all costs. The monarch felt that he was a genius. He actually came up with such a tricky test. Teacher's test questions. The young princess rubbed her little fingers together and rolled her eyes. She said in a cute voice, "Uncle, I want to poop." The monarch frowned. Now. They had already left the teacher's hall. "I can't hold it in anymore." She held her breath and said with a red face. The monarch said, "Don't be naughty. You are deliberately lying just for fun." The young princess turned into an angry chicken in a second. I didn't do it for fun. Uncle, you wronged me. I am so sad." The monarch was stunned. The little girl looked like she had been wronged. It was as if he had really wronged her. The monarch cleared his throat and said to Zhang Dequan, "Let's go back to the teacher's hall first." "Ah, yes." Zhang Dequan responded and asked the coachman to drive the carriage back to the state teacher's hall. The young princess raised her chin and said, "I want to poop in the Qilin hall." The monarch said with a dark face, "You still say you don't want to play." The young princess argued, "There is a small toilet in the Qilin hall." The monarch was speechless. "You are really asking for a lot." The monarch stopped the carriage outside the Qilin hall. "I want to poop for a long time. Just tell me if you want to play." "I don't." The monarch said, "Zhang Dequan." The young princess said, "I want uncle to go with me." The monarch put a few small bamboo tubes in the secret compartment of the carriage and led the young princess out of the carriage. "I forgot something. I will take it myself." She climbed into the carriage and quietly opened the secret compartment. Then, she hid the small bamboo tubes in her bag. The monarch said, "Why did you bring a bag to the toilet?" The young princess said, "I have something to give to Jing Kong." "You just want to play." The monarch led her into the Qilin hall. "Do you think I can't see through you?" The toilet in the Qilin hall was clean and tidy. It was not an ordinary toilet. The young princess came to the door and reached out a small hand to the monarch, gesturing for him to stop. "Okay, I will go in myself." "Uncle, wait for me here." The monarch didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The young princess entered the toilet and locked the door. Then, she stepped on a small stool and climbed onto the windowsill. She called out softly, "Xiaojiu, Xiaojiu." Xiaojiu flapped her wings and flew over. The young princess poured out the 6 questions on the table. "Aya, there are so many. Which one is the teacher's?" I can't read." I can take them all." Chapter 762. The king waited outside for a while and was worried about the little princess. Light shua. He let out a cry. The little princess stood on the windowsill and looked anxiously at the bamboo tube in little Nine's mouth. I'm still pooping. Don't come in." The king sighed helplessly and continued to wait in the corridor. He hesitated for a while and was still worried. He went to the door and said, "Don't fall in." The little princess said, "I won't." She didn't really go pooping, how could she fall into the toilet? The king paced outside for a while. "Are you still not coming out?" "It's almost done." The king was finally impatient. He felt that there was something wrong with the little girl inside. "I'm coming in," the king said. The king pushed the door open. The little girl even locked the door. "Ghost, there must be a ghost." "Zhang Dequan." The king called in a deep voice. Zhang Dequan understood. He took the hairpin from his hair and used it to pry open the door. He opened the door and the king walked in with a serious face. "I knew you were up to no good." The king looked seriously at the little girl who was lying on the windowsill. The little girl was pinching a big bird with both hands. Perhaps the king was too loud, her little body trembled. When she turned around, she couldn't hide her guilty conscience. When he saw that the big bird in her hands was an eagle, the king felt terrible. Guards! As soon as he gave the order, Zhang Dequan rushed in with the imperial bodyguards. The imperial bodyguards rushed towards the eagle that had attacked the young commandery princess. The little princess was so scared that she let go. Little Nine flapped its wings and flew away. The young princess pursed her lips and cried, "Wah wah. It was not easy for me to catch Xiaojiu. You scared Xiaojiu away. I want Xiaojiu. I want Xiaojiu." She could still call out the name. The monarch walked over and carried the little fellow into his arms. He checked her up and down to make sure she wasn't injured before asking, "What Little Nine?" "It's that bird just now. It's called Little Nine. So you're not here to poop, you're here to catch a bird?" The young princess let out 2 dry howls and lowered her head to check her fingers. In the king's eyes, this meant that he had guessed right. The little guy was here to catch birds. The king was furious. "That's an eagle. It can hurt people. Aren't you afraid of being bitten by it?" The Canton princess said in a low voice, "Little Nine doesn't bite. Look at her mouth." Ever since she started school, she had become more eloquent. "Whose bird?" the monarch asked. The young princess pursed her lips and said, "He's from Jing Kong." "Uncle, why does he have a bird and I don't? I'm so sad." "You'll only be sad if you have a bird. You're a little girl." The king facepalmed. What the hell was going on? The monarch was so angry that he was confused. He took a deep breath and felt that he was going to explode at any time. Go back to the palace. If she didn't go back to the palace, he was afraid that he would spank her little butt. The young princess drooped her little head. Oh. The young princess was taken away by the king. When she returned to the carriage, she suddenly said, "Uncle, I want to hide inside. You can look for me." Children were really fickle. No. The king mercilessly refused. The young princess hugged the king's thigh and acted like a spoiled child. I want. Uncle is looking for light shui. Find please, it's useless to beg. I only need 12 times. The king gritted his teeth. Uncle is the best. Light shui loves you. The young royal princess quietly climbed into the carriage, closed the curtain, and put the small bamboo tubes back into the hidden compartment. Qilin Hall. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao went to the purple bamboo forest to chop bamboo. When Little Nine came back with the bamboo tubes, only Shangguan Yan and little Jing Kong were left in the room. Shangguan Yan knew that the bamboo tubes belonged to the king when she saw them. She couldn't move by herself, so she asked little Jing Kong to ask what was going on. It's the teacher's test. The young princess said, Is the teacher here? Show it to the teacher. Don't let my uncle find out. Gu Jiao was not here, so she couldn't read it. But little Jing Kong had a good memory and quickly memorized the content of the test. Little Jing Kong was a strict child. Not only did he write down each note from memory, but he also asked Yu He for 6 bamboo tubes to put the notes in. Then, he restored the details to perfection. The difference was that the monarch's bamboo tube was the smallest one, while the one Yu He found for him was the largest one. So, when Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng came back from chopping bamboo, they saw 6 extra large bamboo tubes on the table. It was quite exaggerated. What's the matter? Xiaoheng asked. Light Shui said that it was Jiao Jiao's test. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest, I memorized it. I wrote it down. The two exchanged a look. Test? Was it what they thought? The two took the test to the room next door. Xiaoheng closed the door and sat down at the table with Gu Jiao. 6 bamboo tubes, 6 people who advanced. Open them. He looked at the bamboo tubes on the table and said. Okay. Gu Jiao picked up a bamboo tube, poured out the note inside, and read, "Enter the Songshan mountain range, raid the enemy's camp near the Bus spring, seize the secret letter, and send it to the first fire beacon camp. Hand it to the left deputy general of the garrison." It sounds like your final selection mission. Xiaoheng paused, but why are there 6 bamboo tubes? Gu Jiao opened the second tube. You are a Turkic spy. This is the real secret letter from the Turkic army. Quickly take the only secret letter to the first fire beacon camp and hand it to the right deputy general of the rebel army. What do you mean? Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng said, the secret letter that was plundered from the enemy's camp was a fake one. If he didn't see this bamboo tube, he probably wouldn't know that he took a fake secret letter. In that case, even if he reached the end, the mission would be a failure. Gu Jiao frowned. What a thief. In that case, this mission of escorting the real secret letter is more advantageous. We don't have to fight the enemy, and we don't have to worry about taking a fake secret letter. Xiaoheng felt that things weren't that simple. Let's take a look at the third one first. Gu Jiao opened the third tube. This time, the situation changed. Enter the Pine Mountain range and ambush the enemy's camp near Huangshipo. Steal the secret letter and deliver it to the second fire beacon camp. Personally hand it to the left deputy general of the rebel army. Gu Jiao opened the fourth tube. You are a Turkic spy. This is the real secret letter from the Turkic army. Quickly take the only secret letter to the second fire beacon camp and personally hand it to the right deputy general of the rebel army. Oh, is this a dungeon run with an NPC at a different location? What? Xiaoheng didn't understand the last 2 words. Gu Jiao explained, it's just that the location and characters are different. The format of the mission is the same as the first group. One person will go to the enemy's camp to steal the fake one, and the other will escort the real one. Let's take a look at the last 2 too. Xiaoheng said. He guessed that it was a different story. As expected, the last 2 targets were the third fire beacon camp. The ambush location was the Purple Grass Lake in the Pine Mountain Range. Gu Jiao concluded, there are a total of 3 groups in this competition. Each group has a cavalry and a spy. But how are we going to determine the winner? For example, Gu Changqing, 5th Master Han, the 3 of us all picked the spy and safely delivered the secret letter to the rebel army. Then, who among us will be the one to advance? Xiaoheng shook his head thoughtfully. It's impossible for us to complete the mission at the same time. We can only fail at the same time. Gu Jiao was surprised. What do you mean? Xiaoheng opened the note. If you look at the spy carefully. Quickly bring the only secret letter. This only one is the key to the entire mission. You clearly have 3 spies, so why do you say there is only 1 letter? Gu Jiao thought for a moment, because the destinations are different. For example, there is only 1 secret letter to the first fire beacon camp. Then there is no need to emphasize this only one. Xiaoheng boldly analyzed, I think this only one refers to destroying the secret letters of the other 2 spies and turning your secret letter into the only one. As he spoke, he opened another piece of paper that belonged to the cavalryman. And the cavalryman's mission has the word they. Since the secret letter from the enemy camp is fake, they should be referring to the 3 spies. Gu Jiao understood what he meant. So, the cavalry's mission is to snatch the 3 secret letters, and the spy's mission is to destroy the secret letter in the other people's hands. In this way, there will be a fierce battle between the 6 of them. Xiaoheng sighed, 3 to snatch and 3 to destroy. How is it just a fierce battle? It's a battle to the death. Gu Jiao thought of a possibility. She frowned and asked, what if they all fail? For example, the secret letters are all destroyed. Xiaoheng's expression became serious, then the winner will be the king. The king didn't want anyone to win from the beginning. He first used the power of the 10 aristocratic families to get everyone to agree to the proposal of selecting the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. Then, he used the rules of the selection to eliminate all the cavalry. In this way, he could say in a dignified manner, "It's not that I don't want to give you a chance, it's that you don't have the ability. Then, I can only temporarily take back the Black Wind Cavalry." Gu Jiao said, just like how he took back the military power of the Mu family. The king of the Yan kingdom's thoughts were deeper than the sea. Xiao Heng said, "This time, it's not only a battle with the aristocratic families, but also a battle with the king of the Yan kingdom. Fortunately, we know the exam question and have a big advantage." Gu Jiao said seriously, "I won't let him have his way." She would not let the aristocratic families have their way either. She must take back the Black Wind Cavalry of the Xianyuan family. The 3-day deadline arrived as promised. Gu Jiao and the other 5 went to the cavalry camp of the Han family early in the morning. This round, the Ministry of War, Ministry of Rights, Honglu Temple, and Rearguard Commandery worked together to invigilate the exam. The invigilator from the Rearguard Commandery was Wang Su. No one from the Wang family advanced this time, so Wang Su had placed his hopes on Mu Qingchen. However, when he saw Gu Jiao, he suddenly felt that it would not be bad if Gu Jiao advanced. The two did not communicate at all and pretended not to know each other even if they saw each other. After the group gathered, they went to the entrance of the Mount Song mountain range. The Minister of War announced the rules of this round of the exam. Generally speaking, the sparring was to stop at a certain point and not harm one's life. Those who violated the rules would have their results revoked and would be punished according to the law. Then, they entered the small bamboo hut one by one to draw lots. On the surface, they were drawing lots, but in fact, they were drawing lots for the exam. Wang Su and the minister of Honglu Temple sat in the small bamboo hut. It was a relatively closed space, so no one except the cavalry and the 2 invigilators knew about the task on the paper. Gu Jiao was the last to enter the small bamboo hut. After she came out, the Minister of War sounded the gong. The 5 of them rode into the mountain range and soon separated from each other. Gu Jiao was the only one who walked at a leisurely pace. It looked more like she was riding a donkey than a horse. The invigilators were anxious for her. "Why don't you go? Are you reluctant to part with us or what?" It wasn't that Gu Jiao was reluctant to part with them. Gu Jiao waited until the others were far enough away before spurring her horse to chase after Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing had been waiting for her for a long time. Seeing her come over, he urged his horse over and said, "They've all left. It's very safe here." "What did you draw?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Changqing handed his paper to her. Gu Jiao looked at it and said, "Oh, you drew the cavalry from the 1st Fire Beacon Battalion." "I'm a spy from the 1st Fire Beacon Battalion." Gu Changqing smiled. "It's nice that we're from the same battalion." It was fate that brought him and his sister together. Gu Jiao, "Oh, as long as you're happy." Gu Changqing didn't care that he was a cavalry and his sister was a spy. Anyway, he could betray them at any time for his sister. Gu Changqing said in a good mood, "I saw that everyone was going in different directions, so I guessed that their destinations might be different. But I didn't expect that even their identities would be different." Gu Jiao told Gu Changqing the analysis of the 6 bamboo tubes. Gu Changqing seemed to wake up from a dream. "I thought that we could get the secret letter by raiding the enemy's camp." Gu Jiao waved her hand. "That's a fake secret letter. It's useless even if we get it. The real secret letter is in the hands of the 3 of us spies. They're still in the dark. Let's rob them." Gu Changqing looked at his sister dotingly. "Okay." Gu Jiao asked, "Where did the 4 of them go?" Gu Changqing said, "Taoist Qing Feng and Mu Qingchen went to the east. 5th Master Han and Jun Shiohan went to the southeast. Who should we chase first?" Chapter 763. Gu Jiao took out a map. Ever since he learned of the king's intentions, Xiao Heng had specially drawn up a detailed map of the Mount Song mountain range for Gu Jiao. On it were the locations of the 3 enemy camps to be attacked and the various paths to the 3 fire beacon camps. Gu Jiao pointed at the map and said, "Our current position is closer to the southeast. Let's chase after 5th Grandfather Han and Jun Xiuhan first." Gu Changqing was puzzled. "Tell me, who do you think is the spy?" "The one who goes to the enemy camp must be the cavalry, and the one who goes around is the spy." Gu Jiao pointed at the path marked with cinnabar on the map. "If we don't go to the enemy camp, the spy should be at this position by now. We'll go around from the east and block him." She even planned the path. It seemed that his sister came prepared. The Black Wind cavalry instinctively followed the Black Wind King. With the Black Wind King leading the way, the Black Wind cavalry ran very fast. Gu Changqing even felt that it was faster than his usual speed. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. They didn't catch up with 5th Grandfather Han and Jun Xiuhan. Instead, they ran into Mu Qingchen, who was running from the other direction. Gu Jiao tightened the reins. Gu Changqing also stopped. The two silently looked at Mu Qingchen not far away. They didn't understand what had happened. "He went east just now," Gu Changqing murmured. The east was to the 2nd fire beacon camp, and the southeast was to the 3rd fire beacon camp. This wasn't a shortcut. He kept looking back. "It seems that someone is chasing him," Gu Jiao said. "Could it be that he's the spy? Taoist Qing Feng has discovered the real mission, so he's starting to steal his secret letter." Gu Changqing said, "I'm going to grab the secret letter. Wait for me here, don't show yourself." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded and stroked the Black Wind King's mane. The Black Wind King understood and lowered his oar a bit. Hiding behind a towering tree, Gu Changqing dashed towards Mu Qingchen at top speed. Mu Qingchen was caught off guard. He instinctively drew his sword and slashed. The sword chi he slashed out carried a biting cold wind, sweeping up all the fallen leaves in the forest, forming a huge whirlpool, which swallowed Gu Changqing from head to toe. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Mu Qingchen to have such a trump card. Back then, when he was fighting against the direct descendants of the 5 great clans in the forest, he had held back. When he fought against the Wang family, he did not use his full strength. Gu Changqing was a veteran of the battlefield, so he naturally would not underestimate his opponent. The moment Mu Qingchen attacked, he had already drawn the sword at his waist and slashed out a terrifying sword chi to meet Mu Qingchen's attack. The whirlpool of fallen leaves was forcefully split open by Gu Changqing's sword chi. The fallen leaves were like knives, biting back at Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen hurriedly drew his sword to block. It was during this gap in defense that Gu Changqing suddenly stepped on the ground, flew up, and knocked Mu Qingchen off his horse with a palm strike. This was because Mu Qingchen had helped Gu Jiao before, so he did not use his sword to wound him. He only used his left palm to knock him off his horse. Mu Qingchen was about to get up, but Gu Changqing landed firmly on the ground and pressed his sword against his neck. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Changqing strangely. "Han Ziyu. Hand over the bamboo tube." Gu Changqing looked down at him and said. Mu Qingchen frowned coldly. He took out the bamboo tube and threw it to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing caught it with a backhand. Mu Qingchen said coldly, "Is the Han family so unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals?" Gu Changqing asked back, "Is this the first time you've met the Han family?" Mu Qingchen did not suspect that he had snatched the bamboo tube. After all, this was also a method to make the cavalry fail their mission. Gu Changqing was worried that Mu Qingchen would give him a fake secret letter, so he opened the bamboo tube to take a look. Fortunately, he had seen it. This was because Mu Qingchen was not a spy at all. He was a cavalry member of the 3rd Fire Beacon Battalion. Gu Changqing was confused. Why did a cavalry member like him come here instead of attacking the enemy camp? Gu Changqing asked calmly, "Didn't you go east? Why did you come here?" Mu Qingchen said unhappily, "That Taoist priest kept following me. I couldn't get rid of him, so I could only take a longer route. Who could understand the fear of being followed by a big shot? Gu Jiao put her hand to her forehead. She had forgotten that the monk had told her that Taoist priest Qing Feng had no sense of direction. Taoist priest Qing Feng followed Mu Qingchen because he did not know the way. As for why he only followed Mu Qingchen among so many people, it was because he had borrowed a compass from the state preceptor the day before yesterday. The compass could give him a general direction. If he went east, Mu Qingchen would also go east. Once Mu Qingchen deviated from the direction, Taoist priest Qing Feng would not follow him. Gu Changqing withdrew his long sword. I won't hurt you. You're out of the game. It was impossible to return the bamboo tube to him. That would expose the hidden mission. Gu Changqing got back on his horse. He took a long detour before returning to Gu Jiao's place. At this time, Mu Qingchen had already left on his horse. Are we going to find Taoist priest Qing Feng next? Gu Changqing asked. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Taoist priest Qing Feng is too difficult to deal with. Let's go find 5th grandfather Han and Jun Shiohan first and make an ally. Okay. Gu Changqing agreed without hesitation. He had never thought of himself as the leader of this selection. He respected all of his sister's decisions and was willing to pay any price. The two of them followed the shortcut on the map and arrived at the location of the second fire beacon camp surprise attack, Huang Shupo. At this time, this place had not been conquered by the cavalry yet. The two of them directly showed up and wiped out the enemy camp. These soldiers were all NPCs in the examination room, not the real enemy. Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing were careful. They did not hurt anyone and only tied them up. Then, the two of them began a long wait. Do you think it will be Jun Shiohan or 5th grandfather Han? Gu Jiao asked. Who do you think it will be? Gu Changqing asked. 5th grandfather Han, Gu Jiao said. Speak of the devil. The sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. The person on the horse was really 5th grandfather Han. Gu Jiao hurriedly hid with Black Wind King. After 5th grandfather Han rode his horse to the scene, he looked at the messy temporary camp and then looked at Gu Changqing. He frowned and asked, what happened? Gu Changqing said, I was ordered by the crown prince to help 5th grandfather pass. I saw that 5th grandfather was heading southeast, so I planned to take a shortcut to meet up with 5th grandfather. Who knew that I would hear fighting halfway, so I came to take a look. What's your mission? 5th grandfather Han asked. Gu Changqing threw his bamboo tube to him. 5th grandfather Han opened Gu Changqing's bamboo tube. The contents were similar to his, but the difference was that Gu Changqing wanted to raid Jade Moon Pool and head to the first fire beacon camp. Gu Changqing said without changing his expression, I'm guessing that the selection this time was to see who could reach the designated camp first. Priest Qing Feng's horse couldn't beat 5th grandfather's horse, so he could only snatch 5th grandfather's letter and prevent 5th grandfather from completing the mission. 5th grandfather Han frowned. You're saying that priest Qing Feng raided this place? Gu Changqing lied through his teeth. Yes, when I came, I saw him leave here with a letter in his hand. Where did he go? 5th grandfather Han asked in a low voice. Gu Changqing pointed to the east. That way. 5th grandfather, I'll go with you. Gu Jiao rubbed his chin. So smooth. It wasn't that 5th grandfather Han was stupid, but that 5th grandfather Han didn't have God's view and didn't know about the hidden mission. Gu Changqing even gave him his bamboo tube, so what else could he suspect? Purple grass pool should be nearby. Why can't I find it? Priest Qing Feng circled the area 5 times with the compass. On the 6th lap, 5th grandfather Han appeared with a murderous aura. The black demon horse raised its front hooves and bit at Priest Qing Feng's white horse like a ferocious beast. Daoist Qing Feng leaped into the air and protected his horse. He then slapped the black demon horse's head with his palm. How could fifth grandfather Han let him do as he wished? Fifth grandfather Han's palm met the wind from Qing Feng's palm. Powerful internal energy collided. If fifth grandfather Han wasn't riding the black demon horse, he would have suffered internal injuries from the shockwaves. He couldn't exhaust the black demon horse too early. He still had to rely on it for the 300-mile raid later. Fifth grandfather Han got off his horse. Fifth grandfather Han's silver hair was like the moon, and his cold eyes shone. Hand over the letter. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't walk out of here alive. Priest Qing Feng was a spy, so he did have a secret letter in his hands. He thought fifth grandfather Han wanted to steal his secret letter. He said, "Come and get it if you can." In fifth grandfather Han's ears, Priest Qing Feng was admitting that he had stolen Huang Shupo's secret letter. He attacked Priest Qing Feng with a killer move. Neither of them used any weapons, but their bare-handed fight turned the forest into a smoke-filled battlefield. Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing followed behind. The two of them rode on their horses and watched the fight between Priest Qing Feng and fifth grandfather Han from afar. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The birds in the forest were so scared that they fluttered their wings and flew away. The ferocious beasts also let out fearful roars and fled in all directions. Is Han Si's martial arts that high? Gu Jiao sighed. She was almost on par with Priest Qing Feng. Gu Changqing said, "I'll go help." Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. Gu Changqing rode his horse and stopped it near the two of them. He tried his best to prevent the innocent horses from being affected by the internal force. Fifth grandfather, I'll help you. Gu Changqing drew his long sword and joined the fight. Priest Qing Feng's aura suddenly surged. Gu Changqing frowned. What a powerful internal force. Priest Qing Feng rose into the air. The aura around him flowed as if it had formed a huge invisible 8 trigrams plate behind him. In the array. He slammed his palm down and knelt on one knee. The wind from his palm hit the ground hard. In an instant, sand and stones flew and leaves filled the sky. Taoist Qing Feng seemed to be in a passive position in the fight just now, but he actually had absolute control. Gu Changqing and fifth master Han both fell into his array. Gu Changqing was in the east, in the Li position, while fifth grandfather Han was in the west, in the Ken position. In his array, he was the king. He shouted, "Li, Can, break!" His powerful inner strength was infused with the boundless Tao will of heaven and earth. Like countless invisible blades, they attacked Gu Changqing and fifth master Han with the power of mountains and rivers. Both of them were sent flying. Gu Jiao frowned and galloped over. She stood in front of Taoist master Qing Feng and said, "I hate it when the Han family bullies others. Two of you ganging up on one person. What kind of hero are you?" "Priest. I'll help you." Priest Qing Feng's attack had used up a lot of his internal force. He needed some time to recover. It was not that Gu Jiao could not take advantage of the situation. However, if he recovered and came after her, she would be done for. Therefore, she had to be smart. Fifth grandfather Han immediately stood up after falling to the ground. He was more resilient than Han Yi. Just as fifth grandfather Han was about to attack Gu Jiao, Gu Changqing also stood up with a hand on his chest. "Fifth grandfather, you don't have to deal with this immature brat. I'll deal with him." The brother and sister fought fiercely on the field. They looked fierce, but they did not use much strength. Gu Jiao's back was facing Priest Qing Feng. She put her hands together and blocked Gu Changqing's long sword. Gu Changqing gave her a look. Gu Jiao nodded slightly. "Die." Gu Changqing hit Gu Jiao's shoulder with his palm. His powerful internal force sent her flying, and she fell toward Priest Qing Feng. Taoist Qing Feng leaped into the air and grabbed Gu Jiao's soft waist. Gu Jiao moved her fingertips and put Priest Qing Feng's small bamboo tube into her sleeve. At the same time, she put Muqingshan's bamboo tube back on his waist. In this way, Priest Qing Feng would discover it later if the weight didn't change. Priest Qing Feng and fifth grandfather Han joined the battle again. Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing were fighting farther and farther away. Xiao Lulang, don't you dare run away. I'll kill you today. The brother and sister galloped on their horses until they could no longer hear Priest Qing Feng and fifth grandfather Han's battle. Only then did they stop and let out a sigh of relief. How was it? Gu Changqing asked. Gu Jiao took out Priest Qing Feng's small bamboo tube and took out the secret letter. She smiled and said, "It's the real secret letter." Gu Changqing looked at his sister's smile, and a smile flashed across his eyes. Including yours, we have 2 secret letters. The last secret letter was in Jun Xiuhan's hands. Chapter 764. Jun Xiuhan's destination was the second fire beacon camp. Gu Jiao spread out the map and Xiao Heng's markings were very clear. Gu Jiao pointed at the cinnabar path and said, under normal circumstances, Jun Xiuhan would take this path. It is relatively flat and wide. He should have reached this birch forest by now. There is actually a small path that can go around and that is to cross the river. Gu Changqing looked at the sky and said, it hasn't rained in the past few days. The river shouldn't be too turbulent. We can cross it. The two took a detour and entered the birch forest, successfully blocking Jun Xiuhan's path. As before, it was Gu Changqing who appeared. Gu Changqing blocked Jun Xiuhan's path and coldly said, hand over your bamboo tube. Jun Xiuhan was a tall young man. He had the scholarly aura of the world's literati. If one hadn't seen him fight, no one would have seen him as an expert at first glance. But Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao both understood that people who could reach this stage definitely didn't rely on luck. Jun Xiuhan looked at Gu Changqing in front of him and didn't seem to be surprised. He looked at the large tree not far away and said, do you want it or that person? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Oh, so she was found out? Jun Xiuhan could do it. Gu Changqing calmly said, what that person, this person? Cut the crap and hand it over. I won't give you the bamboo tube. Jun Xiuhan's eyes coldly looked in Gu Jiao's direction, if you want it, come and get it yourself. Was he trying to provoke her? Gu Jiao glanced at Jun Xiuhan from behind the tree. This Jun Xiuhan gave her an indescribable feeling, as if all her disguises had been seen through by him. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue hiding. Gu Jiao rode Black Wind King out from behind the tree and stopped beside Gu Changqing. Her gaze fell on Jun Xiuhan's young and handsome face. I'm here to get it. She had observed Jun Xiuhan in the barracks, and she believed that Jun Xiuhan had observed her as well. However, this was the first time they had truly met. When Jun Xiuhan saw her standing with the Han family, there was not a trace of surprise in his eyes. So Jun Xiuhan already knew that she was in cahoots with Han Ziyu. How could he tell? I'll fight you, Gu Jiao said. I won't fight you, Jun Xiuhan said. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at Jun Xiuhan. Jun Xiuhan took off the bamboo tube from his waist and threw it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took the bamboo tube and checked the note inside. It was a secret letter. Jun Xiuhan did not use a fake one to deceive her. Gu Jiao was completely confused. Even Gu Changqing was extremely confused. They were prepared to fight to the death with Jun Xiuhan, but this was it. As if seeing Gu Jiao's confusion, Jun Xiuhan said indifferently, I owe someone a favor, and now I'm returning it to you. Who do you owe a favor to that you want to return it to me? Gu Jiao asked. Jun Xiuhan did not answer. He pulled on the reins and the horse turned around, going back the way they came. But before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly pulled on the reins. There's killing intent. The next second, there was the sound of something tearing through the air from the other side of the forest. Jun Xiuhan dodged to the side. Gu Changqing pulled out his sword and blocked the hidden weapon that was aimed at Gu Jiao and himself. Gu Jiao looked at the dart embedded in the tree and said indifferently, "Tang sect, Qi Xian." "Ha ha ha. That's right, it's me." Accompanied by arrogant laughter, Qi Xian led a dozen black-clothed men to descend from the sky. The black-clothed men surrounded the three of them. In order to avoid making too much noise and being noticed by the examiners, they did not ride horses. They all used qinggong to sneak into the forest. Jun Xiuhan's horse was forced to take several steps back, standing with Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao. "We meet again," Qi Xian said to Gu Jiao with a smile. Then his gaze fell on Gu Changqing's face. "It's you." Gu Changqing was riding a black wind steed. Only 3 people entered the forest on black wind steeds: 5th Master Han's new Black Wind King, Gu Jiao's old Black Wind King, and Han Ziyu's steed. Qi Xian laughed coldly. It seems that the Crown Prince made a mistake this time. He actually allowed a spy to sneak into his residence. Unfortunately, you're unlucky to have run into me. Today, I'll settle the score with you for severing Han Ye's leg tendons. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Oh, your leg's healed." At the mention of this, Qi Xian's face darkened. Back in the forest, this brat had said 1, 2, 3, and then they would fight. In the end, as soon as he shouted 1, he stabbed his thigh with a spear. Stabbing wasn't enough. He even twisted his thigh, almost causing him to die from the pain. Qi Xian threatened coldly, "Xiao Lulang, don't be too proud. No matter how many times you stabbed me with your spear, I'll return it 10 times over." Jun Xiuhan said expressionlessly, "That's your business. I'm leaving." Qi Xian snorted. "You're unlucky. Today's matter cannot be known to anyone." In other words, he was going to kill Jun Xiuhan to silence him. Jun Xiuhan's identity was easy to guess. Among the 6 people, Jun Xiuhan was the most unfamiliar. Even without guessing, it was obvious that he was the poor student from Jianan Academy. Qi Xian didn't take this kind of small fry seriously. Gu Changqing rode his horse in front of Gu Jiao, blocking Qi Xian's view. He said to Gu Jiao, "You go first. I'll settle this with him." Gu Jiao didn't hesitate and led Black Wind King out of the encirclement. Qi Xian said disdainfully, "Want to run? Chase after them." 2 men in black jumped and slashed at Gu Jiao's back with their swords. Gu Changqing turned around and slashed out a sharp sword aura, slashing the 2 men down from the air. On the other side, the battle between Taoist Qingfeng and 5th Master Han had reached its climax. 5th Master Han gradually felt that things were getting tricky. Although he wasn't at a disadvantage, his internal energy couldn't hold on much longer. Although he didn't want to admit it, Taoist Qingfeng's martial arts were indeed above his. Taoist Qingfeng only used 50% of his strength. If he wanted to tie with Taoist Qingfeng, he would have to use 70% of his strength. As a result, he naturally wore out his energy faster. The 2 of them punched each other again and retreated. 5th Master Han's silky silver hair had already turned into a wooden brush. He panted and said, "You're a monk. Can't you compete with me fair and square? Why did you have to use such a despicable method like stealing my secret letter?" Taoist Qingfeng said strangely, "Stealing your secret letter? I didn't." 5th Master Han said coldly, "You're still lying. Someone saw it." Taoist Qingfeng was naturally stunned. "Mu Qingchen. I've only seen him before you." 5th Master Han was stunned. If someone else said this, he would think that they were lying, but Taoist Qingfeng, he frowned. "You didn't go to Huang Shupo just now?" "No," Taoist Qingfeng said. 5th Master Han said, "You didn't steal my secret letter either?" Taoist Qingfeng said, "My secret letter is mine." 5th Master Han was stunned again. "Yours?" Yes. Taoist Qingfeng nodded and took the bamboo tube from his waist. The moment he took it, he sensed that something was wrong. He had made a mark on his bamboo tube, but this one was unmarked. What's wrong? My bamboo tube has been replaced. Fifth Master Han walked over to him suspiciously. Taoist Qingfeng opened the bamboo tube. The note inside had already been taken away by Gu Jiao. It was empty. Fifth Master Han pondered for a moment and reached out to Taoist Qingfeng. Give me the bamboo tube. I have a way. Taoist Qingfeng gave it to him without hesitation. Fifth Master Han frowned. Aren't you afraid that I'll take your bamboo tube and run away? Taoist Qingfeng glanced at him. I can take it back. Fifth Master Han couldn't refute. This is a military messenger tube. To prevent anyone from tampering with it, a message is left on the inside of the tube. As he spoke, he opened the bamboo tube and took out a fire roll to warm the outside of the bamboo tube. Not long after, a line of small words appeared on the inner wall of the bamboo tube. Enter the Pine Mountain Range and ambush the enemy camp near the Purple Grass Pond. Seize the secret letter and deliver it to the 3rd Fire Beacon Camp. Personally hand it over to the left Deputy General of the garrison. Fifth Master Han wasn't too surprised. He guessed that they were going to deliver the secret letter to different fire beacon camps. This should be Mu Qingqian's, said Fifth Master Han. Only Mu Qingqian and Taoist Qingfeng were going to the 3rd Fire Beacon Camp. If it wasn't Taoist Qingfeng's, then it could only be Mu Qingqian's. Taoist Qingfeng suddenly said, Huh. His mission is different from mine. Fifth Master Han looked at him in confusion. What's your mission? Taoist Qingfeng read out the contents of the letter from his memory. I'm a spy. I'm going to deliver the secret letter to the 3rd Fire Beacon Camp. Fifth Master Han pondered. Only Xiao Lulang got close to you just now. If your bamboo tube was switched, then it must be Xiao Yulang's doing. Strange. Why did he steal your bamboo tube? Don't we all have our own missions? Taoist Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because my secret letter is the only real one. The real letter? Fifth Master Han was even more confused. Taoist Qingfeng did not shy away from reading out his mission. You are a Turkic spy. This is the real secret letter from the Turkic army. Quickly take the only secret letter to the 3rd Fire Beacon Camp and personally hand it to the right Deputy General of the rebel army in the camp. After that, he and Fifth Master Han fell silent. The two of them finally realized that something was wrong. Han Ziyu, Mu Qingqian, and I have similar missions. The only difference is that we're going to rob different places and destinations. The three of us are all cavalrymen. If the secret letter in your hand is the real one, then the one we robbed from the enemy camp is fake. No wonder Xiao Lulang stole your secret letter. Only your secret letter can complete the mission. No. Taoist Qingfeng said, if there are 3 cavalrymen, then there should be 3 spies. You cavalrymen have the same mission, so we spies must have the same mission. The secret letter in my hand is not the only real one. The secret letters in the hands of the 3 spies are all real. Your cavalry's mission is to obtain all 3 secret letters, while our spy's mission is to destroy the other 2 secret letters and turn our secret letter into the only one that exists. Fifth Master Han said slowly, we know that the 3 cavalrymen are me, Han Ziyu, and Mu Qingqian. Then the 3 spies are you, Xiao Lulang, and Jun Xiuhan. Taoist Qingfeng said, yes. Fifth Master Han frowned. Xiao Lulang must have stolen your secret letter for this reason. But how did he know? Who would suspect that there was a hidden mission in the first place? He and Taoist Qingfeng had only guessed the truth after comparing the 4 people's bamboo tubes. Taoist Qingfeng looked at the blue sky and said seriously, maybe he's a genius. Fifth Master Han, I'm going to find Xiao Lulang. See you later. Fifth Master Han rode on the black demon horse and quickly disappeared while Taoist Qingfeng was in a daze. Taoist Qingfeng also planned to chase after him. Although his secret letter might have been destroyed by Xiao Lulang, it didn't matter. This selection actually had a hidden trigger. That was, the identities of the 6 people could be changed at any time. When they drew lots, they didn't register each person's identity and destination. This meant that it wasn't important. What was important was who completed the mission in the bamboo tube. If he stole Xiao Liulang's secret letter and delivered it to the number 1 fire beacon camp, he could still complete the mission. Taoist Qingfeng thought of the key point and immediately mounted his horse. Unfortunately, before he set off, a chuckle came from the big tree in front of him. Liaochen Zui was lying on a lush branch. He supported his head with one hand and held a wine pot with the other. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. His delicate Adam's apple moved. His monk robes were ascetic, but his peach blossom eyes exuded a breathtaking aura. The mole under his eye gave him a natural temptation. It was as if he could be a Buddha who delivered all living beings from torment or a demon who brought chaos to the world. He smiled and said, "I'm lonely. Why don't you have a drink with me, Taoist?" Gu Jiao rode on Black Wind King and galloped. Actually, just now, she had already guessed the hidden trigger. The identities of the 6 people could be changed, so even if she destroyed the other 2 secret letters, it didn't mean that she could rest easy. She had to complete the mission as soon as possible. First, she had to get out of the forest as soon as possible. It would be much safer once she was on the official road. Nobody would dare to openly assassinate her. However, just as Gu Jiao was about to walk out of the forest, 5th Master Han rode on his black demon horse and rushed over from the side. Gu Jiao felt an extremely powerful murderous aura. Her eyes turned cold as she suddenly pulled out the red tasseled spear on her back and blocked Black Wind King's head. A crisp sound of collision was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. It was a dagger. If Gu Jiao had reacted a little slower, Black Wind King's head would have been pierced by the dagger. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. As expected of the Han family's fierce general. Gu Jiao hung the red tasseled spear on the saddle's special slot and grabbed the big bow on her back. She took out 3 arrows from the quiver and mercilessly shot them at 5th Master Han. 5th Master Han cut all the arrows with his sword. At the same time, his horse completely blocked in front of Gu Jiao and Black Wind King. "Xiao Lulang, hand over your secret letter." 5th Master Han's reply was another round of arrows from Gu Jiao. 5th Master Han didn't expect Gu Jiao to be so ruthless and decisive. She didn't waste any words and just attacked. 5th Master Han was shocked by the killing intent in the youth's eyes. He narrowed his eyes and swung out a sharp sword aura, instantly shattering Gu Jiao's arrows into pieces. Gu Jiao raised her hand and pulled off the cloak on her body. The youth was wearing red battle clothes and black iron armor. She jumped down from the horse's back. 5th Master Han felt the youth's powerful aura, but in the next second, he was shocked by the braided red tasseled spear in the youth's hand. Where did this weapon come from? It was so eye-catching. Although it was eye-catching, the strength of the spear shocked 5th Master Han once again. 5th Master Han's black demon horse trembled. 5th Master Han frowned and blocked Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear with his sword. Then, he jumped off his horse and slashed at Gu Jiao with his sword. Gu Jiao blocked the sword, and both her arms were slightly numb. No wonder she could fight Taoist priest Qing Feng for so long. It wasn't that Taoist priest Qing Feng went easy on her, but this guy was really strong. 5th Master Han said coldly, "Xiao Lulang, you're no match for me. According to today's rules, I can't kill you, but I have 100 ways to torture you. So, you'd better hand over the secret letter obediently, or else you'll suffer." 5th Master Han was already very difficult to deal with. If Taoist priest Qing Feng came, she had no chance of winning. She had to end this quickly. Gu Jiao didn't hesitate anymore. She looked coldly at 5th Master Han. Under his confused gaze, she took off the safety talisman on her neck. Boss, catch. She threw the safety talisman to Black Wind King. Black Wind King caught it with his mouth. What's this kid doing? Fifth Master Han looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu Jiao's fingertip lightly scratched the sharp edge of the red tasseled spear, and a string of bright red blood flowed out. She wiped the droplet of blood on her lips. In the next second, her aura suddenly surged. Fifth Master Han's expression changed. This is, Gu Jiao pulled out the red tasseled spear, took a step forward, and jumped up. With a flip in the air, the spear in her hand was like a dragon, and it fiercely slashed at Fifth Master Han. Fifth Master Han's black iron sword was split in half on the spot. She knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground, and the other hand holding the red tasseled spear behind her back. Her eyes were bloodshot. She was no longer the handsome young man. She was a killing god, a demon, and an Asura. Fifth Master Han threw away his long sword, changed his palm into a fist, and attacked Gu Jiao's vital point. Gu Jiao used the red tasseled spear as leverage and jumped up high again. Her right knee was aimed at Fifth Master Han's chin. Fifth Master Han was sent flying. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. 3 moves. The young man defeated him, in just 3 moves. But Fifth Master Han wouldn't admit defeat so easily. If he couldn't beat the young man, then he would kill his horse. Fifth Master Han shot a hidden weapon in his sleeve at Black Wind King. Almost at the same time, Fifth Master Han shot a second hidden weapon at Gu Jiao. She could only protect one between herself and Black Wind King. Gu Jiao didn't hesitate to protect Black Wind King. The hidden weapon flashed past Gu Jiao's temple. The hidden weapon didn't hurt Gu Jiao, but the poisonous powder on it entered Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao couldn't see. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Fifth Master Han spat out blood as he laughed crazily on the ground. Xiao Lulang, so what if you defeated me? You were still poisoned by the Tang sect. You can't see, you can't even walk out of this forest. How are you going to go to the fire beacon camp? The angry Black Wind King stood in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was on the verge of losing control, but thanks to the pain in her eyes, she regained a bit of her consciousness. Boss, give me the safety talisman. She reached out her hand. Black Wind King placed the safety talisman in Gu Jiao's palm. Gu Jiao put the safety talisman back around her neck. Her eyes hurt. They were also afraid of light. She couldn't open her eyes. Master's wife should be able to cure this poison. She felt Black Wind King's killing intent, but now wasn't the time for revenge. Black Wind King had to conserve his strength. Boss. She called out to Black Wind King. She closed her eyes and gently comforted Black Wind King's emotions, trying to calm herself down. Black Wind King knelt down considerately, allowing Gu Jiao to ride easily. Gu Jiao touched the saddle and sat on it. Black Wind King stood up. Gu Jiao untied the headband on her head and covered her eyes with the headband with both hands. Fifth Master Han was so injured that he couldn't move, but when he saw Gu Jiao like this, he couldn't help but mock. What? You still want to deliver the secret letter in this state? Can you see the road? Gu Jiao held the reins and straightened her back. I can't see, but boss can. Fifth Master Han sneered. Boss? You mean this old Black Wind King? I admit that it's an excellent warhorse, but it's a pity that it has never been to the fire beacon camp in the Han family's 15 years. It doesn't need to go, Gu Jiao said. It was born in the fire beacon camp. In the first fire beacon camp, Xianyuan Li's temporary courtyard, it lived there until it was a year old before it was taken back to the Xianyuan family's mansion. Gu Jiao bent down and gently stroked Black Wind King's mane. Can you remember, boss? You must remember, just like how you remember your master. The Black Wind Cavalry didn't belong to the Han family. This dangerous 300 miles was not the road to pass the level, but the road to bring the Black Wind Cavalry home. The Black Wind Cavalry had been waiting for this day for a long time. Bring the Black Wind Cavalry home, boss. Fifth Master Han sneered. Xiao Lulang, don't waste your time. You won't be able to walk out of this forest. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the Black Wind Cavalry let out a long howl towards the sky. It suddenly raised its front hooves, and like an arrow leaving a bow, it rushed towards the northeast with Gu Jiao. That direction was the first fire beacon camp. Fifth Master Han was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Xiao Lulang. It's useless. Your horse is already old. It can't run 300 miles. It has to rest every 30 miles. Taoist Qing Feng will catch up to you. The Han family will also catch up to you. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Torrential rain poured down like a pillar. Black Wind King galloped through the hail like rain. It had already galloped for 100 miles without stopping. It wanted to bring the Black Wind Cavalry home, and it also wanted to bring Gu Jiao home. Chapter 765. Fifth Master. Fifth Master. The Han family's men of sacrifice found Fifth Master Han, who had almost lost his body temperature from the rain. Although it was summer, the Songshan mountain range was very high and the temperature was lower than other places. With the terrible storm, the heavily injured Fifth Master Han almost lost his life. If it wasn't for the Black Devil King using his body to block some of the wind and rain, he probably wouldn't have survived until the Han family found him. The leader of the men of sacrifice helped Fifth Master Han sit up and took off his cloak to wrap around him. Fifth Master. Fifth Master Han couldn't stop trembling. He couldn't feel his hands and feet, and even the muscles on his cheeks were almost numb. Originally, with his strength, he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. On one hand, he didn't use all his strength. Another important reason was that he seemed to see a familiar figure when Xiao Lulang attacked him. It was a figure that he couldn't remove from his mind in this life, the next life, and the life after that. His mind was in a daze, and his body froze. He couldn't use his internal energy to block Xiao Yulang's attack, and in the end, he fell into Xiao Yulang's trap. He didn't lose to martial arts, but to his own heart and emotions. The men of sacrifice said worriedly, "I'll take you back now." Don't worry about me." Fifth Master Han used the last of his strength to open his numb lips and said, "Go, chase. Xiao Lulang. First. Fire. Beacon. Battalion." This group of men of sacrifice wasn't with Qi Xian. Qi Xian led Han Ye's men, and he was secretly helping the property management under the orders of the family head. They didn't know that Qi Xian was also here. But they had one thing in common, and that was that they didn't ride horses. "Go, ride, my horse." Xiao Lulang was eager to end the battle. He had used all his strength to attack Xiao Lulang, and his body was already exhausted. Moreover, he could not see. As long as the Han family's men of sacrifice could catch up with him, they would be able to severely injure him and take back the secret letter. The leader of the men of sacrifice instructed his companions, "You guys, take the fifth lord and hurry. I'll chase after Xiao Lulang first." When he caught up, he would deliver the secret letter to Fifth Lord and escort him to the first fire beacon camp. "Yes." The few of them answered. "Wait." Fifth Grandfather Han stopped him. The suicide soldier said, "Fifth Lord, do you have any other orders?" Fifth Grandfather Han said, "I have a bottle of medicine for the dark demon horse. If it can't run anymore, give it 1 pill, to recover its stamina." "Yes." The kamikaze soldier took out the medicine bottle and turned around to ride the Black Demon King. The Black Demon horse was very uncooperative at first, and the kamikaze soldier fell a few times before he could ride it. This was the result of Fifth Han's carrot and stick approach. However, once the kamikaze soldier took over, the Black Demon King's speed could only be described as lightning. The kamikaze soldier rushed toward the first fire beacon camp without stopping. On the other side, the battle between Taoist Qingfeng and Liao Chen was coming to an end. Liao Chen didn't want to kill anyone today, so he didn't have much killing intent when he attacked. He also held back some of his strength. However, Taoist Qingfeng's every move was deadly. Liao Chen was forced to retreat until his back hit a tree. When he couldn't retreat anymore, Taoist Qingfeng sealed his acupoints with 2 fingers. Liao Chen couldn't move. He sighed and looked at Taoist Qingfeng with a smile. He said in a hurt voice, "Taoist Qingfeng, you're so heartless." Taoist Qingfeng's palm hit his vital gate. He really wanted to take his life. Liao Chen clicked his tongue. He activated his vital qi and the acupoints were unsealed. He tapped his toes and jumped up the tree. He looked at Taoist Qingfeng under the tree with a half smile. "You don't want to do this the hard way. If this continues, I'll have to be serious." Taoist Qingfeng was a cultivator. He had a tough heart and a mild temperament. He wasn't happy with material gains or sad for himself. He had already transcended the secular world. Only Liao Chen could make Taoist Qingfeng so angry that he wanted to kill someone. However, Taoist Qingfeng suppressed his desire to kill Liao Chen today. After all, he had more important things to do. He raised his head and looked at Liao Chen with his beautiful eyes. "Come down. I'll drink with you." Liao Chen curled his lips and landed gracefully. Taoist Qingfeng took out a rope from his sleeve and tied Liao Chen up. Liao Chen was speechless. Taoist Qingfeng hung Liao Chen under the tree and turned around to mount his horse. Liao Chen swayed under the tree like a small silkworm. He looked at Taoist Qingfeng's back and curled his red lips. He said with a smile, "If you dare to leave, I'll tell the world that you're the thief who was watched by thousands of disciples at Baiyun Taoist Temple on a moonlit night a few years ago." Taoist Qingfeng was about to explode. It was raining cats and dogs. The black demon horse kept chasing in the rain. It was very young and had a lot of stamina. It also had better endurance than ordinary warhorses. It ran tirelessly, leaving the Mount Song mountain range far behind. The lightning didn't stop it. It was like the bravest warrior, chasing after its enemy without caring about the consequences. "It's not enough." The man of sacrifice grabbed the reins and wiped the rain off his face. They had already run for nearly 100 miles, but the black demon horse still didn't show any signs of fatigue. He had never seen such a powerful warhorse. However, it still needed to be faster. The man of sacrifice took out the pills that Fifth Master Han had given him and fed one to the black demon horse. The black demon horse quickly recovered its stamina and sped up a little. Finally, after passing through a small forest, the man of sacrifice heard the sound of hooves coming from ahead. The man of sacrifice was delighted. It was Xiao Lulang. It must be Xiao Lulang. The sky was already dark. The entire world was covered in a heavy downpour. Running on a rainy night was actually a very dangerous thing to do. The cavalry's line of sight was obstructed, so they mostly relied on the warhorse's senses. Normally, warhorses would slow down. Firstly, the cavalry would request it. Secondly, warhorses had an instinct to avoid danger. However, the Black Wind King didn't slow down. It was like a bolt of lightning in the rainy night. The man of sacrifice heard the sound of hooves getting farther and farther away. He clenched his teeth. Damn it! We were about to catch up. Why does it feel like the distance has widened again? Hiya! Hiya! The man of sacrifice raised his speed to the maximum and finally caught up to the Black Wind King. This time, the distance between them was unbelievably close. The man of sacrifice unsheathed the long sword at his waist. He only needed one slash to deal a heavy blow to Xiao Lulang. The Black Wind King galloped, all the muscles on its body taut. Just as the man of sacrifice slashed down, it suddenly swerved to the right and charged into the fork in the road ahead. Me. The man of sacrifice slashed down. Because he didn't expect the Black Wind King to suddenly change directions, he didn't even have time to pull the reins and stop. The Black Devil horse was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already 100 feet away. If it turned around and chased after the Black Wind King, it would be even harder to catch up. Forget it. You've left the fork, so you'll have to return to the main road. I'll wait for you in front. However, the Black Wind King didn't give him the chance to stop him. When he returned to the main road, he was only a horse's length away, but the Black Wind King had already run ahead. I didn't catch up again. The man of sacrifice was so angry that he didn't feel good. Wasn't it an old horse? How could it run so fast? However, it wasn't all smooth sailing ahead. There were other guards from the Han family guarding the road. When they heard the sound of galloping hooves, they drew their long swords and lined up to block the road. They were ready for battle. The Black Wind King didn't hesitate at all. As if it was breaking through mountains and rivers, it broke through the blockade of the Han family guards. 2 of the Han family guards were sent flying. It was too fast. It was too strong. This wasn't the Black Wind King they knew. The Black Wind King wasn't this strong. One of the bodyguards looked in the direction where the man and the horse had left and shouted, "Cut the rope for me." The cable bridge was in front. The guard guarding the bridge on the other side pulled out his sword and cut the ropes at the end of the bridge. The wooden bridge broke, and the broken parts hit the cliff with a loud noise. There was a distance of 10 feet between the 2 cliffs. No horse could cross it. However, the guards were surprised to find that the Black Wind King didn't slow down. What is it trying to do? It can't be trying to cross it, right? It's courting death. Are the soldiers stupid? Why aren't they stopping it? Hey! A guard shouted at Gu Jiao's back. Your horse is going to jump off the cliff. Stop it before it's too late. They couldn't let Gu Jiao jump. They hadn't gotten the secret letter from Gu Jiao yet. If Gu Jiao fell off the cliff, 5th Master Han wouldn't be able to complete his mission. Stop! You'll die. They sincerely wanted to stop Gu Jiao from falling off the cliff and dying. Gu Jiao couldn't see, but she could still sense. She heard the sound of the bridge breaking and felt the cold wind from the abyss. However, she didn't stop the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King accelerated. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and grabbed the reins. She clamped the horse's abdomen and stood in the stirrups. The Black Wind King's muscles tensed as it leaped. Almost at the same time, the Black Demon Horse and the Loyalists arrived. The bridge is broken. The bridge is broken. Don't go. The Han family guard shouted. The Loyalists pulled on the reins and stopped the carriage with the Black Demon Horse at the edge of the cliff. They were able to stop the carriage because of the Loyalists and the Black Demon Horse's instinct to avoid danger. The Black Demon Horse retreated a few steps. This was a distance that even the Black Demon Horse couldn't cross. No one dared to look down. The Black Wind King and the cavalrymen were about to fall off the cliff. Ah! A guard shouted. Look! It crossed the cliff. It surpassed its instincts and overcame its fear of the cliff. It crossed a distance that no warhorse had ever been able to challenge. It was the Black Wind King, without a doubt. The guards at both ends of the bridge were stunned. For a moment, they didn't even know how to react. The Black Wind King carried Gu Jiao and smoothly ran past the Han family guards. Ah! They ran away. A guard who had been sent flying said while clutching his aching chest. However, no one dared to chase after him. The youth's unreserved trust and the Black Wind King's unwavering struggle showed them the most precious thing on the battlefield. They didn't know what kind of spirit this was, but they felt their hearts being sprinkled with hot blood. They didn't want to chase. At least, not now. Fifth Master Han was right. The 3 moves that Gu Jiao used to defeat him had cost her almost all of her strength. She had never used such an overdraft fighting style in any battle before. But even so, she couldn't kill Han Ci. Han Ci was too strong. Blood flowed up her throat and spilled out from the corner of her mouth. At first, she could still swallow it, but later, she didn't even have the strength to suppress the sweet taste in her throat. Blood flowed all over the Black Wind King's back. She persevered with her willpower. The Black Wind King's situation wasn't much better. A normal horse would have to rest after running at full speed for 20 to 30 kilometers, but cavalry could only travel 70 to 80 kilometers a day. If they forced their way through, they could travel over 100 kilometers, but they still had to rest. Only when the horse ran to its death would it travel over 100 kilometers day and night. 200 kilometers. 250 kilometers. 260 kilometers. The Black Wind King approached his limit again and again. He was so tired that he wanted to collapse, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. At dawn, the rain stopped. The first rays of dawn pierced through the thin clouds in the east, passing over the peaks of the mountains and shining on the empty and quiet camp. Every day, the soldiers were awakened by the beating of the war drums. But today, they were awakened by the sound of hurried horse hooves. They thought it was an enemy attack, but when they came to the entrance of the camp, they saw a black warhorse and a blindfolded youth. A man and a horse came over with the momentum of a magnificent army. The entire mountain and river shook. Gu Jiao successfully handed the bamboo tube to the left deputy general of the garrison. The deputy general looked at the blindfolded youth and couldn't help but wave his hand at the youth. The youth didn't respond. The deputy general of the garrison was stunned. He couldn't see. Then how did he run 300 kilometers to get here? The left deputy general was about to ask Gu Jiao what happened to his eyes when he saw the man and the horse collapse to the ground. The left deputy general was shocked. Men! Call the medical officer, is it early today? Chapter 766. All the novels that cannot be found on the internet are available here. In the hot summer, the cicadas on the trees kept chirping. Gu Jiao woke up to the sound of cicadas. She slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were covered with gauze. She raised her hand to remove the gauze. The dazzling light suddenly shone on her. She subconsciously closed her eyes and tilted her head. When she adjusted to the light, she opened her eyes again. In her blurred vision, she vaguely saw the familiar windowsill, the familiar table, the familiar chair, and the familiar little boy on the ground. There were no classes in the academy today. Little Jing Kong did not go anywhere. He was playing in the room while waiting for Gu Jiao to wake up. It was hot, so Xiao Heng made a mat for him on the ground. As he played, he laid down on the mat. One side of his face was pressed down until it was chubby. Saliva flowed all over the floor, and his little butt stuck up high as he fell asleep. Awake? A man's low voice came from above her head. Gu Jiao blinked and looked up at Xiao Heng. This position was too difficult. Her neck was almost broken. Xiao Heng quickly got up and sat on the edge of the bed. He stretched out his slender hand and touched her forehead. It's not hot anymore. Gu Jiao's vision was still a little blurry, but seeing that he was in a good mood, her eyes lit up. You're here too, she said. Xiao Heng pulled back his hand and snorted. What do you mean by, I'm here too? You're the second one to see me. Gu Jiao said seriously, you're sitting in the wrong position. It's too high. I have to roll my eyes to see you. Xiao Heng listened to her clear words and careful logic and knew that she was fine. She was caught in the rain during the last round of selection. After being sent back to the state preceptor's palace, she had a high fever for 3 days and 3 nights. Her fever only subsided this morning. It was now afternoon. How are you feeling? How is the Black Wind King? The two of them asked in unison. Xiao Heng smiled helplessly. The Black Wind King is fine. Look. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed outside the window. Gu Jiao looked up slightly. Unfortunately, she could not see from this angle. Xiao Heng gently helped her sit up. Now, he could see everything clearly. The Black Wind King had recovered quite well. His body was wrapped in bandages, and he was enjoying the cool air under a big tree in the courtyard. The Horse King was jumping happily behind it, like an excited baby who had been injected with chicken blood, running here and there. He knew that she would be worried about the Black Wind King, so he brought it to the courtyard so that she could see it as soon as she woke up. That's great. Gu Jiao smiled. The Black Wind King and Black Gu Black Wind King Black A silent tacit understanding flowed in the eyes of the man and the horse. Gu Jiao understood that it was really fine. The Black Wind King also understood that Gu Jiao was really fine. Gu Jiao paused for a moment, then asked, by the way, where is Gu Changqing? Is he okay? Gu Changqing was up against Qi Xian. Qi Xian was an expert from the Tang sect, and he had brought many of the Han family's men of sacrifice with him. Xiao Heng said, he was slightly injured, but he's fine now. You don't have to worry. Also, Qi Xian is dead. Gu Changqing had killed him with his own hands. He had tried to hurt Gu Jiao time and time again. Gu Changqing would rather die with him than let him go back alive. As for the Han family's men of sacrifice, none of them survived. Also, Gu Changqing asked me to remind you that Jun Xiuhan is an expert. The main reason why Gu Changqing could kill Qi Xian was that Jun Xiuhan had taken care of the Han family's men of sacrifice. Gu Changqing didn't have to be distracted to display his full strength. Jun, Xiu, Han, Gu Jiao said thoughtfully. I owe someone a favor, and I'm returning it to you now. Who did Jun Xiuhan owe a favor to? Why did he return it to her? Don't you care about yourself? Xiao Heng looked at her seriously. Ah. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. What about me? Xiao Heng took a deep breath and told himself not to get angry. Do you know that you had a high fever for 3 days and almost lost your sight? Gu Jiao was confused for a moment, then nodded. Oh, I think so. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Fifth Master Han used a dirty trick and poisoned me. But I can see now. It was just that she couldn't see clearly. Xiao Heng said, Madame Nan came and detoxified the poison for you. Your eyes will slowly recover. Don't run around before that. Gu Jiao opened her mouth. I know what you want to ask. Xiao Heng knew her too well. She didn't care about herself at all. She was worried about others. Xiao Heng said, Gu Changqing's antidote is almost ready. It's not a difficult poison to detoxify. It's just that some of the herbs are troublesome to dry in the sun. He'll go get it in 3 days. Can you be completely relieved now? Gu Jiao opened her mouth again. Xiao Heng sighed. It's not exposed. There are no side effects. Everything is very good. Gu Jiao hummed and said happily, Mistress, you're really amazing. Xiao Heng was angry and amused. He lowered his head and chuckled helplessly. Then he held one of her hands and raised his hand to tidy up her hair. You're amazing too, my commander-in-chief. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide. Huh? In the throne room, the ministers had different opinions about appointing Xiao Lulang as the new commander-in-chief of the Black Wind Battalion. Your Majesty, I don't think it's appropriate. The governor came out with the ceremonial tablet in his hand. Dong Wei, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, asked, Lord Su, what's wrong with it? The governor's surname was Su. He was the old master of the Su family and Mu Qingqian's grandfather. He said coldly, "How can the Yan dynasty appoint a man from the Zhao kingdom as the commander-in-chief?" Dong Wei said, "He has been adopted by Dukan. He's from the Yan dynasty. That's still inappropriate." Old Master Su objected firmly. Dong Wei bowed to the monarch on the throne and said seriously to Old Master Su, "The selection of the commander-in-chief of the Black Wind Battalion was proposed by His Majesty and agreed by all the aristocratic families. All the family heads and civil and military officials know the rules very well. They didn't object earlier or later, and only objected after the selection. Is it because Lord Su can't afford to lose?" Old Master Su snorted coldly. "How can an adopted son count? He's not Dukan's son." Dong Wei smiled. "But I remember that an adopted son of the Su family also participated in the selection. Of the 2 places of the Su family, one was given to Mu Qingqian, and the other was a master invited from outside. Of course, the master was not there to compete for the first place, but to exhaust the opponents for Mu Qingqian. Everyone knew that this was a routine operation of the selection, but they didn't say anything." The Su clan's old master was rendered speechless. The monarch said impatiently, "Okay, stop arguing." He had a headache because of the quarrel. Not only were these stubborn old men depressed, but he was also very depressed. He didn't want anyone to advance from the beginning. He was prepared to recall the Black Wind Cavalry, but who knew that someone would actually pass? How did this Xiao Lulang pass the selection? How did he guess the mission hidden in the secret letter? And what were 5th Master Han and Feng Wuming of the Feng family doing? They couldn't even stop a brat from the Zhao country. He would rather the Feng family take away the military power than let the Dukan's mansion take advantage of it. However, he was the monarch of a country. His words were golden, and he couldn't change them. He was crazy, he was tyrannical, but he had a good reason for doing so. He was only good at using the heaviest punishment to measure the lightest mistake, but it didn't mean that he would punish people if they didn't make a mistake. Those were all private operations that couldn't be done in public. "Han Lei," the monarch said irritably. "This minister is here." Han Lei took a step forward while holding the ceremonial tablet. The monarch's heart was bleeding. He held back his anger and reluctantly said, "Send the Black Wind Battalion's commander flag, commander seal, and token, to Xiao Lulang of the Dukan's mansion." Han Lei painfully said, "Yes." After the Mu family lost 200,000 soldiers, the Han family also lost 50,000 Black Wind cavalry. Gu Jiao got up from the bed. There were no female disciples in the state preceptor hall. These days, Shengguan Yan's palace maid changed her clothes for her. Today, the palace maid was not here, so Xiao Heng had a rare opportunity to take care of his wife. Gu Jiao sat on the bed. Xiao Heng stood behind her and tied her hair. She was dressed as a teenager, so her hair was gently tied with a hair band. But her hands, Gu Jiao bitterly looked at her 2 big bare paws wrapped with thick gauze. "Isn't it too exaggerated?" Xiao Heng said, "The state preceptor personally tied it for you." He said it wasn't exaggerated. Gu Jiao curled her lips. What Xiao Heng didn't say was that her hand had been holding the reins for too long. Her palm was bruised and bloody. After it dried, it stuck to the reins. The doctor didn't know where to start and cut the reins. She and the horse were sent to the state preceptor hall for the state preceptor to treat. The reason why she was sent to the state preceptor hall was because the state preceptor said that he was willing to provide treatment for the selected cavalry. If she was injured, she should be sent to the state preceptor hall. Gu Jiao fainted at that time and couldn't remember anything. Fortunately, she fainted, otherwise, it would be very painful. Little Jinkong had already been carried to the bed. He changed to a sprawled position and continued to sleep soundly. One side of his face was still imprinted on the mat. Gu Jiao looked at him, then at Black Wind King and Horse King in the courtyard. Then, she looked at Xiao Heng, who was treating her gently. The room was very quiet, and the cicadas were very noisy. But somehow, her heart was very happy and peaceful. She lifted the thin blanket on her body with her big bare paws wrapped in gauze and got out of bed. Just as she took a step, her legs went soft, and she fell down with a plop. Xiaoheng hurriedly reached out to catch her, but she fell too fast and the inertia was too great. He couldn't catch her, so he had to jump forward, hold her, and fall down with her. He fell heavily on the cold and hard floor. "Are you okay?" He hugged her tightly and asked. Gu Jiao lay on his body and shook her head. "I'm fine. How about you? Are you hurt? Am I very heavy?" Xiaoheng was still in a protective position. He held her waist with one hand and covered her head with the other. He smiled gently. "I'm not in pain. Also, you're not heavy either." Gu Jiao asked strangely, "Why are my legs so soft?" She didn't expect it at all. Xiaoheng said softly, "You used too much strength. You didn't rest for a day and night. You've been riding a horse all this time. It would be strange if your legs didn't go soft." Gu Jiao rested her head on Xiaoheng's strong chest and said with a long sigh, "My legs don't feel like they belong to me. I can't even move my toes. Husband, you're really amazing." Xiaoheng, who didn't drive but was hit by the car, was speechless. Yu He, who just came to the door with the medicine, was also speechless. Chapter 767. Gu Jiao was very careful in the state teacher hall, using a young man's voice. Her identity as a woman was not exposed. But it was better to expose her identity. Two grown men acting like this, Yu He was about to go crazy. What did he do wrong? Why did he have to bump into this kind of thing again and again? He really didn't want to know the relationship between the imperial grandson and young Master Shao. You even called him young Master Shao. Are you two playing this big? Also, young Master Shao, your martial strength is so high, but you're actually the one below? Did you forget that you're already the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? Is this how you celebrate your promotion and wealth? Also, imperial grandson, you're someone who's about to die, don't you know how to take it easy? No, you two should take it easy. One is a patient, the other is an injured person, even if it's an injury. Yu He was already unable to look at Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng. He stood at the door, not knowing if he should leave or not. Xiaoheng turned his head and saw Yu He, who looked like he was struck by lightning. His body stiffened, but he didn't immediately push Gu Jiao away. Instead, he hugged her even more tightly. He raised his wide sleeves to tightly cover Gu Jiao's little head and then gave Yu He a look that said, "You'll see for yourself." "Is someone coming?" Gu Jiao asked. "It's fine," Xiaoheng said calmly. Yu He's mouth twitched. "Your Highness Imperial Grandson, your skills are already this high. Last time you even blushed." Then they quickly separated. "Now you're treating me like a pumpkin." Yu He was crazily cursing in his heart. His image as a gentleman was about to collapse. See no evil, see no evil. Yu He closed his eyes again and groped his way into the room. He placed the medicine on the table and groped his way out again. This kind of thing was unfamiliar the first time, but familiar the second time. He didn't bump into the pillar. Yu He and the others had already walked far away. Xiaoheng's ears were a bit red. He was thin-skinned, so how could he remain indifferent after being seen? But compared to pushing her away, it was better to let Yu He look at him. Thinking of her words just now, Xiaoheng was both angry and amused. Why are you so naughty? Gu Jiao was addicted to acting. She showed an exaggerated expression and said, "Men, you should put out the fire you started." Xiaoheng, Gu Jiao had a small notebook, and she wrote down one stroke after another. Xiaoheng didn't have a notebook, but he remembered everything. Every word she said had to be fulfilled. She even had to calculate the interest, the kind where interest would compound. Gu Jiao did not know that her husband had turned into a big bad wolf, thinking that one day he would eat her up. After drinking the medicine, Gu Jiao felt much more energetic. Her legs were not as sore as before, and she was able to walk a few steps. Xiaoheng felt sorry for her and brought a wheelchair over for her. "Sit on this," Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and sat on it. It was her first time sitting on it, so it was strange. "Where are you going?" "I'll push." Before he could finish his words, Xiaoheng saw someone using a big bare paw wrapped in gauze to push the wheelchair and race down the corridor. Xiaoheng, Gu Jiao raced all the way to the courtyard. The courtyard was full of grass, so it was not easy for the wheelchair to move. The Horse King ran over and looked at Gu Jiao curiously. "Push me over," Gu Jiao said to the Horse King. The Horse King went behind Gu Jiao, put its head on the back of the wheelchair, and pushed Gu Jiao in front of the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao looked up and stretched out her hand. "Boss." The Black Wind King raised one of his hooves. One person and one horse friend shook hands. Hooves. Both the Black Wind King and Gu Jiao needed to rest. The Black Wind King obediently stayed in the courtyard, but Gu Jiao was not so obedient. She used the reins to tie the Horse King. She didn't have a sled dog, but she had a wheelchair horse. The Horse King pulled Gu Jiao and ran around the State Teacher Palace. Half an hour later, the State Teacher Palace's wheelchair was broken. One person and one horse sat on the garden path. Next to them was the broken wheelchair, and one of the wheels was missing. One person and one horse were covered in grass, but their expressions were the same, innocent. When Yi Qing rushed over with the new wheelchair, seeing the mess, he wanted to say something. Gu Jiao complained first, "The quality of your State Teacher Palace's wheelchair is not good, it needs to be improved in the future." Yi Qing heard from Yu He that young Master Shao woke up, so he came over for his master to see how he was recovering, and whether there were any side effects. But then he saw someone crazily racing around the State Teacher Palace. He couldn't even stop him. Then he heard a loud noise. Yi Qing helped Gu Jiao back to the new wheelchair. Gu Jiao looked at the Horse King. The Horse King suddenly became energetic. Yi Qing's eyelids fiercely twitched. "Young Master Shao, you need to rest more, you can't walk around." Gu Jiao, "Oh." She didn't plan on not walking around. At this time, the Black Wind King slowly walked over and took the Horse King away. The Horse King didn't want to leave, but the 2.5-year-old Horse King couldn't beat the Black Wind King. With one of the two troublemakers finally gone, Yi Qing was secretly relieved. Speaking of which, he didn't know young Master Shao was so naughty before. Sure enough, people can't stay idle. Yi Qing went behind Gu Jiao, pushed the wheelchair with both hands, and said to Gu Jiao, "I'll send young Master Shao back to the Qilin Palace." Gu Jiao hurriedly said, "Wait, I'm not going back to the Qilin Palace yet." "Where is your master?" Yi Qing truthfully said, "Master is in the purple bamboo forest." Gu Jiao, take me to your master. Master may not necessarily see you. He's busy right now. Forget it, I'll send you to the purple bamboo forest first, so you and little Shi don't get together and cause trouble. Yi Qing pushed Gu Jiao in the direction of the purple bamboo forest. Gu Jiao raised her hand to cover her eyes. "Is your eyes uncomfortable?" Yi Qing noticed her movements. Gu Jiao said, "Under the strong light for too long, it's a bit prickly." Yi Qing called out to a passing disciple. "Senior brother." The disciple respectfully saluted. "Go get an umbrella." Yi Qing ordered. "Yes." The disciple quickly went to the nearest courtyard to get an umbrella. "Senior brother, here." Yi Qing took the umbrella, opened it, and held it with one hand and pushed the wheelchair with the other. He had martial arts, so pushing with one hand wasn't hard at all. Gu Jiao secretly sighed. Yi Qing was quite considerate and good-looking. Did he have a girlfriend? Should I introduce one? The two entered the purple bamboo forest. The disciple in the small bamboo house was currently sweeping the front yard. The front yard seemed to have an endless amount of fallen leaves. Every time Gu Jiao came, she would see this disciple sweeping the yard. Senior brother. The disciple saw Yi Qing, put down the broom, and respectfully saluted. Then he also greeted Gu Jiao. Young Master Shao. Is Master done? Yi Qing asked. Not yet. The disciple said. Yi Qing hesitated, but still said to the disciple, Go tell her that young Master Shao is here. Yes. The disciple put down the broom, walked up the steps, took off his shoes, opened the half curtain, and entered the house. Not long after, the disciple came out and respectfully said, Master invites young Master Shao in. Yi Qing deeply looked at Gu Jiao. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao also looked back at him. For eyes met, Gu Jiao asked puzzledly, Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Qing said, You are the first to make Master break the rules again and again. Gu Jiao touched her chin. That's because your master and I both came from another time and space, so we can be considered half of the same hometown. Yi Qing pushed the wheelchair into the yard, and the disciple laid a wooden board on the steps to facilitate the wheelchair. The state preceptor was not in the central room. Come in. The state preceptor's voice came from the study. Yi Qing pushed the person into the study, and said to the state preceptor who was organizing the treasure, Master, disciple will leave first. The state preceptor faintly replied. Yi Qing turned and left the house. The study was similar to what Gu Jiao saw last time. Children's toys, rolled-up portraits, polished clay figurines. The state preceptor was currently wiping a little person on a clay figurine. The one sitting alone in a row seemed to have a very different status. The relationship between people was always progressing in getting along. There were some things that Gu Jiao would not ask before, but now, she asked smoothly, Are these three little people you, Xian Yuanli, and the state preceptor? No. The state preceptor said. Huh? Gu Jiao looked at him in surprise. The state preceptor stopped wiping the clay figurine and said, There is no state preceptor. Oh, then there are you and Xian Yuanli. Gu Jiao looked at the little clay figurine and said, I am very curious, who is the person who can sit with you and Xian Yuanli? It seems that his status is very different. A very important person, a teacher and a friend. The state preceptor said. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows, the evaluation was a bit high. The state preceptor put the clay figurine back on the shelf and put down the rag in his hand. He turned and looked at Gu Jiao, You seem to be recovering well. Gu Jiao said, It's okay, my legs are a bit weak, my eyes are a bit sensitive to light, and I can't use my hands. Other than that, I am fine. The state preceptor nodded, These will slowly recover, provided that you stay in the house and don't run around. It seemed that the state preceptor had also heard the news of someone racing in the state preceptor hall. Gu Jiao decisively changed the topic, I came here today to talk to you about something. Speak. The state preceptor said. Gu Jiao said seriously, It is about what you promised me last time. You said that as long as I win the Black Wind Cavalry, you will tell me the whole truth. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. The state preceptor picked up a scroll and slowly opened it. It was a portrait of Jing Yinin. He looked at the portrait and said, Last time you asked me what my relationship with Jing Yinin was. But I think that you did your best not just to know my relationship with Jing Yinin. You want to know more about Jing Yinin. Gu Jiao also glanced at the portrait, That's right, I am very curious about Jing Yinin. The state preceptor raised his eyes and looked at her with a complicated expression, Have you ever thought about why you are curious about a stranger? This question stunned Gu Jiao. Yes, why did she like Jing Yinin? The state preceptor said, You are Jing Yinin. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. The state preceptor did not keep her in suspense and did not beat around the bush. He simply put the facts in front of her. You are Jing Yinin, and Jing Yinin is you. Gu Jiao blinked and said, how is that possible? The state preceptor put the portrait back and said, think about your medicine box and your experience. What is impossible? Gu Jiao was silent. The medicine box did have the ability to tear time and space. As for whether she was Jing Yinin or herself in her previous life, there was no doubt about the answer. She got the medicine box during a mission in her previous life. It should have belonged to her godfather, but he said that the box was too ugly and he didn't want it, so he gave it to her. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, that's still not right. If I am Jing Yinin, why don't I have any memories of her? The state preceptor said, your brainwaves were damaged when you traveled through time and space, which affected your memories. The state preceptor continued, Xianyuanzi was poisoned when she was pregnant. It was a very powerful poison that could kill both a person and a fetus. I used many methods to detoxify Xianyuanzi. Unfortunately, the mother's poison was detoxified, but the fetus poison was ineffective. The fetus died when it was born. But 2 hours later, something incredible happened. The fetus miraculously came back to life. The fetus that came back to life was me. Gu Jiao looked at the state preceptor. How did you recognize me? The state preceptor said concisely, the medicine box, medical skills, habit. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. The state preceptor looked at her in confusion. What's with your reaction? Why are you so calm? Gu Jiao spread her hands. Should I be surprised? Oh, my God, I'm still Jing Yinin. I traveled through time more than once. The state preceptor face-bombed. Can you put away your exaggerated acting skills? I can't look at it anymore. Gu Jiao pushed the wheelchair to the state preceptor, reached out her big bare paw, and opened the painting on her lap. She looked at the little baby girl in the painting and raised her eyebrows. I was wondering why she was so cute. The state preceptor, Gu Jiao, okay, you've given me the answer. I'm going back. The state preceptor wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Jiao turned the wheelchair and walked out of the small bamboo house. Her face darkened. How could she not be shocked? But she couldn't show any emotion in front of the state preceptor. After all, he was a guy who stabbed the Xianyuan family in the back. She couldn't completely trust him. What the hell is going on? She was actually Jing Yinin. She had no memory of this at all. Could it be that guy was lying to her? Chapter 768. It's not impossible. He put all kinds of things of Jing Yinin in the study and pretended to be very concerned about Jing Yinin. Then, he tricked her by telling her that she was Jing Yinin. He used this to win her over and make her work for the state preceptor hall. This guess is very reasonable. Moreover, that guy was obviously holding back. He still had things he didn't say. Whether she was Jing Yinin or not, she would verify it herself. She didn't have to believe him just because he said it. It wasn't because she didn't want to guard against him that she didn't believe a word he said. The disciple of the small bamboo house wanted to send Gu Jiao off, but Gu Jiao refused. She wanted to be alone. When she pushed the wheelchair out of the purple bamboo forest with her clumsy bare paws, Xiao Heng, who had been waiting outside for a long time, quickly walked over. I'll do it, Xiao Heng said. Oh. Gu Jiao let go of the wheelchair and put her bare paws on her lap. She was thinking about something when she came out and forgot to take an umbrella. The sun was so strong that it hurt her eyes. Suddenly, the light above her head dimmed. Xiao Heng opened an oil paper umbrella over her head. Xiao Heng said softly, Master's wife said that your eyes might be a little afraid of light these days. Gu Jiao's heart warmed. Her husband was so considerate. She reached for the umbrella. I'll do it myself. You can push the wheelchair. Xiao Heng rejected her hand. I still have this bit of strength. Gu Jiao thought of the young and powerful body she felt when she pressed down on him. It was indeed not as thin as it was before. Did you secretly train behind my back? Not only did he have abs, but he also had small pecs. There were also smooth lines on his arms. They weren't exaggerated and were just tight. Xiao Heng didn't even lift his eyelids. He was calm and didn't seem to use any strength. How is that possible? I don't even have enough time to study. The wheelchair was really heavy. It was indeed strenuous to use one hand. But I can't let my wife know that I can't do it. A man can't not do it. From tonight onwards, I'll have an extra hour of training every night. Xiao Heng used all his strength to push Gu Jiao back to the Qilin Hall. Just as he reached the entrance, he ran into Duke and Gua and Second Master Jing who were coming out from inside. While Gu Jiao was unconscious, and Gua Gong came to visit her every day. The fact that Gu Jiao was his adopted son had long been known to everybody, so he didn't have to hide it. Besides, he could also visit the Crown Princess in passing, but he had to be more cautious. After all, he and the Crown Princess were the remnants of the Xianyuan family. He had just finished greeting the Crown Princess when he heard that Gu Jiao had woken up and was out for a walk. He couldn't wait to come over and look for her. His luck was pretty good. Second Master Jing said in astonishment, "You guys are back. My big brother is just about to look for Lulang." Lulang, why are you in a wheelchair? Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng was afraid that she would say something vicious again, so he hurriedly said, Lulang just woke up. His body is still very weak. In addition, the weather is so hot. It's easy to get heatstroke if you walk too much. That's true. Second Master Jing accepted this explanation. Duke and Gua's anxious gaze fell on Gu Jiao. He dipped his fingertips into the wet cloth on the armrest and wrote on it, "How do you feel?" Second Master Jing looked at Duke and Gua's words and said to Gu Jiao, "My big brother is asking how you feel." Gu Jiao said, "I'm pretty good." Duke and Gua continued to write, "Do your eyes still hurt?" It still hurt a little, but Gu Jiao didn't want to worry Duke and Gua, so she said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go inside and talk." Xiao Heng said, "It's hot here." The few of them went to Gu Jiao's room. Xiao Heng could tell that Gu Jiao had something to say to Duke and Gua. He could be jealous of small things, but when it came to big things, he wouldn't pester endlessly. He said to Second Master Jing, "Little uncle, I have some books here. I need to go to the library. Can you accompany me?" Second Master Jing looked at the scorching sun that could melt people. He coughed lightly and said, "I want to accompany Big Brother." Duke and Gua, "No, you don't want to." In the end, Second Master Jing was dragged away by Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng really borrowed a lot of books from the library. It was enough for Second Master Jing to carry them several times. "Why do I have to carry them?" Second Master Jing looked at Xiao Heng who was empty-handed with a face full of resentment. Xiao Heng sighed, I'm a sickly person. I don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. How can I be as mighty and majestic as little uncle? Not to mention moving a few books, you can even move a mountain if you ask you to." Second Master Jing, "You're quite realistic." Xiao Heng, after Xiao Heng and Second Master Jing left, only Gu Jiao and Duke and Guo were left in the room. Originally, little Jing Kong was there, but before Xiao Heng went to find Gu Jiao, he took the sleeping little guy to Sheng Guanyan's place. The afternoon wind didn't have a trace of coolness. The entire Qilin Hall was like a big steamer under the scorching sun. Ice cubes in the room didn't help. But magically, the two's hearts were very calm. This was a very comfortable way to get along. In order to facilitate the two's communication, Gu Jiao's wheelchair was next to Duke and Gua's right side. She could clearly see what Duke and Gua wrote. Duke and Gua dipped his fingertips in water and wrote, "You seem to have something to say to me. Gu Jiao didn't deny it. She just decided to investigate Jing Yinin's matter, and Dukan Guo came to her. She shouldn't miss this opportunity. She turned her head to look at Dukan Guo's handsome side face and asked, "Can you tell me about Jing Yinin?" Dukan Guo couldn't move his body, but he could blink his eyes. Gu Jiao saw his eyelashes tremble slightly. He should be a little surprised. But even if he was surprised, he didn't ask Gu Jiao, "Why did you suddenly ask about Yinin?" He trusted Gu Jiao without reservation. He was willing to satisfy all her curiosity and didn't question whether she had other purposes. He wrote, "What do you want to know about Yinin?" A father's longing for his child was infinite. If it was about Yinin, he could talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights without any details. Yes, where should I start to understand? First. IQ. Is Yinin smart? Gu Jiao asked. Of course. Dukan Guo wrote while showing an incomparably proud look, "Yinin is the smartest child in the world." Nonsense. Second Master Jing's head suddenly grew out of the window. This was a guy who was lazy halfway through moving books and came back. Yinin is 2 years old and still can't speak. So stupid. Dukan Guo was so angry that his whole body trembled. He wrote in a mighty and domineering manner, "Yinin could say, 'Mom,' when she was 1 year, 7 months, and 13 days. Gu Jiao, sure enough, beauty was in the eye of the beholder and genius was in the eyes of the parents. Dukan Guo continued to write, "Don't listen to him. Yinin is very smart. It's just that she learned it late. After she learned it, she could recite a lot of poems. No child her age could recite more than her." So, was this a competition? This didn't seem like something she would do. She hated reciting poems so much. Even if she remembered them, she wouldn't recite them. Gu Jiao imagined herself, who had the intelligence of an adult, shaking her head and competing with a row of little kids in reciting poems in a childish voice. She was so shocked that her body trembled. This was definitely not her. "Yinin, is she close to your parents?" Gu Jiao unconsciously omitted Jing Yinin's surname. Very close. When Dukan Guo mentioned his daughter, his eyes were gentle and doting. "She's very clingy to me and her mother. She follows us everywhere. When we let her sleep by herself, she won't. She always hugs her little pillow and sneaks into our bed in the middle of the night." Gu Jiao also imagined herself saying, "My bed says it doesn't want to sleep with me today." Then she ran to Dukan Guo and his wife's room and threw her chubby self onto their bed. This kind of childish behavior couldn't be her. Gu Jiao cleared her throat. She doesn't like to talk much, right? She also rarely calls her parents. Dukan Guo wrote, "No, Yinin likes to talk a lot. She always talks about her parents. Mom, eat. Dad, hug. Yinin doesn't want to sleep yet. She needs a kiss before she can sleep. But Yinin is so cute. Who can bear to reject her?" It was cute and cute, tilting its head to one side. Gu Jiao had goosebumps. Why was the image in her mind so clear? She was just imagining it. There was no need to be so clear, right? Dukan Guo wrote on the armrest. "Yinin's mother and I always felt that having Yinin was the greatest gift from the heavens." Gu Jiao looked at the words on the armrest and suddenly fell silent. Being loved by Dukan Guo and Xian Yuanzi while growing up must be a very happy thing. Surnamed Gu. Take your daughter away. I don't want to see her again. Mom, I don't want you anymore. Don't call me Mom anymore. Mom, Mom. I'll be good. I won't cry. I won't eat. Open the door. Mom. Mom, I'm so cold. It's so dark here. I'm scared. Mom, this was her childhood. This was a night that would never be redeemed. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.